It is 6 minutes, 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we thank you for hanging out with us as you do each and every day. Most of you do, and we'll take you. We have a number of things to discuss. Helmsy's still off today. He should be back, Lord willing, tomorrow, as he has been out with the Lady Gamecocks, hitting a couple of universities in Louisiana, I believe. And so we look forward to him being back. He's supposed to be back tomorrow. We have an update and some video that goes along with it. And, Greg, I don't know why, but look at this board here. It's just freaking out. Anyway, hold on just a second. Just let me give me a second here. Hold on. Yeah.
I wonder what the deal was.
I don't know.
When I sent tones, we had that delay and everything.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it was working.
I don't know.
I come in.
Whenever I hit the mics on it, all started flashing as we do a little business here on the air. Anyway, we're good. It looks like it's just flashing. I don't know. We have a number of things to discuss. Some updates too. Oprah Winfrey had her special last night on weight loss, and we have some audio from that. Apparently, John Mellencamp, if he's telling a story on stage, you better not say anything.
Well, I tell you what,
he'll abruptly end a concert. Yeah. We've got that. We have got the NCAA men's basketball. March Madness starts today. We have 2 games on the True Network, part of the Turner South, or not Turner South, the Turner, I guess, family, TBS, TNT, True, US. I mean, they're all going to have games, but today they start on True with Wagner and Howard, 2 16 seeds playing in. And then you've got a late game, Colorado State and Virginia. They're 2 10 seed teams. That's a little bit later after that first one. You got the West region and the Midwest region playing today.
Give me the chance of you watching either one of
those. 1%.
Well, that's a little high.
JC has a game today.
Let's say JC didn't have a game.
Okay, I still wouldn't want.
Okay, that's what that's what I'm saying.
I don't even know. I got to be honest with you, and no offense to the True, I don't even know where that is.
I don't either. I think it's up around AMC and all that.
Okay. Terry is on me so bad. I had promised her, I don't know if you remember this or not. Hey, honey, let me get through football season, and you know what we're going to do? We're going to change how we get TV. Internet's going to stay the same, but I'm tired of paying, this outrageous bill every month. And so a few days ago, it was time, and we got notification that, hey, it's time to pay your bill. It's bill time.
I got it too.
This paperless thing that they send you bill.
You can go online, boom.
And she said, hey, I thought you said we were going to cancel this, keep the internet, but cancel this.
You're going through the same thing.
And she said, this is unacceptable. It was like $240 something.
It's unbelievable. But the point is, every time I go to get rid of it, I go, well, what if I don't like the other? I know where all the channels are.
I know. What's wrong with us? Because I know some of you are screaming out there going, there's so many options,
And if I'm honest with myself, I watch streaming more than I do regular TV.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Of course, I still like to watch the news, but I can still do that streaming.
Well, I just flip through it. Is it just because we're just comfortable with the way things are, and we know the change is going to be?
Because I have this same conversation every month with myself.
Yeah, it's just the change is going to be a bip.
It is. I don't know what's
because you got to call in,
I'm gonna use.
And they make it so difficult, and then you got to unhook boxes, and you got to take them back and get them to the UPS store, and then they ship them back, and all this kind of stuff, and then you got to start your other service. But because it's streaming. Like if we went with YouTube TV or Hulu or whatever, live or whatever it's. I mean, we could have that in 5 minutes. Just sign up.
But I don't know
where
the channels I like are, especially when it comes to sports time of the year. Like
is it just our age? Is it our age?
I guess it is. We don't like change.
We don't like change. So you and I, if we were in a boat, we'd be floating down the river together in the boat.
Because every month I go, I see it. I'm tired of that.
That's it.
But I kind of know where the channel. I know where the SEC channel is on this.
So. You know how I am, and here I am. You know how I love to save money, and what's wrong with me? Good night. You would think I'd be changing right now, but so let's see here. You add all that up. I want to say it was $245. I think that was my bill. I think I got to remember. I got to look back yesterday.
I think mine's more than that. So I got the internet and all that in there with it.
Yeah, I got internet, and then I got the TV, the Uverse.
Yeah,
and. So if I canceled that, you got YouTube TV, you got Hulu, you got DirecTV streaming, that's all kind of in the same ballpark, isn't it? Like
I think so.
anywhere from like maybe $65 to $85, something like in that window. So we'd be saving about $110, $15 if we changed.
Sure.
A month,
Mm-hmm.
Greg.
I know. But who's going to jump first?
I don't know.
Who's going to do it?
So yesterday,
I say it's going to be you.
I think I'm. Well, we want to know why. Terry Wilburn.
Yeah.
She is going to stand in the room and go, no, we're doing this right now. Right. We are. But what do you? I mean, do you start calling? Say, a guy got a call.
Oh, that's fine.
And go, no. I just want to. I want to cancel Uverse, not the internet. No, don't cancel the internet too. No, just the Uverse. We're gonna stop doing that, but we want to keep your internet, so don't delete my account.
Yeah, that's
and then they're gonna say okay, and then I'm gonna go and check the internet, and they're gonna have deleted it too.
Yeah,
you know that's gonna happen.
No doubt. That's how they get you.
That's
how they get you.
All right, so we'll go through that. A friend of mine just did the exact same thing, and they were able to do it, and he likes it. I think they went with YouTube TV. He likes it. We only watch about 5 to 10 channels anyway. What's wrong with us?
Swap over, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it is. Yesterday, Terry and I, right around dinner time, which was a little late, but by the time she got home from work and all that kind of stuff, it was getting, because of the time change, it wasn't dark, but it was, 6-ish maybe. Wind was coming in where we live. It was a little chilly. Right rounded the corner, and that wind slapped me in the face. She wanted to go for a walk.
But not a good day for that.
And the first person I thought of was you, because I know that Ellis had a little baseball game.
There is nothing more miserable than cold baseball game.
Oh,
the kids handled it fine.
Yeah.
I was over there freezing.
I bet you were, because I saw how you were dressed, and I'm like, I wonder if he even took a jacket.
I had a jacket.
You did.
I did.
Okay.
And
but you're supposed to take your mom, and y'all were going to go.
Yeah. Lisa and Mom had blankets.
Okay.
Because Lisa's going to be prepared.
Yeah.
She brings blankets when it's in the 70s.
That's Terry.
So I wasn't worried about that.
Well, Terry sleeps in a sweatshirt and sweatpants too.
I just but it was cold. The wind. And plus we'd already got into the spring state of mind.
Yeah.
Where you lie to yourself and go, well, spring's here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And man, that wind got to blowing. The kids, one of them, I noticed he got up, he kind of hit with the ball, and when it's colder, it makes it worse. And he didn't like that. And then I looked, and he had a big puffy jacket on.
Yeah,
he'd gotten cold.
Okay.
Yeah, but Ellis did good. He was down just running around. He acted like he wasn't even cold. So
what's the deal with kids? They'll do that.
Yeah, but it was.
And all you could think about was how cold you were the entire time.
Oh, the wind was terrible.
How did Coach Taylor Burgess do?
He did fine.
Would he look cold?
He didn't look that cold.
Was it somebody?
No, here's the best part.
There?
Taylor's father-in-law helps him, and Randy had shorts on.
What?
Yes, he's one of those that wear shorts all the time.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but I think he even admitted I may have made the wrong call on this. But yeah, he had them shorts out there, and I said, man, you must can handle the cold better than me.
It's funny because Tyler, our oldest, whenever he stopped playing, he started going to, support his brothers who were younger, and he would comment, man, it's cold. I've never been cold at a game. I'm like, yeah, because you've always been playing.
Yeah.
Now you're out here standing outside the fence. Welcome to misery.
I've been colder at baseball games than I have any football games.
Yes.
I think it's the state of mind, I think.
Well, it's just something about standing there, and you're not moving. You're just standing there. And I know some of you out there right now, you know exactly what we're talking about. Some of you are going to work, Reese Wilburn, and you're going to be out there for 10 hours. You're going to freeze your butt off.
Yep.
You know what it's like. It's just miserable being cold.
Well, I was miserable last night. I will say that.
I did. I even commented to Terry. I said, Greg Burgess is so cold right now.
I was hoping for a mercy rule.
And it makes it worse when your back hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the promo code code Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Something's up. You can't quite pinpoint it, but you can't deny it either. All you have to do is trust your gut. Now listen to it and prepare with My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Many of them choose 3-month emergency food kits sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging. These ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Each kit, $200 off, and they'll ship fast and free. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon everyday earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com.
According to FBI crime data, most home break-ins happen in broad daylight. As the days get longer this spring, protect your home with Simply Safe at simplysafebubba.com. It's the award-winning home security we recommend. Simply Safe's advanced technology protects every room, window, and door of your home. Get 20% off now any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. So many updates today. We'll have an update on Rick's stress test that we talked about yesterday. Update on Greg's back. Who
Boy, we're falling apart. Ain't
still
we?
jacked up. He and Adler started talking yesterday post-show. And before you knew it, he had you down on the floor stretching. And we have video of a position that you felt comfortable in, but you knew you couldn't stay in.
Yeah.
So we'll have that today. So many things to discuss. We'll have Oprah Winfrey, the recap of her special last night. Actually, we got a little bit of audio from that. And yesterday, my number one, I guess, post, tweet, whatever you call it now, that I was tagged in was this Richard Simmons post that he put out.
Well, of course.
And he is now...
Any Richard Simmons news is tied to you.
Yeah.
He got licked in the eye.
He's 75 now.
How about that? He's
And
Dylan Mills.
Yeah, he posted an ominous message to X and Facebook yesterday. And it says, I have some news to tell you. Please don't be sad. I'm dying. The truth is we all are dying. Every day we live, we are getting closer to our death, which is true.
Well, yeah.
And he added a bunch of other stuff.
So he's trying to be philosophical.
Well, in a later post yesterday, he said he was sorry for the confusion. So many of you have gotten upset about my message today. Even the press has gotten in touch with me. He goes, I am not dying. In fact, he said his message was meant to be one about how we should embrace every day we have. And so that's confusing. So one of the main reasons why I'm bringing this up
away from him.
is because I know when Richard Simmons is brought up on this show, I'm a target. And so everybody is, have you seen? I just wanted to let you know, yes, we have seen it, and we will discuss this today.
And I will say this. And
here we
again,
go.
I'm sorry.
Here we go.
Since we found the old video.
I knew this was coming up.
I'd almost gotten past it because I'm as good as anybody to bring it up.
Right.
But it was so much worse
than
what we thought it was.
It was, yes.
I mean, not just you.
No, right.
Yeah, we thought it was just you.
No, right.
Oh, no.
Right.
There were others involved.
Yes.
And it was way worse than we remembered.
It was. It was.
I mean, my goodness, you could have filed charges.
We joke about that.
Yeah, that's a joke. But under today's rules especially.
I got to tell you something.
You could have gotten the Me Too movement after that.
I misremembered it. I
understand why.
I too did not remember it being that bad.
Yeah, I could see your face that day we replayed it. You were like, so
I
it was a lot worse than I thought.
Did you see? I looked over at him like, what are you doing?
Now don't act like you tried to fight Richard.
No, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
You were stunned.
Yes. Well, think about what he did.
I know. And
I didn't realize
he rounded the room. He didn't. Yeah. Everybody got a little love from Richard.
I didn't realize how long he kept it in there.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I was like you. I thought it was just real quick, but no, he was committed to it.
He was.
I mean, he's gonna lick your eye, and he was gonna lick it good.
He was, and he's gonna make. Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
But anyway, so he's
so that's all I wanted to do is just let everybody know. Hey, got it. We know it's out there, but there's an update to what a lot of folks are sending because a lot of folks are sending the original post on X that hey, I'm dying and all this kind of stuff. And I think there was like. He went on and added, why am I telling you this? Because I want you to enjoy your life to the fullest every single day. Get up in the morning and look at the sky, count your blessings and enjoy. He went on after saying that first post on X about things like that. And he had to clarify, I guess, later in the day.
I guess he did.
That he said, hey, I just want to let everybody know.
I'm not.
Sorry. Many of you got upset about my message.
Well, he should know.
But I'm not dying. He said his message was meant to let everybody know about how you should embrace the day.
Okay.
And said when CNN...
Maybe we can get an embrace the day phrase. How about that?
Yes. He said CNN actually, prior to Simmons' apology yesterday on X, saying, I'm sorry for the confusion, a reporter reached out to, I guess, his spokesperson, Richard's spokesperson, and said that the post was meant to be motivational in nature, not a personal announcement related to his health.
He missed on that one, didn't he?
Yes. He said, I can confirm with 100% certainty that Richard is not dying.
Now, is he still in hiding? I mean, no one's seen him for years.
I know.
Right? I wonder what he looks like.
Now, this is a stretch.
Think about it. All you do is you remember him back in the days, he's in his little striped shorts licking your face.
Easy.
Nowadays, I wonder if
see, the way you say that, people hear that. They don't know what's going on. They think he's licking
the video.
His spokesperson went on to say,
like.
and now this is a stretch, I think. This is where they go too far in their statements. Okay. He's, in fact, very healthy and happy. The sole purpose of the post was meant to be inspirational. So there you go. There's a thread of post on his X page stemming from his original post. And so you can go along and follow that. Just search Richard Simmons on X, and all that will come up. And there's tons of stories on it.
It's good to hear Richard's still good.
Yeah. So there's your update on old Richard. We have another update.
Buddy.
Yeah. This one here, I want your reaction. We talked about how Oprah Winfrey had her special last night on weight loss, and she was going to break it all down, right? Well, last night she kind of started out like this. Take a listen.
I took on the shame that the world gave to me. For 25 years, making fun of my weight was national sport.
Greg.
1990, I saw myself on the cover of TV Guide's best and dress list. And I remember thinking, oh, look, there I am on the cover. Mr. Blackwell, the tastemaker of the time, called me bumpy, lumpy, and downright dumpy.
Greg.
I was ridiculed on every late night talk show for 25 years and tabloid covers for 25 years. So in an effort to combat all the shame, I starved myself for nearly 5 months and then wheeled out that wagon of fat. And after losing 67 pounds on a liquid diet, the next day I started to gain it back.
Yep. Hope you're happy, Greg. You hear what she said she went through?
I've never been a...
What?
I don't think I've ever talked about Oprah's weight. Unless it was like that was what the subject was about.
I'm glad we're not out there in a thunderstorm.
I don't remember. But I do feel now, though, you think about it, even though, because we all say, well, she's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, which she is.
Mm-hmm.
But that's probably rough. And people, what do you say, frumpy, dumpy, and plumpy or something?
Something like that. I know you were going to focus on that one line.
But yeah, I mean.
It's something like that, Greg. It's something like, let's see here.
Shame.
Let's see.
Mr. Blackwell, the tastemaker of the time, called me bumpy, lumpy, and downright dumpy.
Okay.
Mr. Blackwell. Bumpy, lumpy, and downright dumpy.
There's a quick.
What did she come out and say? What she's been
doing? Well, we have the story. We'll discuss more on the main show. We're just kind of teasing a little bit of it. We have that update for you today as well.
Okay. Well,
so you feel bad a little bit
I do. I mean, I could see how that would be hurtful.
Right.
Especially if you had to go on a liquid diet.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah. I mean, being.
Because you can't maintain that.
No.
And like she even said that the minute she lost it, she said, well, because you can't live on liquids.
No. It has to be
possible.
We've discussed this. It has to be there's no miracle drug, even though there's lots of advancements. Yeah. You still have to have a lifestyle change. And
that's hard.
It is. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour. A lot to discuss today, and we've discussed some of it, just teasing it for you. Main show starts at top.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey folks, Rick here. Something's up, something big. You can't quite pinpoint it, but you can't deny it either. All you have to do is trust your gut, listen to it, and prepare with My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Many of them choose 3-month emergency food kits. With 22 food and drink varieties, there'll be no food boredom. With over 2,000 calories per day, there'll be no starvation. And sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging, these ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. 25 years. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at our special website, preparewithbubba.com, and you'll get each kit for $200 off. Protect yourself, protect your people. Get your kits at preparewithbubba.com. They'll ship fast and free. Go to preparewithbubba.com. Each kit is $200 off for you. You can also find that link by going to rickandbubba.com. Rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button. You saw the Fox News story on house stealing, right? When's the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. You better protect your home's title from scammers and identity thieves who could take over your home's title and wipe you out financially. The titles to all of our homes are easily found online. A criminal or a renter, even a family member, simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Don't think your homeowner's insurance or common identity theft programs protect you. You need Home Title Lock, and they're our choice. Home Title Lock is the premier detection technology that protects your home's title. The instant they detect activity or something suspicious, they mobilize to help shut it down. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out for free with this offer. You'll get a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary Home Title Lock protection. Go to HomeTitleLock.com, use the promo code BUBBA, or visit rickandbubba.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Hey folks, let me guess. Your medicine cabinet is crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality, clean ingredients, no fluff, no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help and support health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm. 80% said it helped with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found something that works, try making the change to CB Distillery. And with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. They even have several products to choose from for pets. Get 20% off your purchase today at cbdistillery.com with the code BUBBA. That's cbdistillery.com. Use the code BUBBA for 20% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Helmsy off, Lord willing, be back tomorrow, I believe. We'll get an update from him probably later this afternoon. But we have got a ton of things to discuss. We've updated you on a number of them. Oprah Winfrey's special last night that aired just about weight loss and the the different things and studies and a panel and having everybody out there. We talked a little bit about that. Had she had been ridiculed, and the losing weight battle is never ending. But we hit that a little bit. We got more of that, and that'll be during the main show. We also talked about Richard Simmons and
your buddy.
His I guess, post on X that got everybody into a tizzy when he said he was dying. Then he had to kind of run behind that and say, actually, I'm not dying. It was more of a motivational thing because we're all dying, which we are.
Do that thing about we're all going to die.
Right.
Eventually, and we're closer today than we were yesterday, and that is true. Yeah. So he was trying to make one of those points, and then everybody said, Richard's dying.
Yeah.
Well, plus the fact we haven't seen him in public in years.
So and then there was all these weird things about he's being held captive in his own home and, all these kind of weird things. But we'll have that story more on it today. Real quick update. Yesterday, I put on my Instagram story, it's at Calvin Speedy. I started getting emails about, let me see the tractor y'all went and got, and what, and I had not put that out, and so I did to back up the story. So there's video on my story. It'll be good for about 24 hours since I put that out yesterday around a little after lunch.
You been doing any farming?
I haven't, but I got an update from down at the Lenore Farms, and they said it cranked back up and. There's a punch list of things.
I think I need to see. Maybe it hasn't been used.
Little center link. I got to get that. I got to get some other things, and we got to do some work on it. But it's at its new home, and so that's all great.
That's right.
Looking back at the video and how it all worked out, it's really a miracle we got it all back.
Yeah,
it really was.
Even the kayak.
Yeah.
That was a home run there.
Yeah. That was just icing on the cake right there. I really am in good with Terry on that one. Because she was like, look, if you can't, just leave it. And I talked to the guys. I was like, look, after we kind of had it all set up, I was like, do you think it's possible we can make it fit?
Yeah, and found a good spot.
Yeah.
Now, I was a little concerned that rope was going to come loose on the way home. Yeah.
Yeah. There was
ride.
It was some ratchet straps. We had it cinched down really good.
It's a long ride.
All right. So John Mellencamp.
John's been known to be kind of crass.
Yeah. He was trying to tell a story on stage, and a short. He said, "You want to hear a real short version of John Mellencamp's Jack and Diane?" Well, you did if you were in Toledo, Ohio, Sunday night, because he was telling a story about his grandmother, and an impatient heckler called out for more rock, less talk. And it turns out Mellencamp's patience is even shorter because he got frustrated and abruptly stopped the song and the concert, according to this story.
It sounds like, and I saw James Taylor in this setting one time.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those deals where he's up there with a guitar, and he talks about the songs he's written. Part of the show is his stories, and then he'll play songs.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that's what this was.
Right.
So you got some smart aleck who wanted more music. And, buddy, that you may, and I get it, you bought a ticket and all that, but my goodness, that's kind of rude.
Right.
He's in a story about his grandmother.
Right.
And the guy heckles him.
Yeah.
Well, John's been known to get mad.
He is very upset here. At 32 seconds, it's unclear if it was the original guy that yelled out more music, but somebody screams, "I'm sorry, John."
Please, John.
Let's listen to how this went out.
And she went, "It's just like you, buddy, to be a smart aleck when I'm talking to Jesus."
He's talking about his grandmother here.
And then it got real quiet.
Oh, the crowd didn't
so
like it.
That's when the guy screams out, "More rock, less talk."
I think I've been any
John threw something back at him. It was unclear what he said, really.
Joe, find this guy and let me see him after the show.
Talking to security.
Anyway, before I was so rudely interrupted.
I'm sorry, John.
Guys, I can stop this show right now and just go home.
All right, so now he tries to go.
So wonderful. I'm going to cut about 10 songs out of the show. Here we go. A little ditty.
And somebody says something else. Hey, listen.
Show's over.
And so
did he leave?
It looks like it. It says that he was it was in Toledo. It turns out he ends the show due to hecklers. That's what he said. It said the article says.
Okay, now if he did, if you listen, the majority of people were for him.
Yeah,
he shouldn't have left.
No. And how do you think about
I don't blame
today's
for calling the guy out if he wants to do that, but the majority of the people in there were wanting. They were good with your stories. They were wanting you to continue the show.
Yeah.
Surely he didn't leave.
I'm reading what's available.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes this clickbait stuff, maybe he came back out. I don't know the full story. We'll try to get some more info on that. But in today's world where, you know, I mean,
they were just rude.
Tickets are expensive. The economy, you got a full, room like that, and people are there to just stop it and walk off. That means that you don't care anything
because of one guy.
Yeah, surely not. Now again, that guy. I think the whole less talk, more rock. I mean, that was a little impatient.
Yeah.
But I don't know, because to your point, it looked like that the
majority of the people were for him, and you left them hanging.
Yeah.
That ain't good.
It looks like he did come back out and finish the show, and they did kick the guy out.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a little better.
There you go. There's your update.
John was mad. Played a couple of verses of Jack and Diane and left. Cut the show by 10 songs.
So he stopped it and went to pout for a little bit, and then came back out. Thought about it. Some handler said, "Hey, buddy, you might get some ticket refunds out here. People might start wanting their money back."
But don't cut your nose off, spite your face.
That's right. You might want to rethink that, John, because it might cost you here.
Yeah, and you called the guy out, told him to meet you backstage. I mean, that was funny.
Yeah.
You could have left it at that.
Kick the guy out now, and let's move on.
There you go.
I'll tell you what, I'll come back out there if you remove him.
Yeah, it might have been that.
So they did, and he came back out.
Well, that's better ending. I feel better about John. I was mad at him for a second.
How you feel about Jack and Diane?
Tired of it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you,
Does it take you, when you hear it, does it take you back to a time?
Yes, absolutely. I remember it early 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a good song, but I've heard it so many times.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those.
It makes me think of the lake, because we had a lake close to where I live down in South Mississippi in Pascagoula, and we would go to the lake and all that and just have a good old time. And that song was hot during that time.
Yeah.
It makes me think of that.
I had a cassette tape of that record, of the whole album.
Yeah.
And I remember it was a good cassette tape, by the way. Had a lot of good stuff on it. And I
what year was that?
80s. It was in the 80s.
Yeah, I forget what was it.
I was still in high school, so it had to be early 80s.
Yeah,
I say I was.
Yeah, because I wasn't. I mean, I was still young a little bit, so maybe early 80s. We'll just leave it at that.
I figure early.
Can't remember the exact year, but yeah, it does take me back.
Hit.
Well, when I hear it, it takes me back to an exact place. And very few songs do that, but some just jump out at you because you know.
Oh yeah.
They were so hot at the time.
Yeah.
But that was a good one.
Oh, Jack and Diane.
Oh, Jack and Diane.
Yeah, I remember we all thought that was the greatest thing ever.
Growing up best they can.
But John's still doing it. But I tell you what, don't do. Don't tell him to quit talking.
No. Would you go see John Mellencamp if he was in town?
Don't know.
Okay.
Probably not.
All right.
Nothing against him. It's just me making the effort to go.
It's really more about just going to anything live like that at night.
It's not so much John. It's just all the effort it takes to get there.
Right.
And the ticket situation nowadays.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. It is right at 15 minutes until top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, if you're facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, or struggling to make monthly payments, you need to know there are special services available right now that can significantly reduce what you pay each month by 40% or more. And that means if you qualify, you could save hundreds of dollars every month. Most people don't know that these services are available to help Americans with overwhelming credit card debt get significant savings and immediate financial relief without filing bankruptcy. That's why Accredited Debt Relief was established, and they've established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you might qualify for. They've helped consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need. The information's free. So call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now, 1-800-885-3500. 800-885-3500. Programming services not available in all states.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Dog parents are loving Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend Premium Dog Food.
The way she acts and the way she moves, it's just so much better. And she's like a puppy again. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a freeze-dried raw food made with 0 artificial preservatives, so it's naturally shelf-stable with no mess, freezer, or fridge required. Plus, it's full of premium turkey, beef, salmon, and meat your dog will love.
We started with Nature's Blend. She's happy, she sleeps well, she's energetic. I am just delighted with this product.
When given the choice, Nature's Blend and Amazon's #1 bestseller in dry dog food, 29 out of 30 dogs chose Nature's Blend first.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of delicious beef liver treats. Go to drmartypets.com/treat or text TREAT to 511-511. Text TREAT to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request.
Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
We got about 10 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by cbdistillery.com. I was just actually discussing with someone just the other day. They asked about this because they said they were having trouble getting a good night's sleep. And they said they were headed there to get more information on it. And if you are still not sleeping well, maybe you're hurting or you're stressed out, check out cbdistillery.com and use promo code Bubba. Their targeted formulas are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. No fluff, no fillers, no Nothing, weird, just pure effective CBD solutions designed to help you support your health. It's something that we're getting a lot of good feedback from a lot of you out there that are using it, that are experiencing these issues. CBDistillery.com, with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee. This is the source you can trust. As a listener or viewer of the show, we've also secured you a 20% discount to get you started. They even offer pet products to those folks that might need that with some stressed out animals. I can relate when the storms come rolling in. CBDistillery.com. Save 20% with promo code Bubba. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so, Greg, do you remember when we went out to the local fair and that grizzly?
Oh, yeah.
That grizzly bear was there. And we stuck our hand in there, and I thought
we had
to myself,
trust that guy.
I know. And we don't even know, we don't remember that guy, nothing about him.
He's an idiot.
We just trusted him, and we stuck our hand in a cage and let a grizzly
eat a marshmallow right out of the palm of our hand.
And the whole time,
I'm not sure why it was a marshmallow.
The whole time I'm thinking to myself, this is so stupid.
Yeah, what if that guy he's some idiot and he's just wrong?
Right, and that grizzly just decided, I like your hand, and I'm going to bite it.
I'll take it and the marshmallow.
It would have grabbed our hand, probably up to about our wrist, and pulled us in, and probably taken it off. That's what I got
you guys
in my mind.
Arm off?
Yeah, I'm screaming with no hand.
It was a possibility.
But that was probably the when.
But at least that was in a controlled environment.
Right. But still, it's still a grizzly bear.
It is.
We trusted a man we didn't know.
And they can go bad.
He seemed like a nice guy.
He did. He seemed knowledgeable.
Yeah, and we were there, and we were trying to get some things going, and so we stuck our hand in there, and that was just so idiotic. I just think back to that. I'm thinking, but how I was also trying to think. Because in my mind, the grizzly bear can sense what I'm thinking, like if I'm scared or
read
something.
Your mind.
I was also trying to think like mean thoughts, like
make it mad.
Like I'm a bad egg. Check me out. Here's my hand. You better not bite it.
I was wanting him to concentrate on the marshmallow.
Yeah, well. But we have a story here of someone. It's not a grizzly, but it is a coyote. And what was he thinking? Because this one here is just a wild coyote.
This coyote's in the wild.
A little different.
People have been feeding it, and it would come around the area, which you shouldn't do.
No.
Because then they start coming in the closer they get.
Yep.
Well, then this moron, and there's a video of it. He gets down filming it. The coyote, it looks like he's in either a parking lot or a traffic jam. I guess it's a parking lot up around some ski resort. And he sees it, and he squats down. He's going, come here, I know you're cold, and all this stuff. Well, it runs up and bites him.
Yeah.
What did he think it was going to do?
I don't know.
And then he gets to cussing the coyote.
Oh, yeah. I wish we could
play
the audio, but we can't. There ain't no way.
But anyway, people, wild animals, even though he looks like a little puppy, he's not.
They're not domestic dogs, y'all.
No, and they're not going to be your friend. They haven't bonded with people. They've been living in the wild.
No.
You're just a threat or maybe a source of food.
Right.
That's it.
They are wild animals. Do not
But I wish we could play
them.
the video because he's doing baby talk to it.
Yeah.
And then it bites him, and all of a sudden he starts cussing it, dropping F-bombs and everything else at it. Well, and you're the one. He didn't come up to you.
No.
He bends over. You know how you do a dog, and you go, "Come here." That's what he did. Yeah. And here it comes. And then when it got to him, snap.
Yeah, that is not
blankety
smart.
Blank. What in the world? Why you coyote? Say, dang, how do you expect that to end? Was it going to get in the car? Because he was telling it that I know you're cold. Were you going to put it in the car and heat it up a little bit? It's a wild animal. He's dealt with the snow.
Right.
Many times.
He's wearing a fur coat.
Yeah. This is a place where it snows a lot.
He's kind of his gig. This is what he does.
He's got a little den somewhere he'll go get in once you quit feeding him hot dogs.
Looking for something to eat, and he likes your hand.
Yeah, because like they say, when people start this, they end up, if you're these people that are loving animals, well, when you do that, they usually end up having to come euthanize them because they won't leave people alone.
Correct.
Because they see them, hey, they're going to feed me.
Yeah.
And then when they don't feed them, they don't react very well.
They don't.
And your pets, they'll come get them too.
Yeah.
But
boy, I tell you, I was on the way into work probably 2 weeks ago, I guess. There's a little stretch of interstate where it's just woods on both sides, and you always see the deer come out right on the edge of the interstate. They eat so close to that interstate. I'm like, I try to stay in the middle lane. Yeah. But I didn't see any deer this morning that I'm talking about, but I did see 3 coyotes on the left side of the interstate where you normally see the deer. Hey, big old healthy things too. Big coyotes.
That reminds me, 119 right here.
Yeah.
There's a stretch there. You better watch.
Really?
Last night, Lisa came over to the game. Well, she was going back home.
Yeah.
And she said, I'm just going to go down here and cut through 119. I said, that's fine. I promise. I said, but pay attention. I said, because there's deer. She calls me.
No.
She said a deer had run into the side of my car. But and I said, well, is it? She goes, it's still driving. It don't seem like there's anything wrong and all this. And anyway, she finally got to the populated area and got out. And do you believe there's no damage or anything?
Are you serious?
And she said she said when it hit, it's like it even moved the car over a little bit. I said, well, I wonder if maybe it was a coyote or something that ran it. She didn't see it. She just heard it hit the passenger. It hit the passenger side. It ran into the car.
Yeah, maybe she just skimmed it.
Because I thought, well, here goes, because you know how.
No, yeah, they'll tear it up.
Oh, I had that one. I was in a dealer car.
I was too.
We both were, and it came out and hit me.
Yeah,
I didn't hit it. It hit me right there at the fender well.
Yeah, it was a
front
kamikaze
tire,
deer.
and just destroyed the car.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was so funny because she was panicking. And
well, I would too.
Yeah, and I kept saying, I said, now, the car driving good? Yeah. You don't hear anything scrubbing? But anyway, I was expecting her to at least call with the door caved in.
Yeah.
But so far, I'll have to take a closer look at it. But something hit her, ran into the side of her. And what's funny is I just said it. I was like, look, you got to watch out.
You can go that way, but
yeah,
you better watch it. So I'm coming out of where I used to live, and there's about a 2-mile stretch where it's just 2-lane. And this deer comes out of nowhere, almost like it was waiting for me. Like, okay, wait, and go.
I know, then they panic.
And I just saw a brown blur, and it hit to your point, that front left quarter panel. Mm-hmm. And all you have time is just, yeah, you don't have time to do anything. Well, it's pitch dark. You can't see anything. No road lights or anything like that. So I limp to the gas station, and I'm in a dealer car. Oh, yeah. And I pull over where it's good and bright, and I look, and it's messed up, buddy. It is. I took pieces of my car off and just put it in the back.
I had just started working here because I remember you pulling the parking deck. We were down there going, ooh.
Gosh almighty, you can't have. How about that call to management?
Oh, I know.
And they're like, well, this is kind of why we have insurance and all that. But gosh.
I've wrecked 2 dealer cars like that, hitting animals. Yeah. I had a run going there.
Yeah. But yeah, the coyotes I saw were nice, and we have talked. They're just everywhere now. We have conversations, within the neighborhood of, hey, watch out, don't keep your dogs out late. Yeah. If they're small.
Oh, they get screaming at the house. I can hear them out in the woods.
Yeah, but these ones I saw were healthy. I'm telling you, they didn't look old mangy. They were big old.
They got a pretty good food source.
Yes, sir. You see some of them. Good night. But back to this, you don't reach out to a wild animal. At least with that grizzly, it was somewhat tame, and it was at the fair. Still not smart.
Yeah,
but
this guy's out in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's not good.
The funny part, he's baby talking it until it bites him, and then he starts cussing it.
And then he can't believe it.
Yeah.
How you doing, little coyote?
Oh, come here. You look cold. He's thinking, yeah, you're going to think cold when I chomp down on
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think they eat apples.
Well, that's just what I had. That's the only bite I had. Sorry about that. All right, so we'll take a break. The main show will start. We have covered a lot, and we'll break it down a little bit more when the guys join us here right after top of the hour break. Oh, did you see this? Alabama, Coach DeBoer. Did you see what he's bringing in a year?
What's he going to bring in?
He is going to make $10.875 million per year.
Okay.
Alabama is paying
that'll make you pack
Coach
your bags
DeBoer.
and move across the country.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It really does. But like I say, he's...
Wow. Good night, man.
He don't understand the pressure he's about to be under, but I guess 10 million reasons to help deal with it.
Yep, you got you some reasons to come on in and deal with it. Roll Tide. His 8-year contract was approved Monday by the University of Alabama System Board of Trustees, and DeBoer will make $10 million in his first year of the deal that will run through December 31, 2031. His compensation will increase $250,000 per year and grow to $11.75 million in the final year of his deal.
Wow.
Coach DeBoer.
Rick and Bubba.
You can, of course, use the TuneIn app. You got the live show every day. And then you got best of Rick and Bubba moments 24/7. You can certainly enjoy that. Our podcast archives are there. A lot for you to enjoy. So we've been, pandemic Rick and Bubba, trying to get all these various home setups for everybody, using Zoom, but then trying to get better microphones and better stuff. And we got on the air, and then we're adjusting as we go. And So Helmsy's been working in various situations at his house. We've had a lot of fun at his expense about the microphone that he found, and it was a doozy. An oldie but a goodie. An oldie but a goodie. And it was a prominent microphone. And so Bubba has been able to help and try to get some stuff to the various members of the program. Bubba stepped up by creating a green screen on a wall in his house, so that his graphics behind him will look clearer and more crisp than these you just pull up in the Zoom setup, which, well, those kind of take away people's ears and their heads disappear into it. So you have a green screen like you like it, and a new microphone today. Helms, is that correct?
I do, and I'm loving this microphone, and I'm loving the fact that I can actually hear how loud or low my volume is for me talking. That's been the biggest challenge with me. With that other look, I love big distraction right here. I love big distraction. And I'm gonna keep him right here just so I can talk to him every once in a while.
Sure.
But I couldn't hear myself, and so it was so frustrating for me because Bubba would be like, "I love hearing you scream in that microphone." Yeah. And I wouldn't think I was screaming. I mean, I just thought I was talking normal. So this is a huge step up, Bill Bubba Bussy. Thank you so much for this, and the headphones. But over the weekend, I bought. Now I know Greg's gonna love this, and he's gonna think, "Wow, you're really dedicated to this." I rarely do things halfway. Y'all know that, and so I thought, look, if you're gonna have a studio in a room, let's do it right. Let's get a green screen. And so I reached out to James Spann, and he gave me some ideas on some top paint just to paint the wall versus, buying one of these screens that may take 6 weeks to come in with these shipping deals. So we've got some painting we've got to do around the house. So I almost use this as a trial run for Caroline, because Caroline has been on me about, hey, let me paint that room. Let me do this. Let me do that. And I said, Caroline, I don't know that you can paint. And so I let her paint this. And it actually she did a fantastic job. And I'll show you what she did if I can pull it up here. Let's just say no. So there's a wall behind me.
Yeah, that was good.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And this is I went to a paint shop and just said, hey, look, this is what I'm looking for. And they were able to help me out. And she painted it for me. She did. It's trimmed up. It goes only certain height, and of course it does, because it's this color. It does look ridiculous in here.
Yeah, sure.
But and this is
a pleasant color.
And this is the Xbox room that Braden created.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've kind of had a compromise where the Xbox is still in here, and he can still have a bunch of his stuff in here, but I've got to have this corner space for this desk and some light. Now I don't have a lighting situation like I need to, and Bubba and I were talking through that yesterday. I think a couple of changes, the green screen will even be better. And I've been watching some videos and stuff like that too, trying to figure it out. It's very complicated for me. I'm not a very smart guy when it comes to this stuff. So, for instance, I didn't even know where to talk in this new mic. Because I didn't know. I didn't know if it was on the back side, front side, whatever. So I had to watch a video to figure it out. But it turned out great. And so now I have a half painted green wall in one room of the house, and Amanda thinks it looks real good. Now here's the selling point. I bet she's thrilled. Well, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. I said, well, babe, this is the Xbox room. I said, have you ever seen the Xbox logo?
There you go.
Yeah, it's that color, actually.
It's that. That's what I told her. I said, that's this. I'm just increasing the vibe in the Xbox room. That's all.
Yeah, what y'all gonna do?
What color do you call that?
Well,
this is Sherwin-Williams Outrageous Green.
Yeah. Greg, what'd you call it?
They make a. I want to say it's called Roscoe's. They actually make a Roscoe's chroma key green screen paint, and that's supposed to be the top dog. That's supposed to be the best one you can get. But it was going to take a few weeks for that to come in, and so I went down to the local place. I found this color, and it was comparable to that. So.
Now, didn't you also say this was going to be originally a guest bedroom for in-laws that come over?
That's all right.
It was.
How's that going to work?
Well, when you're quarantined, it's not going to work anyway.
Well, that's true.
I just said I used that as I got that question, Speedy. She said I thought we were going to put a bed in there in case somebody. I said, so who's coming over? We're quarantined. I said we can change that up when that happens. And again, I used it as a test run for Caroline to paint. Now the problem with me on the painting deal is I promised Caroline that we would knock out some projects this week painting wise, and now that she did such a good job, I've got to paint.
Have to do it.
Yeah.
So that's the only downside. But yeah.
So what are some choices of background you can put on? The microphone's life changing. What are some? 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome to a brand new hour on a brand new day. How about you? We start this hour with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Let's bounce. Let's bounce. Another hour from the Big Boy Studio. And we have a lot to cover on today's program within the show and working our way out to the rest of the world. Your phone calls, always an option. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, have knocked out a kickoff hour for you. That's done. But they're here with us. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the tubers. Hello, tubers. Watching the show live or watching the archive or the best of hour on Blaze TV, whatever the case may be, welcome. Hello to America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. Thank you for listening today. Hello to those of you that are listening on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. You've got the live option. We're glad you're here. Or if you're listening to one of our show archives on our 24/7 channel there on TuneIn. Hello to all of you that are listening to podcast archives. We welcome you as well. However you are here, whether that be live, all the way live, or you're catching the archive, we're glad that you're here. But we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice. Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
There, not much of a back porch to land on, but welcome everybody to the Rick and Bubba Show. Hope you're doing well.
You know what I've noticed? I don't know if we've been practicing our lungs, But we do our holdouts so long now, I'm having to find longer songs. I've noticed over the years that
it's a wake up breathing act.
That holdout note's gotten longer and longer and longer, and I'm like, well, I got to find some long stuff. My goodness, I'm gonna have to start playing Zeppelin.
But you know what? Good tune.
It is a good tune. I thought you might like the little peppiness, a little Toby going right there. So, Bubba, we do have a lot to unpack on the program today. I mean, a lot within the show and outside the show. We will discuss things within the show. Greg has hurt his back. We'll talk about that. We also, I went for the checkup stress test yesterday. We're doing any medical procedures here on the show. We always cover.
Got to.
And there's been plenty of them as we all age. We'll talk about that. Oprah, I saw that special last night, and I see exactly where that is going. Richard Simmons has convinced everyone he's dying.
As we all are.
Yes, and we got to go back and revisit that. So we've got a lot to cover, and then there's all kinds of things happening, obviously, involving the nation and the world. So we have plenty to deal with on the program today.
Trump had a quote yesterday that's got a few people stirred up, but
really,
you know what? He
didn't say bloodbath again, did he?
No, he didn't. But the media bid on that one. They bid on that.
Boy, we couldn't play it because he cussed so much. The Joe Scarborough thing that Speedy played for us yesterday.
Nice.
Hey, let me tell you something. Jimmy Neutron has lost his ever-loving mind.
Was he? Can we document? I mean, I think what happened to him, but
was
he hit in the head or anything?
Right.
Did a boulder roll over him or something?
I don't know. When you look at Joe Scarborough, you understand this theme that ran throughout Scripture. When God said, "Be careful who you marry, because they're going to turn you away from you." Be careful. I mean, if you marry these pagan women, they're going to have you worshiping pagan gods. I'm telling you. And every single time, what did they do? It absolutely happened.
Yeah, when people talk about equal rights, I think I wish it was equal.
Right. I saw somebody put a quote up about Solomon. They said Solomon had all the wisdom in the world, but was still too stupid to do what God told him to do. Just like the rest of us.
Yep. It's a running theme through history.
It's a running theme.
So we've got a lot of medical things to cover today, and just sounds like several. My back's hurt too, Greg, but it ain't hurting bad enough to let Adler do to me what I think was done to you.
We have to look
y'all now. Y'all got to admit this. And yesterday I told him that I owed him an apology for letting him go on this long. You remember how his body used to look like he could run a weed eater?
Yeah.
Weed eater.
Yeah.
I can't talk this morning.
Yeah.
But he has actually got his posture in shape now from all his stretches. So he's kind of an expert.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
I saw that thing on TV you can wear that'll pull your shoulders back.
But you think about when he first came here, he was almost an O.
Greg,
it was a question mark.
Yeah, your line during the 20th anniversary tour was, "He's shaped like a question mark," to raucous laughter. Meanwhile, I'm just standing there holding the camera saying, "Thanks, buddy."
Did you feel the need to straighten up slightly then?
But I tell you,
it was bad.
I mean, it's unreal.
Well, let me tell you what I saw yesterday.
And he feels so much better.
Let me tell you, Eddie Van Adler is really growing as a man of God. And what we saw yesterday was him living out love your enemies.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he loved his enemies.
He was making weird stuff up for me to do so he could make fun
of
it.
It was one of the
still
other.
Good.
I'd like to think your heart was in the right place. I have no way to know.
It was. Back pain, there's nothing. I mean, it's horrible.
It's bad.
It actually helped me. And I thought,
everything.
I'm going to be good. But then I woke up this morning and I wouldn't get
Well, look, they had the roller out yesterday, and about 10 minutes into it, I'm like, why am I not rolling video? But I did capture one technique that Adler encouraged him to try.
All right.
And that's where we'll pick it up.
Are we going here now?
No, we'll come back.
We'll come back to that. But I will say
that'll
this.
be the very next segment.
One thing Greg said he was going to try yesterday, and it didn't work. He said, I'm going to try to get a haircut and see if it'll work.
I did get
I see that you got your knot peeled a little bit.
I did get a haircut.
So wait a minute, you had time for that, but you didn't have time for. I had him
quick.
Listen, Bubba, I had him set up as we've all used this guy before with the best back physical therapist that I've ever dealt with. Well, he's helped my sons with football injuries and sports injuries.
He's actually helped me with my
He's helped
neck.
Greg with his neck. He's helped me with my back.
Of course, that took forever, so I hope I only have one.
And I said, Greg, I can get you into this guy today. He even said, yes, send him. I'll take care of him. And he wouldn't go.
He wouldn't go.
Well, I thought I'd be okay today.
Well, are you?
No.
So meanwall, while you're getting whatever that haircut
he wanted to look sharp.
I mean, Jeff Lopez could give you that haircut. You could have got a 2-for-1.
You're probably right.
We could have.
I would have let him. Man.
While he had you in the pretzel.
This hair I got.
Somebody
man,
bring me some clippers. All right, we'll come back.
Yeah,
Bubba, you're not going to believe Adler helping Greg yesterday.
I'm just mad I wasn't rolling video earlier than I
know.
started. But
Is he loving his enemies, or is he just making Greg do things?
I think it's all
well,
both.
the jury's out.
We'll look at that when we come back. When the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
According
So,
tell him the name of it, Helms, the microphone.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about what you had up there before. That looks like I'm watching, the what is the that show, not Third Rock from the Sun, but it has all the geeks and the nerds in it. What is it? It's some show. I never really watched it, but
Rick, if you hadn't have said, I was about to tell you the name of it.
It's got all the nerds in it.
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory, yeah. It's like I'm watching the beginning intro of Big Bang Theory.
Is this what you're talking about?
No, you had some asteroids or something flying around behind you a minute ago, like some kind of space thing.
What you use for the kickoff hour?
Yeah.
All right, so I've got some choices now.
Yeah.
So I've got this one. So if I want to see more of Rick, I go here. If I want to see more of Bubba, I can flip flop these.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's not working, but I created a couple more. And I'll choose one here. Let's go to my desktop. And I love doing this on the fly.
Yeah, but I love that Rick and Bubba logo. That works.
Yeah.
Since it's the Rick and Bubba show.
Sure.
Let's see if you like this one.
I don't like anything. I don't like anything space.
You don't like anything space.
I don't like anything space. It looks like we're doing a show about space, or like we're on one of Span's broadcasts or something.
Speedy, what you?
Yeah, I don't like space backgrounds. Well, what are we? A science show? There you go. There we go. Now it's Lord of the Rings. I like that.
Yeah.
Speedy, what you need to do is go over there to where Rick is and take a picture of my empty seat, and then take a picture of Helm's empty seat.
Okay.
Send it to us, and we can use that as a background, so we'll look just like we're sitting there.
All right. Do you want it you want it vertical or horizontal?
Horizontal.
Okay.
That's funny. That's good.
Consider that done.
But I like anything that has the Rick and Bubba logo up there.
And that's the one you didn't like?
Yeah, I don't like that
earlier.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
I thought you'd like that, Rick.
No, you misread that one.
I did. Because I thought it looked like Late Show kind of.
No, it does too like
Rick,
space.
We've been chroma keying back since I was doing Dialing for Dollars with Bill Hack. My first cameraman job.
Count them out.
We all love that.
Yeah, Rick and Bubba logos, outdoor. Oh, I like that. That right there looks good.
Coming live from my office in New York City.
We'll be right there.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so do we want to get into the Trump deal yesterday? That really had everybody kind of fired up. There was so much Trump. I saw you guys saying, every day when the presser starts, I start watching to see if anybody's going to prompt us all to go watch it.
I'm very proud of myself.
You can't always get what you want.
Incredible. Really amazing.
Trump
Don't be
update.
stupid.
But if you try some
Trump update.
you might find
Somebody say it.
Or no
you
deal.
get what you need.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
About Trump.
Boys. So the daily presser, it's always when will he take a question? It's really like watching Nick Saban at a press conference. Yeah, you're waiting on the one question that's going to get him going. And the new thing now is we've tried to impeach Trump. We've tried this, the left trying to find some way. We thought this would be a nonpartisan situation since we could be rolling into a modern day depression and we've got people sick and dying and we're chasing a pandemic. But oh no. We continue to try to find a way in all this to go after Trump as well. And of course, he's a different animal, which is what we love. He's actually causing the left to expose who they really are because he actually fights back. So at the presser yesterday, you guys were telling me he fought back. And they're going to, and we know what's going to happen. And you said they did talk about it on the 5 yesterday. Don't worry, the left is just going to shift to whenever the president opens up the country and the economy starts back, no matter, and we'll get into the discussion today about how that's going to work, but no matter if he just says, governors, do what's best for your state, he will still be held accountable. Now, he'll never get credit for anything that he's done that was beneficial, but what'll happen now, our first play on Trump, which he takes on and destroys yesterday, is he didn't act quick enough.
Yeah.
Now, you have to conveniently forget a lot of things, as Trump points out. But remember now, since this is going to fail miserably, the next one will be he started the economy back too quick and he cost people their lives.
Yeah.
That'll be the next play that we'll have. And they'll keep a running tally of deaths post the return to the economy, and every one of those they'll lay at Trump's feet. But anyway, you got to be a leader and know that's going to happen and do what's best for the country. But so here we go. I think we're just going to see the video that he showed to the press yesterday. Is that what we're about to watch?
Yes, we are.
And that's coming out of Skype Out?
It is.
All right. Here we go. Another Rick and Bubba show is cranking, and thank you for being with us today. We'll get to some of your phone calls before the day is done, and look forward to chatting with you, America, shortly. So looking back over yesterday, baby brother's got some back trouble. He does a little running. He's trying to do just a little bit better. And, of course, he's struggling because he can't find his type 2 diabetes medicine because all the fat people have it. But by the way, they talked about that last night. But anyway, so
y'all mind let us with a little blood sugar have it?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind letting those with type 2 diabetes, they sure would like to have access to it. But anyway, so we'll discuss that on Oprah's special coming up here in a minute. But anyway, so Greg, you took up running. Of course, I tried to warn you that running beats on the body. And
you know how old you are, Greg?
And we're too old for that.
Yeah. But
we should not be running unless there's a fire.
I was winding down. I was like, it's been a good little
And
run.
what happened? Something came off the car,
but sometimes you go too far. You say, oh, that muscle in the back.
Something fell off.
But once you,
are you stretching out good before you run?
Yes.
Are you stretching your lower back when you run?
I do.
Our prediction is that you didn't.
You do not. Don't just lie.
I do stretch far.
Okay.
How much?
Pretty much.
That's a lot.
So anyway, something happened when you were ending your run, trying to do just a little bit better. And I told you yesterday that I had the guy, and you wanted no part of that. You were even in town.
First day.
You spent the night in town.
Yeah.
You were in town all day to see
y'all
little.
are threat to run
Greg,
real quick.
you were walking like a silverback. Okay, let's quit acting like you were okay.
Y'all go a little quick sometimes.
Hey, for 4 hours I heard you complain about your back yesterday.
So anyway, Silverback wouldn't listen. And so anyway, Adler.
Well, it felt better in the afternoon, but boy, it didn't this morning.
And so Adler says, he struggles.
I was so cold at the game last night, I didn't realize my back was even hurt.
Greg, welcome to the first day of spring.
Yeah,
froze to death.
We started it with a freeze here in Bama, which was weird. But and it's still cold right now. But anyway, Adler decided to help Greg. Because he does various back stretches.
I don't know if we can play this, but evidently Greg was training to be a plumber also at the same time.
It's the way Burgesses are made, our torso. We have a hard time keeping our britches up.
Yeah, it's just his lower back. All right, so understand, we had already been in the studio. Adler had him out with the roller. He was telling him to do all these things and like bend over, count to 10. I don't know. And so finally, he told him to get to the love seat, throw his legs up.
I may go in there again.
And I finally got some video. This is the interaction between the two.
I forgot. I should have complimented you earlier, but you're not winning your guy anymore.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you so much.
I just put standing by.
That's so nice.
Does that make you feel better?
It does.
What are you doing, Greg?
I'm trying to do something about this pain.
Struggling.
I don't know how you hurt your back running. That's not possible.
Yes, it is.
I didn't lift nothing. I was just jogging.
It's the way you're moving.
All of a sudden I thought, man, I'm kind of sore. Maybe I need to stop.
Right.
Which just happened before. Then I go sit down and it goes away.
Right.
Last night I couldn't sleep at all.
Is this helping? Is this helping?
It is, but if it's bad, I can't just stay like this all day. It's good ones I'm like this.
Yeah, if I could just go the rest
of
of
the day. If I get
like
up and walk around, it's not. Can you pick me up like this turn to a truck?
That's good, Greg. So that's when you're in real trouble. You lay flat on your back. You put your legs up in a couch.
Yeah, you told him to do this, and he did.
And you said it helped, Greg.
You did.
All right,
I had false hope.
Won't you go do it again in the break?
Yeah, you can.
Or right now.
Oh, he was prior to the kickoff hour. He was on the floor with the roller and stretching and everything.
Yeah, we tried to explain to him that his hamstrings being tight will mess up his back.
But that really don't feel like that they're connected.
They are 100% connected.
Yeah, they're connected, Greg.
They're so connected.
Greg, you know the foot bone's connected.
Yeah, your whole body. When you're running, your body is pounding and moving and shifting. All right, so here was my waste of time yesterday. It started started at 10.
You'll never get it back.
It started right after the show. Here comes my waste of time.
I had plans. I had things to do.
I contact
here all day.
I had stuff to
the
do.
best physical therapist that I've ever been around when it involves the back and the neck. Hey, can you work Greg, my baby brother, in today?
You went that far.
Yeah. Back issue, had something go south. Sure thing. I'll get him in even to see the doc if he needs some meds, and then he can see me, and I'll do some physical therapy on him. Any particular time work for you, person who's in high demand? He has a grandkid ball game at 6, but wide open other than that. He was staying all day, by the way.
Had a good haircut.
Here it is. Have him come on over, and I'll just work him in on his own time. Time passes. I get turned down. I send back. So Greg, in parentheses, typical, is going to see how he feels tomorrow, and he puts back a laughing face. Okay, whatever.
Well, Greg.
It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe Adler, can you help him go through any? Is there any other stretches maybe he could do
I think
today?
I'm stretched
Well, you
enough
got to
on
do
that
the
video.
stretches every day, Greg.
Yeah, do the
You
one
remember?
that where you were like you were in a huddle, like bend over, like your hands were on your knees and you were kind of sitting there.
Yeah, we'll
and,
do 'em
and
right
make
now.
it. Yeah,
There we go.
Adler, do you want me to put him through the perfect stretch?
Oh, what is it?
Well, you know that's called the perfect stretch.
No, don't start all that.
What's that again?
It's called the perfect stretch.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the perfect.
Oh, is that where you
stretch.
go and you walk up? Yeah.
And then you come back out this way.
Yeah. He can't do that with his back.
Oh,
No way.
No, I think it would hurt him.
Yeah.
But
It's like
you,
a lunge and a twist. So you're
Yes.
talking about that
you
one?
know, the one where Adler
He
had
can't do that.
You were doing this and you were stretching your hams.
Yes.
You do need stretch.
Did that not help?
Stay
Not
on the
really.
edge
So
of
that didn't help.
That chair lift, that'll stretch him.
Yeah, Rick, he can't do that right now. He'd fall down.
Really? No way.
No,
That
he
seems like
can't
that would
do
help
it.
his lower back.
Let's warm up to that, Greg. Let's warm
I
up
ain't
to
doing that.
Huh?
Remember,
I ain't doing
All
that.
right.
hammies first, buddy.
Swing that around. a little.
Hammies first.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's stretch Greg's
we
hand.
go.
Hinge at your hips.
Tighten your belt up
Hinge
first.
at your
Hey,
hips.
there's nothing better than stretching in jeans. What do you do with jeans on? Worse.
A micro bend in your knees. Just a micro bend in your knees. Greg.
The worst is playing basketball in jeans.
Yeah, well, this is the absolute
All
worst.
right, here we go.
And you're pulling back like this.
Greg, work on your back.
That's good.
Oh, that's
How's that feel?
That's terrible.
Look.
Look. All right, can you touch your toes? Can you touch your toes?
Yep.
No way.
Okay,
Wow.
good.
Does that hurt, Greg? Does that hurt?
Now,
All right, so
bend
that's
your
not where the
knees,
problem
Bend
is.
your knees.
Where's the problem?
Bend your knees and flatten your back. Bend your knees and flatten your back.
He can't.
There you go.
Ah.
There you go. Now keep your back like that and pull your knees backwards to stretch your hamstring.
Greg, the last time
Oh.
I saw you in that position, we were in the woods. See there? Does that feel better, baby brother? Right.
Well, that's
well,
connected
probably
to your lower back.
Your hamstrings are not stretched properly.
Greg, you didn't stretch when you ran
did.
Sunday. Just
He
be
did.
honest.
I wish you wouldn't just say he does.
Come up slowly. Slowly. All right. Now straighten up. There you go. That's good.
Mhm. That's good. Good job.
You feel better, Greg?
That's real good.
Real.
I'm cured.
Hey,
Greg, feel good. Feel good.
All right. You got the roller too.
No, I ain't doing that.
You're gonna do. You will do the
maximus.
roller. You will do the roller.
yeah, you will roll that back. You'll
Greg,
do-
just lay down and throw it.
That
Greg,
roller
Greg,
hurts.
Greg, get better. What?
It's for your gluteus maximus and gluteus minimus, Greg. Yeah, I'm looking at you more like gluteus minimus.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So.
All right, so get on this thing.
You got to get that back ready
You
because
do.
I know you're going to have to deliver some furniture.
Grind it.
All right, ready? Now your turn, Greg. You got to do exactly what he did.
Yes, Greg.
Please look at him, y'all.
It hurts so bad, doesn't it? His back is hurting so
All right,
bad.
now do the little thing.
Find it. All right, help him. He's gonna get hurt worse.
Oh my gosh!
My gosh, he's an old man. You got 4 grandkids. All right, bottom of the hour.
Does it feel any better, Greg?
I think I actually hurt myself that last one.
I like how you went all in. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't think that's it.
Is that Skype out?
Yeah, Skype out, by the way.
You got you some music rolling here, kid.
It's got some hip-hop song playing.
Well, he's good now, he says.
Okay, all right, so submitted underwear.
Please, you could put it on. Thank you.
All right, here it is. He's playing.
People should be more concerned right now with the flu in this country.
A lot of people are concerned about the coronavirus because they're hearing a lot of news about it right now. But the reality is, comparing it to the flu, for example, it's not even close to being at that stage.
What if it is worse? Is this a moment where maybe countries put politics aside, a little bit of pride aside, and do we have U.S. officials? Should U.S. professionals such as yourself get involved?
How worried should Americans be about coronavirus?
Coronavirus is not going to cause a major issue in the United States.
Yeah, while President Trump took decisive action. And then he shows the timeline of everything that he did.
Well, we've asked them to accelerate whatever they're doing in terms of a vaccine.
We will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days.
To unleash the full power of the federal government in this effort today, I am officially declaring a national emergency. Medicare patients can now visit any doctor by phone or video conference at no additional cost.
The first 1 million masks will be available immediately.
And then he says, even as partisans sniped and criticized.
As there were more cases, and it was clear that it was spreading out of China, where it originated, the president took this move that he was widely criticized for by Democrats and even some Republicans at the time, which was he halted a number of flights from China into the U.S. The idea was to halt the spread of the disease, keep transmissions to a minimum. He was accused of xenophobia. He was accused of making a racist move. At the end of the day, it was probably effective because it did actually take a pretty aggressive measure against the spread of the virus.
And then he goes, bipartisan governors recognize the president's support, and he plays this part of it.
His team is on it. They've been responsive late at night, early in the morning, and they've thus far been doing everything that they can do, and I want to say thank you, and I want to say that I appreciate it.
He returns calls. He reaches out. He's been proactive. We got that Mercy ship down here in Los Angeles. That was directly because he sent it down here. 2,000 medical units came to the state of California, these FMS, these field medical stations, and that's been very, very helpful.
The president has been outstanding through all this. The vice president's been outstanding. Members of the coronavirus task force, very responsive.
We had asked if we could have, New Jersey could have access to a piece of the beds that are on the USNS Comfort, and the president came back, called me a few minutes before I walked in here to say indeed they would grant that to New Jersey. So that's a big step for us in addition to all the other capacity. That news is literally hot off the press, and I thank the president and vice president who are on the call together.
President Trump approved Arizona's request for a presidential major disaster declaration. I want to thank the president for a quick turnaround. We requested this on a Wednesday, and we had approval by Saturday morning. And we are grateful to the administration for their continued support and responsiveness.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the president and the vice president for doing a really good job of communicating with all the governors.
So he plays this video, which was.
So we could give you hundreds of clips.
Yeah, and he goes on to say he could basically sit there for, minutes by minute and just play videos of the governors thanking him.
Yeah. So what he does is he comes in, which was brilliant, by the way, and says, we're not going to get into this he said, she said, and all of you act like you didn't say things that you said. I'm going to show you the timeline of this whole thing. And I had more I could have shown. And so that is how it has been. That has been the timeline. That's the facts of what has taken place. And CNN, I don't know how far into it, they bailed out of it and said they were not going to continue to show a pro-Trump rally or something.
Yeah, that's it.
Is that the term they used? But really, it wasn't a pro-Trump rally. It was the actual recordings of what people actually said and did.
Mm-hmm.
And they got so mad at it. I mean, mad about it. They pulled out of it, then started dogging him on social media for actually doing it. So
now keep in mind, this is a news organization that clearly has an agenda, that clearly has worked against.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Richard Simmons brings us back from the break. What a history Richard has with the show. And yesterday, Rich, he caused some issues. People started sending me a photo of his Twitter feed, or sorry, X, formerly Twitter, his X, and he had, I have some news to tell you. This is from Richard Simmons, the Weight Saint. Please don't be sad. I am dying. Oh, I can see your faces now. The truth is, we are all dying. Every day we live, we are getting closer to our death. Why am I telling you this? And then he goes on to say, because I want you to enjoy your life to the fullest every single day. Get up in the morning and look at the sky and count your blessings and enjoy. So,
you know what? Not bad advice.
No, it's not. But
But
people thought, especially when you word it like this, I have some news to tell you. Please don't be sad. I am ... dying. I can see your faces now. So then people start saying, okay, we understand the lesson you're teaching us, but are you really dying? I mean, like dying more than the rest of us are dying? I mean, are you sick? Is it impending? When is this? And he's had to come back and say, I was just trying to make a point.
Yeah, I mean,
he had to apologize.
It's the same mentality that we got caught up with this bloodbath comment, even though that was politically motivated.
Right.
People just don't understand what they're reading or something.
Well,
I mean,
but this one's a little different because he hadn't been seen in public for years. There was those rumors that he was being held captive in his own home, and I mean, so there's tons of stories about his health and rumors. So this one's a little different because it sounds like, because you haven't seen him in so long, okay, oh my gosh, he's finally on deathbed, but he's not. He's not. He was just referring to just the way you should live your life.
He's trying to grab headlines with it. I understand that.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know. It seems a little much about
Well, he's being held hostage.
Yeah.
That is.
Who would want to hold Richard Simmons hostage?
Yeah.
I don't know. But
I mean, wouldn't you pay him to go away more than likely?
You would, yeah.
Are you surprised that he's 75 years old?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I wonder what he looks like now, because we haven't seen him in, years. He don't look like that guy we watched on the video licking everybody's face in here.
No, Greg.
He doesn't have the orange hair anymore, does he?
He says sorry for the confusion, and he said I am not dying like any more than anyone else is. And then other people are saying, look, I can confirm that he is not sick. He is healthy and happy. It was supposed to be an inspirational post. And I do understand that, but I can also see, because of all the things all of you have said, A, I can see why people get confused. B, I can see why you would be confused, since he's acted strange lately. We don't know what's going on with him.
He does act
that's
strange.
true.
Yeah, and so it just was not.
I mean, he told us live like you were dying.
He did,
remember?
right there. I mean,
he sure did, Bob.
There
wow.
he is.
Wow.
So
really loud.
he was
shrill.
Wow.
I understand the
Cuts
point
like
he's trying to make, but everybody said, and then Trump. Is there another thing everybody's getting on Trump about?
Was he got another bloodbath? What's he doing?
Is there another quote?
No.
Listen, but I'm going to ask you: does he speak the truth?
Oh,
yeah.
In his own truthful way.
Hey, you're talking about the
Jewish, the Jewish people.
So
Trump yesterday says, and I want to get the exact quote, not in the headline here, just to be 100%. He said he accused Jewish Americans who vote for Democrats of hating Israel and hating their religion in a radio interview with former White House staffer.
Yep.
With a former White House staffer. That's that Sebastian Gorka.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
Okay.
that you see on several things.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. He actually is a Relief Factor spokesperson.
he is.
And of course,
he has been.
Of course, that's got some people stirred up, saying that he's being anti-Semitic now.
Well, I think he's doing what we say to even like Biden and his claim to be Catholic. You know, sometimes when you claim that you have a belief, and we all are guilty to it to some degree because of our sin nature. But there's one thing to go, yeah, you're right. My inconsistency is just my sin nature, but I don't say that what God has said isn't true. Yes, today I wasn't the best example of it, but that doesn't mean I don't believe it. But when you start doing things like, you know, I believe that life begins at conception, but I have a very influential role that God put me in, and I'm going to make sure that people can have abortion on demand anytime throughout the pregnancy, whatever. People go, well, are you really true to your beliefs?
Mm-hmm.
If you're being someone who has played a role in continuing that, well, he's asking Jewish people, and I've asked the same thing. It's always been odd to me to see people that if they're devout in their Jewish faith, that how the Democratic Party would really line up with what they believe, because that's really, when I get down to voting, there's no party that lines up with my beliefs 100%, but I'm going to vote with the one that's the closest. And so I don't understand. Sometimes it does look weird. I'm with you. I think Trump's asking a legitimate question. And, of course,
that I think a lot of people have asked themselves
I've
over
asked
the years.
it, yeah. I've been like, well, it does seem odd.
And the latest research from the Pew Research Center, it was a study in 2021, said that 7 in 10 Jewish voters are Democrat.
And I've never really understood that, but it was explained to me one time, which we have in Christianity as well. It was explained to me one time, and I actually used to be one of these people, that just because someone claims that they're Jewish, it's more of a race to them than it is a religion. The religious part of their Jewishness, they're not all that devout to. They're really secular Jews.
Mm-hmm.
And just like we have secular Christians that say, yeah, I believe in Jesus, and I would be a Christian, I guess, as far as I go with that. But as far as what the scriptures tell me to do as a follower of Jesus, I don't do. It's cultural for me. And they say in the Jewish faith, there's a lot of that, and that's probably where that 7 out of 10 comes from. Because if you're devout in your faith and you say, we are the chosen people of Yahweh, well, when you look at Yahweh's standards for marriage, the Democrats are not for that. When you look at what Yahweh says where life begins, the Democrats are not for that. When you look at what Yahweh says about Israel, the Democrats are not for that. So you're kind of like, that's a strange vote.
Yeah, it's been very puzzling over the years.
Yeah, and
to a lot of us.
Right. So anyway, but you find this in every belief system.
Right.
Is there's a cultural version of it, and I was an offender of this at a large portion of my life. So I'm not being self-righteous about this. I know it because I lived it. And it is a weird place. You find yourself going, I'm in total conflict with what I claim to believe, but somehow I still think I'm okay.
Yeah.
And of course, when you look at Scripture, probably not. But again, that I think that's all that is. And I've had friends of my family, and they were 100% Jewish. But when you got down to what they believed about God and lifestyle and government, it was not very consistent at all. And they were Democrats, and it was weird. So I think that's what Trump is asking. Now, he's living in a time that if you ask that, it must be turned into an attack on Jewish people.
Right.
But I think that the question he asked is legitimate, just like the question I was asked, that turned my life around, by a pastor that said, you claim to believe something that you don't live. Have you ever thought about that? And I remember thinking, yeah, that's a good point.
Let me
You got one.
Let me ask you this, or make this point. Trump's opinion, he said, and it's based in belief and facts that we share.
Yeah, sure.
Chuck Schumer, leader of the Senate, earlier, was it Friday or earlier this week, we played the clip.
Yep, sure did.
He called for Benjamin Netanyahu, the leader of Israel, the prime minister. He said that he had lost his way and has now become an obstacle to peace. So, is that being anti-Semitic?
I know. Can he?
Not that was not mentioned one time.
No, it's not.
Not
gonna
one
be.
time.
And it's not going to be.
And again, why is that?
And
was it not, or is it because he gets cover as a demo?
Right. Of course it is. And of course, Keith Olbermann today also how the left gets complete pass. He of course was on MSNBC. He's not anymore. Look, when you can't even stay on at MSNBC,
it's tough.
So whatever he's doing right now, he said on X that there's always hope that Trump will be assassinated.
Wow.
Right.
Now, see,
kind of harsh.
If you say that about anybody else,
I know. I know.
You've got the Secret Service visiting you today.
Right.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. That's ridiculous. I don't want that of someone who I'm a total 180-degree political difference.
Yep.
with. That's ridiculous.
Yep. So anyway, again, when you see the Democrats claiming that we should fear Trump because he's bombastic and says things that are controversial, and then we have Democrats saying they hope he will be assassinated. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, it's hypocritical.
To say the least.
Yeah, we'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Conservative and basic American values, I call it, for many years. And Trump has the audacity to document something that the news organization ought to kind of like, the facts of the thing, and show that. And it just made them irate because it's not the facts they want everybody to know.
Right. And some of this with their own words, Fauci, who is doing a great job. I'm not anti-Fauci. He didn't think it was going to be a big deal. He's come back and said, hey, you can go back and watch his quotes, and he was downplaying it. So once we realize the severity of it, you got to talk about how the president responded to what he's been doing, and it is a fact that he has been doing a good job. And I heard Cuomo, even of all places, what a bastion of Trump support this was. Cuomo on Howard Stern's show. Mm-hmm. And that was really a Trump pep rally. And Cuomo said, look, I got to tell you, the president has done a great job for us. He has come through for New York. That was his quote. There's something in that, and I'm not exact words, but he was saying, I will tell you, he did what he said he would do. He showed love and support to New York. He is helping New York.
Yeah.
And
well, again, pandemic is by definition means out of control, crazy. No one saw it coming. I mean, we've always said there will be another one. We didn't know. And again, I think the president is having to respond to these attacks because, they had kind of started this, how the media will do. They'll get this little verbiage out there and they'll start pushing it and combing it and greeting it and, watering it and trying to get it to grow. And it was Trump didn't act quick enough. So, I mean, he documented that he did. Now, there'll always be a debate about that. History will look at that. But like he said, you can't shut the country down when there hasn't been one death from this. You just can't do it. And in modern times. So they'll always armchair quarterback this thing. But I think so far, considering where our first estimates were, we're doing very well. Every life is important. Wish there hadn't have been one. But we're down now. It looks like it may, be in the 60,000, 50 to 60, and that's going to be much better than where we started.
Yeah, and we may not even get to that number. We're at 20 something right now, right?
Right.
So it has
23.6.
Yeah. So that's good news, and the reason why that number is what it is, there's a lot of factors, but one of them is these things that were just documented. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past. Coming to you from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport and also home studios all across our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama. We give you Team Rick and Bubba. Speedy is here. Stretch Armstrong is also filling in for Adler. He and his wife could have a baby sometime today. We'll give you updates on baby Adler when we have them. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and their home studios as well. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey from the broadcast closet. Hey, Bubs.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to be sharing the pandemic with all of you.
James Spann joins us from his home studio.
Weather plan. He's the mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the main weatherman.
All right, here we go. Phone show early in the live show today, and we'd love for you to join us now at 866 We Be Big. 30 seconds a pop. Let's go.
Direct your systems, area code 212.
The real Greg Burgess taking your phone calls right now, and he'll get you lined up. All 10 lines are available. No, this is not time to ask Greg about his back. 866 We Be Big. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We've already thrown out a lot at you in the live show, and we'll continue. Still much to come, but let's hear what you got to say right now at 866 We Be Big. As you are dialing, zapmydebt.com is standing by saying, look, when you have debt hanging over you like a black cloud, it really gets heavy. It takes away your peace of mind. But what if I told you that today, if you went to zapmydebt.com, there is a really good chance that they're going to put together an aggressive plan that's going to remove this debt from your life and remove it permanently without you going into bankruptcy, and without you having to take out another loan, without spreading the payments, over the rest of your life, to get it done. So go to zapmydebt.com, talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt permanently. Stop the threatening phone calls. Be done with all that. Go to zapmydebt.com, and the link also is at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Standing by is Shane. In Sweet Home, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Shane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
So I was reading this article about a guy that was in Texas. Kamala Harris was coming to Texas, and he said he needed to get out his old M24 sniper rifle or something, and the Secret Service came and kicked in his door, and he had a bunch of guns inside, and they killed him.
Yeah.
Did we lose you?
I guess he's saying that compared to Oprah.
No, yeah. I thought that's what he was saying, but I didn't know if he had more to say.
Yeah.
I have not seen that story. Have y'all seen that story?
No, I'm out of the loop.
Somebody threatened. If somebody threatened to kill the vice president, I don't care who the vice president is, we can't let that go on.
No.
If the person ended up then, when they came to check on him, being a threat, then that's on him. Mm-hmm. But we can't have those kind of people going unchecked. And I guess your greater point, which I agree with, is why does Keith Olbermann get away with it?
Yeah, maybe he doesn't. He doesn't need to anyway.
Yeah, but maybe his impact is so small.
I bet he'll get a
cares.
call about it.
Probably so. Let's go to Lynn in Wetumpka, Alabama. Lynn, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Lynn, go ahead.
Good morning, y'all.
Hey, Lynn.
I was just going to tell Rick that I heard he's going to be in Wetumpka at a men's church, and I was jealous, and I'm thinking, well, I'm about to get to the age where I'm about to grow facial hair, so I'm going to grow a goatee and a mustache, and I'm going to be there.
You know what? That sounds great. And if they let you in, what we talk about will benefit man or woman. So that'll be great. I look forward to seeing you there. That'll be fantastic.
It'll be easy to spot with a scraggly beard.
Yes, I think that's coming up this summer. So check the upcoming events, and you'll see it there.
Wetumpka.
Let's go to Josh. Oh, Bubba calling out of Canada. Josh,
Canadian?
Canadian. Josh, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's not every day we hear from our Canadian friends. We always enjoy that. So what's on your mind, Josh?
So here's the deal. I'm shooting my shot. I'm actually from Montgomery. I live in Wetumpka, work for a company, but I'm in Canada for work. But here's the deal. I need you guys to help me with a research project because I don't know any old Joshes. And I'm starting to get a bit of a complex about it because, I mean, surely Josh, that name's been around forever. So I need you guys to go to the Rick and Bubba Army to find me some old Joshes to make me feel better about not being the oldest Josh that I know.
Okay, I got one for you. Josh McDowell.
Yeah, that's right.
Josh McDowell.
I don't think it was that common of a name back when we were kids. How old is he? Did he say?
I don't know.
But I don't really feel that name has really been used a lot since the Disney Channel's been around.
It looks like it started in 1970 and peaked in 1980 through 1990, and then started to decline.
What about Joshua from the Bible?
That's Joshua and Josh is what we're looking at right now.
Okay, so Josh McDowell, I know he seemed old when we were interviewing him.
Yeah,
and
now, he a Joshua, and he just shortened it to Josh?
Maybe, but I think Josh McDowell's got to be in his 70s.
Where'd you get that graft at, Adler? That was pretty cool
that was
for
cool.
a name.
Yeah.
I just typed in Joshua popularity over time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you're okay, Josh, in Canada. I mean, there are some older. I'll admit, there's not a lot of them.
Josh McDowell is 84.
Oh no, Josh McDowell's real name is Jocelyn.
Oh, well.
Jocelyn McDowell.
Yeah,
well, no wonder he
Jocelyn,
went with
Josh
Josh.
Right, no
McDowell.
wonder. Yeah.
Jocelyn.
What was his parents mad about?
Why did they dislike that baby?
I didn't realize he was 84 now.
Well, is he
He's a little
84?
firecracker, though.
Is he still alive? Michael and Arab.
Just because you don't hear from somebody in 3 months doesn't mean that they're
Arab, go ahead, Michael.
Hey guys, I was wanting to speak to why Jewish Americans vote Democrat, and I'll give you this as an example. Up to my parents' generation, Southerners voted Democrat based on they viewed Republicans as carpetbaggers after the Civil War. Well, the Jewish Americans credit FDR with winning World War II and saving them from the Nazis, and they've been voting Democrat since.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It does.
At least there's some logic there.
But why haven't they had the experience that, say, Elon Musk has had or our parents had? Our parents used to vote Democrat, too, until the Democratic Party became something they could not justify that vote any longer because of their spiritual convictions and the way they saw the government and our country. So, parties change over time. I just wonder why they haven't left the party when, your example, we had Southerners in our family, all of us, even our parents, that voted Democrat, but they didn't continue to do it.
Well, when it's a defender of Israel, no one has been a bigger defender than Ronald Reagan.
No.
The Bushes.
No.
We're both, I think, from a president standpoint, they all have. But Trump moving the, our headquarters back to Jerusalem. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah. It is odd that it's staying. I think you're right on how it started, but it's odd that it continues. Jeremy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Gentlemen, how are you this morning?
We're good, buddy. I hope you're okay.
I'm doing all right. Before I get into my story, I would like to ask Greg if he had thought about a little topaz.
A little topaz.
Oh.
I don't think they do it for lower back.
I would just like to tell y'all about the impact on me and my walk with Christ and everything. And I've been a fan of y'all since my late brother-in-law turned me on to you. The first time I watched y'all, the Crab family had broke down on the bus and had stopped by and they played a couple songs.
I remember that, yeah.
And I've been a fan ever since.
Well, thank you, man.
Very kind of you.
That's very kind of you to share that with us. And loving all those emails we're getting this year and hearing that, it really matters. That's kind of you to take time to tell us that. Top of the hour, Oprah Winfrey last night. Prime time, a special on weight loss. And I saw it, and I see where it headed. And we'll talk about that when we come back and get your feedback on that, too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Blaze Originals, a new one is out now, the third installment. The series is only available to Blaze TV Plus subscribers. The latest installment, Texas versus the Feds, in the topic right now in the third installment, how the elites use the border crisis against us. Now, whatever happened with the Texas border standoff? Does everybody remember this? Join Jason Buttrell and the Blaze Originals team as they go on a road trip. And here's what they're doing. It's called the Take Our Border Back Convoy to the front line of the border crisis as they uncover what's really happening and what did take place in the Governor Greg Abbott fight against federal agents. It just vanished from the news cycle. The team will reveal what mainstream media did not want to cover. So if you would like to get this and all the great programming from Blaze TV, including these Blaze Originals, go to thebordercrisis.com, use the code BORDER. You get $30 off your Blaze TV Plus subscription. That's therealbordercrisis.com, the code BORDER, and get $30 off. See this latest installment and all the Blaze Originals and all the great Blaze programming, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, by going to therealbordercrisis.com. Use the code BORDER.
And he's the main weatherman. He's the mighty James Band.
James, welcome back. How are you, buddy?
It's an honor to be on the show. How are you fine gentlemen doing this April day?
Do you want to go ahead and let's get Wesley's booby trap out of the way before we move into the before we can move into, because I got to tell you, it was so, when people want to get information to you and they know maybe they should wait, but they just can't, because we had severe weather. Sadly, we're going to talk about destruction and death. But prior to that, people, and they should have waited, but they couldn't. And so I kept looking on Twitter, and everybody, I'm like, what is everybody talking about? Emails were coming in. Please tell me. Please tell me. Some people were keeping up the number of times you mentioned it. Some had you at 4 times in rapid fire. That you were trying to warn people of dangerous weather, and you use landmarks. You always have, because for me that works, because you said this before. You start talking about counties. I mean, some of these counties are vast. So you start trying to give people something, says, let me tell you where this is, so the danger that is near you. If you live near blank, you need to take cover. I mean, right now, and you used a landmark that led to some fodder.
Yes.
So here's the deal. We understand now through social science studies that people don't really have good map skills. And that's not everybody, but generally speaking, we have a geography literacy problem here in the country. And I'm not knocking anybody. Listen, there's a lot of things I don't know and I'm not very good at. But because of that, we know that we have to call out known landmarks so people can relate to that when there are tornadoes down. And understand, these things can kill people. And this is urgent business, and we've got to call out established landmarks. And so all the time, if you watch severe weather coverage I do on television, we're calling out Walmarts and, barns and barbecue joints and the things that people understand. And I don't even think anything about it. I've called out landowners, farms before, individual names of people. So I just used a landmark in this part of Alabama Sunday night, and I didn't even think anything of it. So I called out Wesley's booby trap.
There it is. There it is.
So if anybody's ever been on the road, the old road, now there's Interstate 22 now, but the old road from Birmingham to Memphis, okay?
Yeah. When there was no way to get to Memphis. There was no way to get there. You couldn't figure out how to get to Memphis.
Right, but you pass right by this place, and listen, if you live in Bagley, Corner, Dora, Sayre, Alabama, you know where that thing is. And so I called it out because we had a tornado that was down. And so, I picked over at the tweeter, and I out of one eye, I'm always looking at social media and all this other stuff. And I'm thinking, maybe I shouldn't have said that. But looking back on it, I don't care. If people can relate to that, and if they know, hey, the trap is just right down the road, I'm going to dig a hole and get in that thing.
But Span, do you realize the dilemma you put husbands in everywhere? The wife is looking at the husband saying, are we close to that? And he's like, I don't know. I don't know. I hope he calls out something else.
Yeah.
You put people in a big dilemma.
Well, and there is actually a barbecue joint near the trap called the Green Top.
Let's go with that one.
And I did use the Green Top as a reference, but the Green Top was not in the damage zone. The booby trap was. And so,
boy, that's the understatement of the day.
Yeah.
The trap.
The booby trap's in the destruction zone. Yes, it is. There's a lot of relationships laid in that place.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Just kind of we'll let that one just go and die. I
Okay,
guess.
we'll let it go. But there's no way we could talk to you and not reference it because the entire
next
world
time
is wanting you to talk about it.
Yeah, the next time, James, they have storms in that area, are you going to have to work around that name, or that'll always be in your mind that's an issue?
I know.
Right?
Well, see, people are expecting it now. The next time there's one through there, they're going to be tuning in to see when I say it and how I say it. So, in fact, I think somebody told me, and I've not seen this. I have not seen this, but they said on their Facebook page they've made me their own meteorologist. I've got an award for
They
these
have.
guys.
As a matter of fact, somebody said, and I don't know who it was, and on the marquee they're calling Thursday night Span Night. Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we start a brand new hour, and your phone calls are still to come. We got yesterday's stress test update still to come. We also will be, we worked on Greg's back a little bit today. We got that. We'll review the stories that are still out there today. So Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Big O, Oprah Winfrey, spoke to the country last night about her ongoing battle with weight loss and all the new. A lot of things were made clear last night by Oprah. All right, first of all, she explained why she stepped down from Weight Watchers and what she did with her shares. She donated her shares to the Smithsonian, by the way. And I'm just telling you what she said, and the part that is all about African American studies or something. So she's donated her shares.
Okay. The shares or the money from the shares?
I don't know. She just said shares. So then I guess the value of those shares will now go there if dividends are paid out. I guess. I'm not a financial guru, so I just know she said her shares. Okay. So, and they had the top dog at Weight Watchers there, and she said the reason why I wanted to do this is so I didn't want anybody to think that I'm coming to do this special so I can make money off Weight Watchers. Now is in the business of the shots too.
Oh, okay.
And this is a brand new thing that Weight Watchers is doing, and they explain why they did it. So if you want to take last night's special and put it in a nutshell, the nutshell is obesity is a disease, and so you get medicines for a disease just like you would anything else.
Right.
That was the theme of the and Oprah said this big epiphany that finally came that she had a disease, but now I will give them credit on this. They also made it equally clear, because I want to be fair, even though that was the heart of the special, they said, here's the world of overweightness. She said, and the doctors and everybody said, there are people that are overweight and they really don't care, and they're perfectly happy with the way they are. They could be thinner if they wanted to. They don't really care to, and they live their lives out the way they want to. She said, we also have people that all they need to do is to eat healthier and exercise, and they'll be fine. So we're not talking to you either. You don't need these shots. You don't, whatever. She said, but then there's people that have the disease of obesity, and that's different. That means that the way we see food, the way we consume food, the way our body is behaving requires something more than the run-of-the-mill exercise and eat healthy. And she said, I realized with all the fad diets and everything I was doing that I was in that camp. She said, I couldn't even keep the weight off with Weight Watchers Original.
Yeah.
She said, it worked for me for a while, but then I couldn't keep it off. And so Weight Watchers then says, we acknowledge now that we know this. We didn't know that before. So our whole approach changes now. We have this for those that can exercise and eat better, this works for you, but we also realize that we now have another clientele, and that's the people with the disease of obesity,
Right.
and they need shots, so we're in the shot business too now.
Right.
Which is a better way of saying is the shots have become a huge craze, and we want to make money on it too.
That's right.
Okay?
We want in.
But,
You better.
It's a good business model.
yeah.
No doubt.
So anyway, so that was kind of it in a nutshell. But I will give them credit, even though they didn't spend a lot of time on it. So don't miss this. They also interviewed people that these shots have been disastrous for. One woman even said she started throwing up blood.
Hey, that's bad.
She had a terrible reaction to it, and so they did acknowledge. Now it was funny. I think it was, I don't know if it was the British Medical Journal or which medical journal it was. I didn't pay attention that much, but they put on the screen that they did a survey on the shots, and their sample, 17% of the people got sick and had bad side effects. The doctors that were on there that have been prescribing these shots, they said it's not that high, but they said, but what you got to understand is a small percentage of a large number of people is still a big number of people. We have more people on shots now than ever before.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of people these shots make sick, and we have to acknowledge that. But percentage-wise, and so they basically got down and said, when it comes to these shots, here's where you find yourself. Is my obesity more of a risk for me than the side effects of the shot?
Yeah. Right.
Which is really with a lot of things.
Yeah, I get that.
And they interviewed people that without these shots, I mean, when they interviewed the girl that was 300 pounds at age 11.
Oh, wow. Whoa. That's sad.
God love her, man. And
that's
so
sad. Maybe Bubba clear his throat.
Yeah, so they had people that said, these shots have changed my life for the better. This is the only thing that works with me. And they would say to you, that's because you have the disease of obesity. And Oprah said, you remember back when we got all controversial, when we started doing shows back when I was doing the Oprah show about that alcoholism is a disease. And she says, now, that doesn't mean that every drunk has the disease of alcoholism. Some of them just have no self-control. But there's a difference, and I'm a drunk, and I have no self-control, and I could stop doing this, and I'm wrecking my life over bad decisions, versus someone who has the disease of alcoholism, which they'll always have. She said obesity is the same thing. And this is based on the latest research. And so they tried to, there's no doubt that they were more in the camp of stop giving people a hard time about a disease that they have, and these shots are helping people with the disease. But I thought they still did they were responsible to say it doesn't work for everybody. Not everybody has the disease of obesity. And there are side effects with the shots, and some people have a really hard time with them. At least they did cover all
they
that.
acknowledged it.
Yeah, they covered all that. I thought it was pretty fair and balanced, and Oprah explained why she stepped down from Weight Watchers. Because I knew what was going to happen. I would do this special, and they go, well, this is awful convenient. You're doing a special promoting shots that you now get money off of.
Right.
So she said, I wanted to separate myself from that.
Okay.
Yeah, some people were complaining that it felt a little bit like an infomercial.
It did to an extent, but I also want to be fair because I'm really getting tired, no matter if it's something that I agree with, that everybody is starting to get angry about things and they won't tell you the whole story. It would be grossly irresponsible for me to come on this show and say I saw that and it wasn't nothing but an infomercial for shots.
Right.
What was that probably the main theme? Yeah, but I'm going to sit here and also we can't lie and say they didn't talk about side effects because they did.
Right.
We can't lie and them say everybody who's overweight has the disease of obesity. They did not say that. As a matter of fact, they made it very clear that this does not apply to everybody's weight problem.
Right.
But for some people, normally those that you would see, like this little girl, she's a sophomore in high school now, and the shots have worked for her. They said that the doctor says she will be 500 pounds.
Yeah. Wow.
And the way that she consumed food and the way that she was damaging herself was something that was abnormal. Okay? Yeah. And so, and Oprah said the thing that she realized is that there are people out there that do not see food and consumption of food the way she did. They can go, yeah, I don't need to eat that, and they won't.
Right.
And she says,
she doesn't have that.
And she said, she goes, I literally thought about food 24/7.
Oh.
When's the next meal?
Yep.
And so anyway, and she said, and then you get stressed about, well, how many calories should I have? Have I overeaten again? She goes, it's an obsession in your life because you can't get out from under it. And then the way people treat you and all that. Of course, we cut up and have fun with it. And, we started this show and having fun with it when people were a little more, they weren't near as offended by it. Now you shame anybody if you have a little fun. I think we've gotten a little oversensitive in even the heavy community. But I thought, that it was a pretty fair, and I think one of the points they were trying to make, too, is a lot of insurance companies are denying paying for these shots for people. And this family, they are on an old one. I didn't realize either, and Oprah made a funny joke about this. She goes, y'all have had this stuff going for 20 years? Why didn't y'all tell me? and they were like, well, the research, we saw some results, and this girl's on one of the old ones I'd never even heard of. Okay. And she said the reason why she's still on the older ones is we can't afford the more updated ones. We can't afford them. And so the doctors are like, the insurance companies need to come around and realize that they're not going to win with heavy people. They are to go ahead and help them pay for these shots, and they probably won't be paying for so many medical bills down the road.
Right. Yeah.
So anyway, I thought it was. There's no doubt it was more in the camp of shots are great, let's all do them, and obesity is a disease. But it is also not genuine to say they didn't cover the other.
So
things.
you thought it was fair?
I thought it was as fair as it could be.
Yeah.
And it was pretty informative, and I think, and then at the end of it they said, if healthy eating, exercise works for you, more power to you. If you're heavy and you don't care, that's your business. If you're someone though that can't seem to get over this and obesity is destroying your life, these shots can probably help you. Mm-hmm. And then if you have bad side effects, don't take them.
Yeah.
Oprah, I think at one point said that for 25 years, making fun of my weight was a national sport.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. I must have been a little too young, I guess, because I don't remember hearing a ton of Oprah jokes.
No, 100%. Her weight was made fun of all the time.
I played that
Especially
audio
going up and down.
She was accurate on that.
I played the audio for Greg on that during the kickoff hour to ask him if he felt guilty, and he said no.
I don't remember that. I guess I don't know. I don't remember saying what I said. I don't know.
Greg, I don't know. Greg, we come from a less sensitive era. All of us. All of us.
Sorry, Oprah.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Complete with a green screen.
That's two wins.
This show's going right down the tubes.
Yep. You wouldn't believe the play the word play they're doing with Polygon. You don't want to know. But,
okay.
All right,
No.
So let's. So how do we make this transition to the actual serious side of this? This is going to be a tough transition.
Yeah, it was.
They're waiting on the arrival of their first child. When we get an update from them that has anything, right now she's just in the process. That's it. We'll let you know. And welcome back from his home studio, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubs, welcome back. How are you?
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for sharing the pandemic with us.
Yes, so we're talking, we've been having fun, we've been cutting up about it, how we're having to do all this, trying to make the best of the situation. Bubba, I always say, if you got lemons, make lemonade.
That's right, Rick. I've heard that somewhere.
Yes, right. But anyway, so we're doing all that, but in our country right now, and of course the rest of the world's going with this, but we have to focus on our country right now because that's where we live, and that's what's going to impact us immediately from our economy. So you've got a group of people that are saying, we're the medical people. We're trying to deal with the pandemic from a medical point of view. We're working on, treatments. We're working on a vaccine. We're working on, blood tests. We're doing rapid testing. We're over here. We're working on that. But then the other problem that is looming over us that is very complicated is how do you restart the economy? And I know there are parts of the economy that's still operating now, the essential businesses, and, people are finding ways to try to make it work. But I'm talking about there's an awful lot of people that we've walked over to the switch and we've said, and you are off. And our economy is, it's every day that goes by, it's going to be harder and harder for it to recover. And so you have to work out a very complicated game plan to start this economy back. And, I was watching last night one of the updates, and it was Siegel, Dr. Siegel, and he was practicing with this Apollo test kit that got him his negative, he was thankful, coronavirus in less than an hour. He had his results. And he says, if we can get these, they don't have enough of them, if we can get these out into society where they're readily available, this will play a key role medically, but also economically, because then we can find out, who's positive, who's negative, even the people with no symptoms, we can know. And he said this can play a role in saying, all right, those of you that have it, we know who you are. Those of you who don't, we know who you are. And then if you get to the blood test, those of you who've had it and now are immune, we know who you are. And, so all that's going to be taken into account. But, Bubba, can you imagine you're sitting down at a table right now and somebody says you got 50 states, you've got cultures that could not be more different. You've got places like New York City, and then you got places like Billings, Montana. And then you're trying to figure out, how do we start? What role do the governors play in the states? And you and I were talking in the break, and the guys, could it even come down to county by county? I mean, how do you do this?
Well, Trump is supposed to announce the task force that he's wanting to have on this today, and they're going to talk out some scenarios. And I don't know how it's going to play out. I definitely think there's a difference in some areas. I think you're going to see maybe the metro areas be delayed another week or so. I think that you may see people over 50 or 60 maybe delayed. Certainly people with underlying medical conditions, they're probably going to tell them to just stay where they are for a little bit longer. But yeah, I think there's some states that have hardly been affected by this. But I think you're going to have to use these social distancing plans, and they're going to have to, follow up when they do get a case of.
We're back 22 minutes past the hour, so only this show would leave the discussion of Oprah's fat-shaming special about the new shots and then go into one of the members having a stress test. We will, though. So as we age, we try and do a little better. And we have all different things genetically that we're exposed to, and Greg and I are over in the heart disease camp. So our cardiologist, he wants to have a little look-see every 5 years or so, and do things like, we skipped a step this time because their calcium score machine was broken, but you can get a calcium score, do a stress test, and then they have that new technology where they take a 3D look at your heart. And it's really good because this is all preemptive stuff. So if they see a problem, a lot of times they can head it off. Bubba, it helped you. They headed yours off. Perfect example of that. So anyway, I was starting to get you haven't done a stress test in a while, and it's time. And I didn't. I don't want to do that. But he was like, no, you need to remember we want to stay out ahead of all this, and let's see where you are. Let's bring you in. So, and Speedy just had one recently too. I guess are they worried about us? I mean, it's like everybody's calling us in for stress tests. And so, there's always that awkwardness. Greg, you were on the front lines of this yesterday because Greg was taking care of Mom and taking her to see the game with Ellis last night and taking her out to get her groceries, and Greg was looking after Mom. That's good, and he's being a good son. Now, the bad part is he got to hear Mom tell him the entire day that I wasn't having a stress test.
Convinced that you were not having one.
She wouldn't come off of it, would she?
No,
she would not come
I don't
off
think
of it.
she's off of it, even though you had proof.
And I was like, Mom,
I mean, she would not. She goes, well, I think he's wrong. He's not.
The greatest email yesterday, the greatest email came from a person that says you've already passed your stress test, and that is dealing with your mom about the stress test. And so anyway,
Well,
so
she's convinced.
What
And then
mother,
she said to me, and you think she's crazy.
No, I don't think she's crazy. Where Mom is an error, it's a simple. I can answer her question.
You did yesterday.
Yeah.
If you go to get the chemical, is that what it's called when they give you the?
Yeah.
If you're not doing the treadmill, you have to go in the morning and you have to fast, and you have to do all the stuff. If you're just doing the normal treadmill, they do those in the morning and afternoon,
Right.
which threw her. And
Yeah,
you don't have to do anything other than don't be stupid and come in, with something, eat something, and then have to get on that treadmill.
Yeah.
But there's no special. When you're on the treadmill, you just come and bring something that you want to work out.
She was convinced that they told her you had to do them in the afternoon, and she saw people doing the treadmill. I said, Mom, you can do it in the morning or the afternoon.
I didn't say you had to do it in the afternoon. You can do it in the afternoon.
Yeah, but now the chemical one, they all do in the morning.
They all do in the morning. That's where she was confused. And even though we
still not convinced,
I was.
So
literally,
what test did you have yesterday?
I was on the treadmill thinking my mom doesn't believe I'm here right now.
Well, you know
Somebody
what?
quick, take a picture of him.
What it was, she was mad because they made her come early, and she said she really wanted to come after lunch, and they wouldn't let her. So
Well,
she
that's
was mad
different.
about it.
She's not going to do the treadmill.
But now I
think
think
two different ways to get there.
Well, I don't know what they did. Mom, I'm in the truck. I just left. I'm sweating. No.
he thinks he's.
She was hollering in the background. He didn't have a stress test. I was like, Greg, tell Mom I did. But anyway,
Greg's back was hurting the whole time.
So here's where I get a little, and I struggle with instruction.
Oh,
is they said bring some pants that you want to work out in, some shorts or sweats, and I thought they said bring a T-shirt. Because I had one. And so thinking, I don't want to wear this home, or I don't want to wear this at work. It needs to be really casual workout clothes, So I'm out there, and of course, you always deal with this, and I don't know what's happened. It's like the whole world has decided that our name is Burgess, and I don't know when this happened. At one time,
I don't know anybody named Burgess.
At one time,
not one.
Maybe it needs a J.
At one time, everybody knew how to say Burgess, but now it is riddled with Burgess. And so,
Mr. Burgess?
And then there was one time there was a guy in there named Richard. It was real close. It was like Richard Burr or something like that. And they kept calling him, and he wouldn't come around. And I thought, they can't read my writing.
That's it.
That's me. And but it was, and I saw him coming. He was in a wheelchair. That's why he was taking his time. And I almost took his slot. But anyway, which would be very confusing to the doctor when I walked in not in a wheelchair. But anyway, so it was Richard Bear. That was it. Richard Bear. And so anyway,
you just saying
probably
his name.
shouldn't be saying his name.
No, you shouldn't be doing that.
But anyway, so I finally, this guy named Nathan comes up and says, he didn't say it this way, but basically he was saying, "You're on, Birch." And so I go back there. He wastes no time. I've never. Let me ease into the stress test. Let's talk a little bit.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he's like, "I take shirt off."
Oh, they went off.
And he looks and he goes, "Yeah, I need to shave a little bit here." And I said, "How do you have a very hairy chest?" He goes, "Yeah, but where your hair is where I need to put this stuff."
It's got to stick.
So he starts shaving me.
Boy, and it comes off so easy.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's just going everywhere.
It's the worst part of the whole hospital visit. To me.
And so I'm just kind of standing there, and I'm wearing kind of what I have on today. I've started wearing golf clothing. We talked about that.
Yeah.
And so I've got a pair of those on, and I've got my sweats over here because I knew it was going to get colder as the day went on. And,
little man.
Well, I didn't know what to. Yesterday was one of those days as Southerners we don't know what to do with the weather.
Yeah.
They keep telling us it's going to get colder, but it's not quite cold enough yet. But it's getting colder.
Yeah. We look at the wind.
Yeah,
what's it doing?
And we don't really know what to do. And I have me a nice T-shirt ready to go, and all of a sudden he just starts sticking everything on me, and I'm like, "Hey man, so are we on?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, we about to get on the treadmill." And I said, "Well, I'm still in my pants I wore to work, and I'm shirtless." and he said, "Yeah, those will work." And I'm like, "So
they look comfortable."
Yeah, but I don't want to sweat in these,
butt sweat.
And it's too far in. I mean, he's pulling something around me. He's connecting it.
He's ready to go.
I got wires going everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And I said, "Are we on?" I said, this is a little quick for me, and he kind of looked at me like, well, what are we waiting on? And I'm like,
that's what you're here for.
I thought y'all talked to me a little bit, and, talk to me about my T-shirt, and tell me to put my stuff on.
Do some prisoner
They
squad.
have you stay shirtless?
Yeah, let's get ready to get on the treadmill. Now I'm going to hook you up, put your shirt back on.
Yeah.
Guys, I climbed aboard the treadmill wearing a pair of golf pants and shirtless.
All right.
And so we'll talk about what happened when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Who that person's been in touch with, and they talk about tracing them down. That's going to be part of it, to separate, isolate. It's going to be the battle has turned. In other words, if this was World War II, we have had the Battle of Midway, but there's still going to be a lot of battles till the thing is over, and it's over when we have a working vaccine. But there are 70 different vaccines being tested right now. 70.
Yeah. Yeah, so and they're working on that. So if that happens, it gets pretty easy. But some people say vaccine's not coming till Christmas.
Easily could be that far, and I think they're concerned about next fall and the winter starting, seeing a rebound of this. There's stories coming out of China that people are having relapses. We don't know. Who knows?
I don't pay attention to anything coming out of China.
Yeah, I don't either. I think we go with the common understanding that you are immune to it if you have had it at least for a period of time.
Yeah, when I see the medical teams that we have, every time that's brought up, they're like, look, you may not be immune forever, but you'll be immune for a long enough period of time. You're not going to shut down the whole economy again. So anyway, it's interesting, but I think you do have to do, like we talk about in business, a soft opening. But you're right. I don't think we're serving the states that honestly should not be shut down. I mean, they should be allowed to go back. They do not have the situation that the overpopulated, an island with 8 to 10 million people on it, like we have in New York City. They don't live like that. They're not in that situation. And really, if you look at it, if we're able, I know I keep bringing this up because it's really the only example we have. But if we're able to all go to grocery stores and get essential supplies and come back and wear a mask and try to stay away from each other, and we have not seen this cause a huge outbreak of coronavirus, then obviously that seems to work for the most part. It actually can be done. So you take that scenario and say, well, what does that look like at an office? Or what does that look like at a construction site? What does that look like at a restaurant? And you start applying those things, especially to the states that this really is nowhere near the problem it is for other states, and allow them to go back to life and crank their economies back up.
Yeah, we've got to get it moving. And, Trump, I think yesterday was trying to make a point that Trump is not a dictator. Any president's not. But in a time of a declared emergency at the level we have, the president does have extra powers they normally wouldn't have, and he has the purse string. So I think they'll all get together. And I think he would say this too, that the governors are the ones who need to be in charge of their state. I mean, that's where they are. And these decisions need to be made as close on the ground as they possibly can, down to the mayor level and everything else.
I mean, we're allowing, 18-wheelers and truckers to transfer products all over this country because we have to. Yeah. And so we know that's operating. And I think the thing that's going to be the biggest obstacle for us, I don't even think restaurants are going to be a big obstacle because they're not large numbers of people. You certainly have some areas where you go, all right, I'm just using this number, grabbing it out of the air. We have 10 tables. Maybe now we have 6.
Right.
Or we had 20 tables. Now we got 15. Anything that can get a little space between people and all that. But your big problem still is the mass gatherings. And that's going to be a little more complicated. And what you do about that, that one's going to take a little more time. But as far as people just functioning and not having to stay inside their home, and people are turning you in because your kids are playing in the yard and you've got 8 kids, we got to get out of that. And we can get out of that sooner than later.
Let me ask you this.
Right.
So we also have to formulate a plan for the next time this happens. Let's say coronavirus 20, okay, comes down the pipe. Was it necessary to shut everything down? Was that a good move? Was it an overreaction?
Right.
Did it happen quick enough? And again, I'm not looking to blame political on this.
But we also can't be afraid to ask questions.
Yeah. We just, and trying to separate the politics from it will be a nightmare, because anything that, that they can hang on Trump, they'll try to do it, and the Trump people's going to protect him. So, we really just need honest questions and answers. But, like after 9/11, we changed the way we went through airports. I think we're going to have some way to shut down airports on pretty short notice from foreign countries.
And Bubba's show, simplysafebubba.com. Yeah. Now more than ever, I mean, let's face it, you got to watch your property. You got to watch it. And the old school security systems, you couldn't customize them to the property's needs. But with Simply Safe Bubba, you can. Voted again, Bubba. Voted again by U.S. News and World Report Best Home Security System.
There you go.
They've done it again. Also, Best Customer Service by Newsweek. Advanced technology protecting every room, window, door, while cameras keep watch for suspicious activity 24/7, and it's backed by professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. This means you get the emergency response you need at half the cost of traditional home security. You can test out the system at no risk with their 60-day risk-free trial. The system is easy to set up yourself without any special tools or know-how required, and if you don't want to do it yourself, that's all right. They have technicians that will install it for you and help you. You can order now, get 20% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring, and you want that because they see things going on in real time. SimplySafeBubba.com. Don't wait on this. 20% off. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, now I'm climbing on the treadmill for the stress test yesterday.
Naked.
Not naked. I'm in my golf pants, and I'm shirtless. And at one point, the minute I go shirtless and I realize I'm going to stay shirtless, when that dawns on me, I begin to kind of, suck in my gut a little bit, kind of flex a little bit up top.
Sit up.
And I must have overdone that because he's like, all right, now just relax. And I'm like, huh? He goes,
You're stiff.
Yeah. I'm like, what are you talking about?
I am relaxed.
Hey, just relax. I'm gonna
breathe.
I'm gonna get you on the treadmill. And then here comes the moment that I realized, all of us, we're horrible patients. Yeah. I bet the medical field just dreads in here.
When they see us coming.
So I'm sitting here. He goes, all right, I'm going to try.
I think they see so much we get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, he says, all right, I'm going to get you on here. And we're going to increase this. There's a certain heart rate I want to get to, and so we can see how your heart's reaction. And he told me where he wanted to get. And so stupid, I said, well, that's not what Speedy said. and he goes, what? I said, well, Speedy said, I think his doctor, the one that put him on one, he was looking for a higher number. He goes, who said that?
Yeah.
and he thinks I'm going to say a doctor.
Is he squinting?
And I say, Speedy. and he's like, well, I don't know what Speedy's needed, but what I need is this number. And I said, oh, okay. And so he goes, and then I realized,
so he didn't really care what Speedy.
It's kind of the way I've noticed, Bubba, as you and I are aging, you really realize that no matter whether you think you're aging or not, the way people treat you, you realize it's not the way they once treated you.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You okay, Mr. Burgess? What are you talking about? We're just walking. You all right? Let me know now if you're in trouble.
You feel lightheaded?
I'm like, he thinks I'm having a heart attack.
Hang on to the rails.
And I said, I'm good, man. And like that, I do a little better. And he's like, all right, I'm going to increase it. And now, look, if you're in trouble, let me know. Oh. And I'm like, buddy, we're just walking. You don't think I can walk? I can walk.
Uphill.
Shirtless.
And I can walk shirtless.
I'm going to increase the incline, Mr. Burgess. Are you okay? Don't jump off of it or try to get off. If you're having trouble, just let me know. I'll slow it down. I'm like, you think I'm going to fall off the treadmill? Am I? Then I start thinking to myself, he knows something.
Uh-oh.
You know what?
Yeah.
A great cardiologist told him
he
knows
something.
Now it starts getting in your mind. I'm in trouble. And now your mind starts going in and going,
they told him keep
they know I have heart trouble. This is why they've asked me to come in. Now your mind just starts going crazy.
No, they won't.
This guy seems really concerned about me. He's like, I'm
seen something.
I'm like
He's
porcelain. I'm porcelain. He's handling me like porcelain. Yeah. He doesn't want me to get in cardiac arrest. Now, of course, what does that do? Now my blood pressure starts going up.
Yeah.
And I'm just, and then also he goes, all right, now, he said, well, I can't get you to where I want you, so I'm gonna have to increase. And I thought, if he can't get me where he wants me, is that good, or does that mean I'm in cardiac arrest?
Yeah.
You know, and he's like, all right, because I'm gonna increase it. Mr. Burgess, yes, you're probably gonna have to jog right here, huh? Yeah. And it starts going up, and then
Did you pass out?
Then comes the point where he goes, all right, I'm where I need to be, but if you want to continue, you can.
It gives the doctor more.
Why?
It gives the doctor more to look at.
Here you go.
And I'm like,
that's what they told me.
And I go, so why would I continue? Well, I mean, if you wanted to see how long you can go, is my brother going to get one of these? And he goes, huh? And I said, because I want to beat him, like that. And is there a 60-year-old record? And so he says, I said, can we just stop then? I mean, if we've got what we need, I don't.
There's no need.
I don't know why I'm continuing.
So how long were you going?
Maybe 10 minutes, maybe on the high end.
It feels longer than that, doesn't it?
Oh.
How steep was the incline?
Real steep. Like I had to jog. Yeah. Straight up.
No, I skipped it and went straight to the heart cath.
Yeah.
What would you have done at the end of it if Trainer Sean just jumped out and he was like, gotcha?
I know. That would have been good. So
would have been.
So anyway, then becomes what? Walking Dead. All right. Well, the cardiologist wants to see you.
Wants to see you.
And why do we do this? Well, that was scheduled.
Can he just call?
I was scheduled for an appointment. Let me tell you, why is this? Because they want to bring my meds and see whether it's on. So why is this? You always look at the technician and go,
how to do?
What do you think?
Yeah, you want
see a lot
notice.
of these.
Yeah, you do it. Am I good?
Anything
Usually,
jump out at you?
If you get really bold about it, they'll usually say, "I'm not allowed to tell you."
I know.
But sometimes they'll say, "I don't think you have anything to worry about," and I appreciate that.
Hey, everything look all right? And he's like, "Well, I'll just give it to Dr. Thompson." And I'm like, then I think, do you feel like I can walk back to the exam room like with no help? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, do I need to lie down? No, you're good.
He squinted.
Do I
at
need
you
a
lot.
glyceride pill to
Somebody told me I get peanut butter and crackers right now.
nitroglycerin?
And then I messed up on that. I said, somebody told me I get peanut butter and crackers right now. He goes, what? And I said,
that's for the fasting people.
He goes, that's for the people that do it chemically.
Come on, Rick.
Yeah, and
you and Mom are both confused on that.
And I was like, treadmill people don't get peanut butter and crackers?
Rick, we're still hungry.
Yeah. Do you think I'm not dying right now? I really watched what I ate today because I knew this was coming. And so I go and sit down, and then you get in there and you think, I've got blockage. Yeah. I don't know why. I mean, you're just sitting in there waiting.
Yep. And the worst is you think, I've got blockage, but they can't decide what to do about it.
Right.
It's not quite enough to do surgery, but it's not good. What I do.
And this is Greg and I's second cousin, our cardiologist, and I said, no way my cousin makes me wait this long unless he's trying to figure out what. I mean,
something's wrong.
Are they going to do surgery today?
Do surgery today?
Are they going to do surgery today?
He had to consult with somebody.
Are they about to come back here and shave the rest of me?
Oh no!
And I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, why would my cousin take so long? Mm-hmm. And then of course common sense would say, Rick, because he's a cardiologist and has lots of patients.
Yeah, he's pretty busy.
And the dressing room, the waiting room was full, if you recall.
Yeah.
Richard Baird, remember him? Yeah. And so that's twice.
I know the room you're in too.
There's so many of those Richard Bairds. They don't know.
And so I'm like, but in your mind, you're like, no, I'm being delayed because it's over.
I'm not going to make it.
And then our cardiologist, my cousin, does the thing that's the worst. Comes in with your folder, tosses off to the side, starts talking about family. I'm like, hey, we'll get to the family.
How about some news?
Do I have blockage? Am I going to have open heart surgery today? And he goes, what?
What's wrong with you?
I said, are we having open heart surgery? And he's like, no. He said your stress test was great.
So put your shirt back on.
He's still walking around shirt.
No, he did say that. He goes, are you still shirtless? and I said, nobody told me to put a shirt back on. And so
around in his golf bag.
He goes, I can listen to your heart with your shirt on. And I'm like, okay,
and breathe. Hey, relax.
So right now your blood pressure's through the roof. I know because I thought I was having surgery.
Yeah, nobody tell me nothing.
He said your blood pressure is good. Your stress test was fine. He said this was the quote I was waiting on. I don't think you have any problems with pops. All your pops are fine. And then it happened.
Uh-oh.
He goes, one thing I would like to do, though. And I said, what's that? He goes, you got an Apple Watch?
And I said,
No.
I said, no, I don't wear an Apple.
Oh,
He goes,
monitor.
he goes, you don't have an Apple.
AFib.
He goes, you don't have you don't have a watch, an Apple Watch. I said, no, I don't have any watch. Why don't you have a watch? They don't work. And I said, I didn't know this was part of the examination. He goes, no, it would just be cool if you had a watch. He goes, because the only thing he goes, and kickback from Apple? He said, you have no signs of it at all, but in your family, he said, since we're doing family, you got 2 parents that have gotten into AFib. And he said, so y'all all have a potential for that. You're a little young for it yet.
And the watch will let you know.
And he said that watch will let you know. So if you ever feel
saves lives. We've had
he said if you're ever feeling weird, just look at the watch. And I'm like, are you telling me you are prescribing an Apple Watch to me? And I said, I'll never make it with an Apple Watch. I said, I'll drive everybody crazy with that. And he goes, well, I'm just telling you, it would be helpful.
Plus, watches don't work on you.
Right. I wonder if Apple Watches do, though. Is it just the old time pieces? He just said an Apple Watch, and he kept showing me how to watch it, which was a complete waste of his time.
That's something I still don't fully understand. I had an aunt that watches wouldn't work on her. She ended up wearing one around her neck.
Do you think a watch would work on me? An Apple Watch would work on me a little bit different?
I think so.
I don't understand why regular watches don't.
I know. So there you go. What are you asking me for?
Yeah, I don't know.
There you go.
They've got a nice leopard print band you
that
could
looks
use.
good. That would be perfect for you. Right?
Yeah.
But I got, other than him wanting me to get an Apple Watch, I had a very good. That's rare. Did you get that at the doctor? He's very pleased with where I am.
Good.
I think they recommend that quite a bit.
Pretty good. I said, did I set a record on the treadmill? And he's like, I don't think so. Is Greg coming in? When's Greg coming?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That he will present the new Adler baby here on the show today. So we still don't know the gender. We don't know how it all happened. We stopped getting updates at her water broke. That's the last we were all updated. So undoubtedly they have been through labor, and we think the baby has arrived. So we will get that update from Adler coming up a little bit later on in the program today. Of course, we'll update you on all the things going on with COVID-19. Hey, you have ruined everything. So we'll update on that. Some of you remember when we were doing the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. As all of society, we're finding a way to do that anyway. Even during this time of everybody kind of changing their business plans, we'll talk to Tim Spencer with the participating Buffalo Wild Wings about how you can help a food bank. Food banks, of course, becoming more and more important right now. And this is a food bank that we've worked with before. And we'll tell you how you can enjoy delicious Buffalo Wild Wings curbside and all that, or delivery, while helping them. So we'll talk to him coming up this hour. So let's bring in the other half of the 2 sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! How about you, Bubba?
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome to the pandemic edition of Rick and Bubba.
Somebody say it. Supergroup Toto. So, Bubba, I know that you are back at the broadcast closet today.
Yes, here at the Pandemic Bunker.
Pandemic Bunker. Here we go. I think we're going to hear from Baby Adler today.
Yeah, I was trying to get some information earlier, and clearly we're not going to get any info until he goes on the air. So we'll see how that goes. And by the way, just for the record, there's no way to walk a song you can't hear.
No.
No.
So, when I do the intro, I can't hear because the noise there cuts off the music, so I can't hear anything.
Well, it goes back to this again.
In case I sound really goofy, just work with me and pot it down.
Well, this is the thing that we've learned. We have really been able to fix most every element of the show in this new way. We can't fix that.
The way singing together.
The way we've brought you on the show. These things like that, they don't work in this setup. But most everything else does. The meat does.
One, I guess.
Well, the meat works. It's not a big deal.
Well, look, it's not perfect. That's
right.
why it's a pandemic broadcast.
It is. I mean, the things that we need to cover today, we'll jump in and we'll see. We could spin the wheel of meat today. We got toilet paper on the wheel too. That could happen today. But we all start trying to, during this time of COVID and hearing from our government and all the different movers and shakers, and we're trying to do this and we got to go this, and World Health Organization, no funding for you, but what you start getting these politicians, and the great thing about these kind of situations, you start meeting politicians that you didn't know, because they may not be from your state or whatever. And I'll tell you one thing, I really fell in love yesterday with John Kennedy from Louisiana.
Well, he's precious, Rick. He's good.
See, I've never, Sherry has seen him a few times. She goes, "You're going to love this guy." And I said, "Well," she goes, "Well, he will use Southern colloquiums throughout."
Yes, he will.
This. And when he was talking about
and to be named Kennedy too, so it even makes it better.
He did the thing that Frank Caliendo referred to last Thursday. Is even when he's about to just slice somebody, he does it in that Southern way of setting up by saying, "No, I wish I didn't have to say this."
Right.
We got Southern.
Well, he's a Southern gentleman.
Yeah. And when he said. All right, let's go phone calls now. Speedy's got them at 866. We Be Big. We talked about quite a bit on the program already today, so there's plenty of topics that you can comment on. Or you can bring up your own topics if you want to, and do that at 866 We Be Big. Lines are available now. Speedy standing by, ready to take your call.
Every time I hear the term Silver Spurs, I think of the Christmas special.
Oh, yes. That's so funny. So join us now, and let's hear from you, America. Also, don't forget programming notes. Bubba and I on vacation next week. So we'll have a lot of Rick and Bubba best of moments and best of shows. So enjoy that as Bubba and I take a vacation, and hopefully Bubba and Betty and all those working to get everything settled with the lake house just in time for a new tornado season. We'll have all that ready to go.
Yeah, let's just be sure we got the door on the storm shelter.
Yes. So anyway,
she's bolted in there good.
So hopefully when we get back after spring break, you'll be in a good place on that. Hopefully it's all moving forward. Some things to consider when we get back from vacation. We'll be headed right into April. Bubba will be part of a banquet coming up to roast the police chief there in Hoover, Alabama, with a really funny panel coming up on April the 6th. Look for those details to continue to come to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, and you can find out where members of the show will be there. And those of you that are following along, trying to keep up with the men's ministry, themanchurch.com, go there and look under events. And there's a lot of man churches coming up this spring and summer as well. So let's start with Paul. Speaking of Bubba's project in Mobile, Alabama, he wanted to comment on that. Go, Paul.
Yeah, Paul.
Hey, guys. Morning. I just wanted to say, Bubba, I understand you don't want to make your contractor mad because that's never good.
Yes.
But and you've been real nice about them, but as a electrician, a construction worker, we are some of the sorriest group of individuals I've ever met in my life. I mean, we're terrible. Half of us are drug addicted, and the other half don't show up on time. I'm sorry. I know what you're dealing with. Hang in there, brother.
Wow, Paul. Paul, I've heard of self-deprecating humor, but
I tell you what.
Well, I think I think anytime you're building, it's stressful.
It is very stressful.
I think when and I've told a few people this, we've built a house now and we've rebuilt one. Building is a much easier process because you have the money approved and you just do the weekly draws for whatever you need. The insurance thing is a little more complicated.
Yes.
And that tends to slow everything down and all that. But we're going to cover this in a full disclosed report coming up in the near future.
Yeah, I had a conversation with an insurance person yesterday, and
I'm going to be honest with exactly what we've been up against.
Sure, yeah. It's just this treatment, once you try to file a claim versus the years and years and years of paying premiums, it just seems to be. Yeah, when they come to writing the check, it's a little different.
Anyway,
but I
don't.
I've
said for years.
I'll wait till you're done.
There's a problem with you're making a contract with somebody to cover you in case of a certain
and
disaster.
you're paying for it.
When they have an adjuster to come out, just the term adjuster, they're going to adjust what they're going to do. I don't get to adjust my premium,
and there it is.
And that kind of is where it all begins.
That is a good point. To the phones we go. Jason and Phil Campbell, Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
I watched a. His name is Page.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry guys.
buddy.
Anonymous and Arab. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
I've had the privilege of having both of the stress tests, the treadmill and the chemical induced.
Yes.
I would much rather do the treadmill than the chemical induced because much better running. It feels much better running than laying on a gurney, feeling like you've got to go pee for about 10 minutes.
You know, it's funny you said that. Greg and our dad, when he was still with us, had the chemical stress test one time, and he told my mother and us he would never do that again. He said
it's a miserable experience.
Yeah, he said if they want to do a stress test again, I'm getting on the treadmill. He said I will not do that. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, not everybody can do that. I
right?
guess.
No, yeah, that's right. Of course, Dad never, ever thought he was in the position he couldn't do a treadmill.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And I was laughing talking to the doctor yesterday, and of course he worked with Dad too, with his heart issues, and was going with Dad and still dealing with him when he had Alzheimer's. And let me tell you something. He got to where, because of the horror of Alzheimer's, he didn't really know if he had any symptoms anymore. And Mom would have to go and kind of be the advocate. So one time she said, well, he's complaining. Jason laughed about this yesterday, the cardiologist. He's complaining that his chest hurts right across here sometimes, and he's not telling you that. But he did. And he looked, and then he said, your dad wasn't really engaged, and he heard that. And he said, well, my goodness, Ganelle, that's my mother's name. If you've been bench pressing 250 pounds, your chest is going to be sore. And so he said, you've been benching, Coach? He said, yeah, I've been benching. He said, I was benching 250 pounds. I guess that's why Currently. Yeah, now keep in mind, he was saying that's in his 80s. Okay, that he was benching. So he thought that he's working out. Yeah, and that's why his chest was hurting. We continue. Let's go to David out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. David, go ahead.
Oh, yes. You were talking about the stress test. There's a new AI-driven test, it's an MCG, multifunctional cardiogram.
Yes.
It's a 10-minute test. It's 3 times more accurate than a stress test. No treadmill, no dye. It tells you 26 heart indications.
Really? Yeah, I'd never heard of one that, I know we have this one. They do the 3D picture, and Bubba and I've had that done. I've got another one of those maybe by the end of the year or the first of next year. But I had not heard one that didn't require dye, because Bubba and I laughed that we both felt like we were wetting our pants while we were getting ready.
Oh, I get it when I do my scan now. I mean, they hit you with that dye, and you think,
yeah,
did I just tinkle on myself?
Yeah, have you?
Because it's awful warm.
I haven't heard of what he's saying. Have you?
Yeah, the AI thing is changing everything, and there's good and bad. Everything can be used, in the wrong way.
Right.
But the AI and a lot of this medical stuff, you do good police work when you're a good doctor.
Yeah.
And, instead of looking at 7 or 8 things, they can look at literally hundreds of thousands of cases quickly that you fit the mold. Your body type, your blood type, all this. And I don't know about that particular test he's talking about, but I know at least with my treatment, some of the things that they're able to draw on statistically has not been available until recently. And when you can look at everybody that's your height, your body weight, your blood type,
we're
your
such
history,
unique individuals,
and there's hundreds of thousands of them, and you can draw some conclusions from that. It's amazing.
Yeah. Jason, we're going to try you again. Your phone didn't work last time.
30 seconds left in the hour. Go ahead, Jason.
I'm sorry, guys. Thank you for the second chance.
Sure.
I watched a special on Diamond Dallas Page Sunday night on WWE Legends. He actually does yoga training. Greg needs to go see Diamond Dallas Page about his back.
100%. What he's done for some of those old wrestlers, I've heard about this.
It is amazing.
It's phenomenal.
It's incredible.
Greg, you don't think Diamond Dallas Page couldn't get you right with your back?
Well, I'm not sure where he's stationed out of, but
it ain't your mama's yoga.
And hopefully he doesn't remember you.
Yeah, he used to be Atlanta. I don't know where he is now.
We have met.
Had an encounter.
Yeah. But
years ago.
But it is amazing.
He was helping you stretch, wasn't he?
Yes, he
sure
was. Yes, he was. Wish I'd been asked about it. I didn't really have a say in it, did I?
No.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, look, the Chinese people, they're wonderful people. They're wonderful people. And I hate to say this. Now, their government will eat your lunch, the bag it came in, and lie to you the whole time. You know, their government will steal the hair off your head.
The Chinese people made one critical mistake. They gave up their guns and they let their leaders put in a communist government.
He basically said what we've been saying. You can't trust anything they say.
No.
And he's saying he's over in the it got out of one of their laboratory camps.
Yeah.
And he said,
there's a lot of people. Yesterday? What was the general poll is about 30% thinks it got out.
Well,
I think it's higher than that.
Well, he also, one of our that general, they asked him about it, and he said, well, we haven't ruled that out, but the evidence seems to stack that it was a natural occurrence. Look, they go back to John Kennedy of Louisiana. I have so much respect for the general, and I understand he's a fine man. He's a fine man. But he can't say what I know. He's saying what he has to say. There's things he can't say as a general.
Yeah.
And but he said that they went over there and toured. And he said 2 years ago, and he said 2 years ago we had people who went through these labs and said this is just a world pandemic waiting to happen.
That's it.
And so we'll see. We'll find out at some point. He said there's only one problem with saying it came from bats in the wet market. Martha McCullen, Martha, they don't have bats at the wet market. We reached ain't no bat soup there.
Yeah, that would hurt that.
Well,
now, they're saying they took out a lot of the animals.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was funny.
That's what they say.
Just him. They will eat your lunch in the sack it came in.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number, and so we checked in with Bubba. He's rolling. Now we go to the Brady Bunch setup, and there's little home studios everywhere. And I know that we have talked about that when Helmsley's, he's doing it now. Bubba did it some yesterday. When you guys are choosing these backgrounds that look like the broadcast plaza and teleport, it truly looks like we're all back in the studio again. And everybody's like, well, why are they on the computer? They're sitting right in there with you. Yeah. It really looks good. And it is my favorite background.
Yeah.
It looks, because it just looks like you are sitting in the studio in a different place. It's really funny.
I thought you liked the space background, Rick.
Don't like the space. Yeah.
I told Greg what's funny about this picture, and Speedy took several pictures yesterday and sent them to me, and it's fantastic. But what's great about this one that I've picked, it makes it look so realistic in my mind, is on my forehead there's a little glare. Mm-hmm. And it looks like it's coming from the light in the picture.
It does. Man, it really does.
It does look realistic.
Yeah, it looks good.
Funny.
It's bouncing where that peak used to be.
Hey, how about this? I'd rather see.
Look at my hair. You think I can say anything? Right? Look at that mop. Huh?
Listen, they're gonna have to open the hair places up. I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
If they're not essential, we need to get that flipped.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, Greg, I got to tell you, you're gonna want that cowbell. So I would prefer to see the wall of the room you're sitting in than one of those space backgrounds.
There it is.
Yeah. Well, I agree. Yeah, they look cheap. Those do. Now this, see, when y'all do pull that up, that looks sharp. That looks like anything like that looks good.
I'm just in my normal seat, Rick.
Yeah. Yeah, there you are. That's so funny that works out. But
all right, Greg, play with yours. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, look, Greg, don't.
Yours will key good with that color behind you, Greg.
Yeah, Greg, don't work.
No, see if I do that, it's going to put these headphones on. They'll disappear. I'll look like a bullet head.
Greg,
Greg, just try it one time. Let's see. What
I
it
don't
looks
care
like.
nothing about it.
Greg, I like you having that Jack Steak logo back there, and Burt,
Do it, or I'm gonna do it remotely.
and you're sitting on Burt Reynolds' couch, from the '70s.
That's right. It matches. I just look, and as far as the lighting, hey, it's good enough.
Here we go.
My video presentation, as long as the audio's good, I really don't care.
Greg, your video presentation is so much better than I thought you would have ever pulled off.
Oh, yeah.
Look, we're so far ahead where I thought we would be.
I agree.
See, Helms has updated his lights. I don't know what he's done. He's looking a little brighter.
Those are the lights in the picture, Bubba.
Yeah, it's in the studio.
That's not really. That's not
one
real.
right above his head, shining down.
Yeah, I hate to say this, and I think y'all will agree with me. When Speedy joins in, it looks more like Bubba and Helms are in here than Speedy.
Yeah.
And Speedy's actually in here.
Right.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah. It looks like Speedy is standing in a field and there's cars parked shining their lights on him in the background.
Yeah.
I can pull it up here. Let's see what
No, that's fine. It wasn't that big a deal.
What if I was like,
that's it. So we have we're going to talk, I know, about the charity charge coming up, but we can get into this before the show is done today. We do have the Adler update coming up, but we'll start diving into this world of all these loans and I talked to some people yesterday. I even had somebody saying that that they have a business and they're trying to get the loan approved, and there's a window to get approved because they're going to run out of the money. The money's going to be gone.
Yes,
and there won't be any left. So
we're probably in that group.
Yeah, there's a misnomer that there was just enough money for anybody who wanted it, and even I fell into that.
There's a lot of small business, Rick.
Right,
About 30 million.
Yeah, so I just like the Great Bridge program of Obamacare, they said this thing's going to go empty pretty quick, and so everybody's not going to be able to get it. Even if you want it and you qualify, the money has to actually be there, and they're saying it's going to run out, and that's what they're being told by.
Story of our life.
Go from the Big Boy Studios out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler here, Helmsy out, I think back tomorrow, and welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us and spending 3 decades with the Rick and Bubba.
Yes, Bubba, alert, water in the kitchen. So I told Bubba I got here today. I didn't know if the kickoff hour, if y'all noticed it. I went out and we have our offices and everything in here, and then we go out into a common area where there's a kitchen. That's where the coffee pots are. There's a refrigerator, and the other radio stations here, and we all share that. And then of course we have to go out in the lobby to find the bathroom. And once you walk past, the bones of people that didn't make it, and so
like climbing Everest,
the carnage.
Yeah. But anyway,
there's green boots.
Oh, look, there's a pair of boots. But anyway, so I came in today when Bubba got here. I said, "Man, there's a weird smell out there." And I said, I can only describe it as either somebody smoking dope or plastic is burning. And I said, and when you work in radio, it could be either.
Yeah.
And so I didn't. It smelled weird, and I looked, and the fire alarms weren't doing anything. So I thought, well, you know how you do? You just finally go, well, okay. So Greg and I just made the journey, and there's water all over the kitchen. And of course, Bubba, to no one's surprise, the culprit, the ice machine.
Yeah.
Ice machines. And they're proud of ice machines.
They are.
Ice machines cost a fortune. And really what you're saying is, can I pay a lot of money so I can have water damage in my basement?
Yeah.
Or in my kitchen, wherever you put it.
Just a matter of time.
Because they always leak. They always leak. You're like, man, ice machines, they're awesome, except for the water.
I think what's happened here is it's whatever you smell burned, it's not cooling anymore.
Right. And
the ice was stacked up. So that ice is melted and it's going into the floor until it gets below that tank.
So it's not working.
So I went in.
And so the ice is melting.
Yeah.
Did you turn it off?
I scooped it down to get it below the tank.
It's like global warming.
There you go.
It's got the carpet wet outside the door and everything. So
we don't know who to call on that.
I made a call.
I went by not too long ago. I didn't see any water.
Oh, it's there now.
It's
cut loose now.
It's a lot of water. Matter of fact, I brought out the yellow sign.
He did.
Yellow sign's out, bud.
Yeah, the yellow sign's out, and the call's been made.
Danger.
My shoes got wet. They did.
It's like walking through a puddle when it's raining.
I mean, I had to get out of there.
I needed to make another cup of coffee, but
I needed to use the bathroom. I just turned around.
No, don't go that far with it.
I did. Because I mean, a call had to be made.
Hey, the house was flooding.
Are we going around the building now to go to the bathroom?
Rick.
No, I'm walking through the water.
You're something else.
The water's rising.
You can step over. I mean, I think I'm
Speedy. Get your canoe out and make your way across it.
I believe since we scooped down far enough, it's not.
So was that the smell I smelled this morning?
Probably.
I'm
guessing, probably something burnt loose in there.
Yeah, probably so.
What'd it do?
Something burnt loose, got a little hot.
Hey, there's something burning in here.
Hey.
Or someone smoking weed.
Yeah, Is Adler gonna be able to get through it?
No, Adler's in trouble. Adler, get a life jacket.
I'm not that sure.
Get a life jacket.
By the way,
it's going to be real cold. I'm going to go ahead and warn you. It's like a melting iceberg.
All right, we take an ice bath in there.
You could.
Adler, would you like for
can
me?
fit in the thing.
Have I now? I've gone to the point. I've almost made a commitment. I'm not going to do it anymore. And if you say right now, I'd appreciate that, Rick. I won't. We've been in this studio now for a year and how long? A year and 4 months.
About
3 months.
2 years.
But is it 2 years?
Yeah, over 2.
Yeah, it is.
Over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
About 2 years and 4 months.
Really?
That's it.
Is it gone around that many times?
It has.
Anyway,
sure.
However long we've been here.
Yeah.
This will be the third Christmas.
I know that every time we go into the public restroom, they have the little kids urinal, and I always say, don't anybody use Adler's. Do you want me to stop doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Rick, he's going to leave and go and get an ice bath in the ice maker.
Phil, his legs aren't under.
A lot of people don't know this, but this is how ice makers really work. There's a penguin inside.
That's funny.
He's popping out ice
That's
cubes.
terrible. That's terrible. Do you know Greg at home, if all the showers are being used, he just goes out in the bird bath and gets ready.
I'm not that small.
Yeah, but he's wiry.
I've been working out.
Yeah, but I didn't try to overplay what was happening, but I tried to let
Did you
them
panic
know.
anybody? Because you'll worry people to death about stuff.
You claim we got to walk around the building. We can't even get through there.
You talking about exhausting?
Oh.
Okay, have y'all heard what y'all been saying? Y'all act like we can't get through it, huh? Your shoes are wet. No, but I did try to let them know, hey, we got us a little something here. We got us a puddle, and we got wet carpet. Now, hey, good morning.
I think calling Carl was a little much.
You're right.
But, I mean,
and the fire department's here.
See, y'all just don't hear what y'all say.
No, I was kidding. I was doing an impression of you.
But I did try to say, hey, we got a little something. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm like, Greg's down there. Of course, he can't bend over because of his back.
But I was scooping.
Let me tell you something.
Hey, so he's like this. He's like,
let me tell you this.
I'm like, use your legs, Greg.
Any sympathy that I had for Greg's back is over.
Yeah,
I didn't ask for any.
Because yesterday I had
made
this
the call and I thought it would work out and it didn't. Went south.
The whole time he's been over, he's like,
Greg, do you not remember the commercial? You can pay me now, you can pay me later.
Yep. I mean, that was for Muffler. Wasn't
if I wasn't as tough as
Meineke? Meineke? What's that thing called? Is it Meineke?
Meineke.
I think they had commercials trying to decide how to say it.
Yeah, I know.
You look great when you walk.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it still in bad shape in there?
I think he scooped it down
you're
enough
fine.
to where I think it's below the line.
I think.
If you, hey, listen, you're fine. I'd roll my pants up.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, no, they could get you there. You might want to carry your shoes in your hand, put them on when you get to the other side.
I called Tom because he gets the call.
So is the ice machine that'd be Tom World?
Well, I asked him. I said, Tom, is this your world or do I go straight to Casey with maintenance? And he's like, that's a great question. I don't really know, but I'm minutes away, so let me look at it and figure it out.
I want you to think
about. It just
about.
depends if the refrigerator transmits or not.
I was about to say, think about you're a master engineer. You've
That's
been
what I'm thinking.
You've done that before. You're supposed to be working on transmitters, and somebody's got you on the doggone ice machine today.
What next? Clogged toilet?
Yeah.
Anyway, I got one sideways in here.
I said.
You can't stand it.
What is your deal?
I mean, I've never seen anybody. You toilet humor.
Did you?
Right there, right in here.
Greg, did the back pain cause you to miss your other medicine?
Right,
You know, the special
I didn't
pill
want to
you
mix
take?
them. I didn't want to mix
All right, so let's go back to
You know that special one we ask you to take every day?
Right, but I did ask him. I said, "Does this go through you, Tom? What are we doing here?" I mean,
Tom, I know this is beneath you. Don't be offended. I'm just trying to get information.
Yeah. And for some reason, Rick's in Crocs because he's scared his shoes to get wet.
Greg got a little scared. Greg, Speedy, what's wrong? Y'all not getting closures? Is the network not? Are we off the air? No, the ice machine's leaking.
One time, Tom was crawling under the desk here, and I asked him about why my reception was bad on my baby monitor at my house.
No, you did
and
not.
He did not like that at all.
You did not do that. Did you really do that?
I was like, you know what? That was out of line. I'm so sorry, Tom.
The only time worse is to catch an engineer in duress and ask him something.
While he's laying on his back under something.
All right,
practicing his craft.
It was not good.
Y'all can laugh if you want to, but hey, water is serious.
Listen,
look, if that water spreads and gets to the TOC, then it is Tom's problem.
I think we're good. I think we're good there.
No, it's a horror. I'll tell you this: it's a horror flick if it's in there now.
You know that giant,
it's got like its own little mind.
I'm worried about Sweet 200.
That giant transformer in there. That's the UPS supply.
Yeah. You don't want that and water.
Yeah. Ask Bubba if water damage is a big deal.
It is.
So we got it.
I'm telling you, you got an ice machine out of control in there.
Speedy, was it me or did you hear Rick? I didn't know what was happening in the hall. I thought the building had collapsed.
Oh yeah.
He was a little scared.
He was.
Well, Greg, I knew who to get on it.
Okay, something happening in here.
Okay. What is it? You see the kitchen?
So y'all are ignoring the electrical fire we had going. The thing was on fire at one point this morning.
Of course, you just left.
I thought somebody was smoking ganja.
It got a little hot.
You probably could have notified somebody then, and we wouldn't have this problem.
Probably so, but I couldn't quite find a solution, so I just went, well, it'll work out.
Yeah. Not everybody likes to call at 5:30 going, I smell
Tom's
something.
first question, when did this start? I don't know. Rick smelled something around 5.
Something funny.
5. He just now calling me.
Do y'all realize though that smelling something funny and ice machine leaking? I didn't put that together.
Yeah, I don't want to call somebody for I smell something.
Right.
Normally,
Greg, help me with these sandbags so we can get.
What if I get one of the DJ?
Rick's worried we can't get through the
sandbags.
Rick Santoni's wanting to get in there.
Okay, sea level.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, I mean, it's we're not in a bad situation yet, and we hope we won't get into one. But if this thing keeps going on, we're all going to be in a bad situation.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I thought the news yesterday overall sounded pretty positive.
Yeah, it did.
It sounded like the 30th is going to kind of be the baseline that some places and some businesses might even get open a little bit before that. But of course, we have this giant peeing contest going on between the president and the governors. And that's, it's a good civics lesson. I know it upsets some people, but I'm like, just sit back and watch it. It's
what's funny is I don't know why, but every now and then it's like they go find Greg. And what I mean by that is Britt Hume. And they'll drag Britt Hume in. He looks annoyed to be asked to be there.
He's like an old mule.
Yeah, he's frustrated with everybody, and so they brought him in on this, and he trashed both people. He trashed the president and the governors. I thought to myself, I don't know I've ever seen anybody come. He goes, here's the thing. First of all, Trump's not going to try to take over the whole country. That's the way Trump talks, and that's that stuff we got to put up with him. He always comes in with this hyperbole and these overreaching statements. And he goes, he doesn't have the authority in the Constitution to do that. He goes, then we go over to the governors, and they're starting to act like that they're going to be tyrants of their state, and they're going to do this, and they don't know what they're talking about. There's no story here. He just basically went back and said, look, everybody is using hyperbole and overstepping, and
I think Trump made an excellent play in this because. What was the big thing that we kept saying they were going to hang him on? When he opens it back up, when people die, they're going to say, Trump, it's on you.
Picture him standing there. Picture him standing there, and each body represents a log, and they're going to start stacking them at his feet.
Oh yeah. So I think he probably played this beautifully. He acted like he had total control.
Right.
And by the way, normally a president does not, but I'm not too sure under emergency declarations if he doesn't have a whole lot more power than most people think. Now I'm not a constitutional expert, but I've heard a couple of them talk, and they said, when he signed that and the governor signed theirs, it changes things a little bit. But anyway, he knew when he said that the governors would react and say, no, it's our call. We're in charge.
Right.
So now he can say, well, you're in charge and you opened up too soon. You blew it.
Well, and this is where in times like this, you never think it's going to happen. right now the states are learning who we elect for governor is a really big deal.
Yes, it
because
is.
you've got all these different personalities. You've got this Virginia idiot. This guy is an absolute loon. And you talk about somebody that is trying to destroy the very fabric of our country in Virginia. He is taking this pandemic, and he said he's got 1,200 things he's going to sign and do because he thinks he can now, and most of it has nothing to do with the pandemic. Right. And then you got the Michigan governor. She's trying to be the vice presidential nominee, and she's
running for that. Huh?
Yeah, and she's acting like a tyrant. And then there's all kinds of things in between.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes now to the top of the hour. All right, Bubba, based on that conversation, that may be another segment we need to do today because, Greg and I had a weird experience up here, too, at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport involving phones that we never, ever got to the bottom of. But anyway, so we need to talk about that. We're having weird things happen at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport involving phones, and it's bizarre, and Bubba experienced it yesterday as well.
Well, it was something. It wasn't exactly what you had, but it was something bizarre.
Well, I'm just going to tell you. Well, you want to just wait because the office phones are dead. There's nothing on the screens. The screens are black, and mine used to ring periodically quite often, and it hasn't rung in weeks.
Well, okay, I'll tell you.
Are we going to go into it
now?
Yeah, let's do it now, and then we'll do checks because this is a short segment anyway because we went a little over the 10.
So I came to the office yesterday.
Felt like I need to give him more after that. All right, go ahead.
To take care of paperwork and whatever, and I made sure y'all were gone so we wouldn't, cross over and all that. So I'm in my office and I'm gathering papers and mail and all this, and the office phone rang.
You sure about that?
I thought it did. I thought it was the office phone.
Because the office phones are dead.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you told me, and I really didn't. It didn't click that the office phones were dead. And it sounded like somebody answered it and was talking on it at a low volume. So I couldn't tell if it was coming through the phone or I were hearing them down the hall. You know what? Like if Speedy picked up in his office or Greg and was talking on the phone, how you can.
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Opportunities to chat by phone will still come as the show continues today. All right, so before we get into our Your America today, I understand that the evil flood has been stopped.
Rick, the evil flood, we've called in some specialists. No,
And Rick-
maintenance is in here, and they've got the mops out, and they're mopping.
Okay.
And I
And
think
not
the
a
flood is-
moment too soon because we saw animals begin to stand next to each other.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep,
we did.
They sure. So, see, Rick, look, are you okay now?
You feel better?
Are we
No.
good?
Well, it's a little dangerous still.
That is a pretty widespread water
Oh,
tank.
it is.
Yeah,
Bubba.
it goes around the corner
Thank you,
too.
Bubba.
Came
But-
through the wall.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so people are clean. And Tom's not in it anymore?
Well, he just hadn't gotten here, but at least the high water is gone.
Okay.
It
All
has
right.
subsided.
Let me tell you, this building was in trouble. This building was in trouble. You know what we were about to hear?
Are
Everybody.
you saying that the lobby is crested?
Right.
Yeah.
What we were about to hear is everybody report to Suite 200.
Right. But they did confirm you can smell something shorted out in
Yeah,
there.
well, that was that smell I had.
I smell.
Way
But you
early.
didn't tell anybody about you?
No, I told Bubba about it.
Bubba.
Didn't I, Bubs?
Yeah, I smelled
Bubba
it
didn't
too when I
care.
went by.
Yeah. Well, we didn't know what it was.
Well, I
How
tell
are
you
we
what,
supposed to know?
You too.
But thank
I mean,
goodness.
if you called and alerted everybody time you smell something weird in this building, you realize how much time you'd be on the phone.
Burning smell.
I didn't smell it.
Yeah. I was afraid.
After
Well, that's after COVID. You can't smell it.
By the way, yeah, if you couldn't smell that, something's wrong.
well, maybe it hadn't happened yet when I was in there. I was in there about a good hour before y'all.
Yeah, but you've been through there since, hadn't you?
Yeah, I don't smell it.
Okay, then. Here we go. Hello, America. Hello, America. Bubba, you want to attempt your name
Hey, Adler just told us how to say it.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Ketanji?
Ketanji, but
Ketanji?
it doesn't matter.
Ketanji.
I went to school with Ketanji.
Did you?
Yeah.
Ketanji Brown Jackson. Bubba, we will not believe what she's concerned about.
Rick, this is incredible what she said during oral arguments yesterday. Adler, let's just hear the whole thing. Is this Jim Jordan commenting on it too?
No, this is just her.
Just Ketanji?
Let's hear her.
Here we go.
Justice Jackson?
So my biggest concern is that your view has the First Amendment hamstringing the government in significant ways in the most important time periods. I mean, what would you have the government do? I've heard you say a couple times that the government can post its own speech, but in my hypothetical, kids, this is not safe, don't do it, is not going to get it done. And so I guess some might say that the government actually has a duty to take steps to protect the citizens of this country, and you seem to be suggesting that that duty cannot manifest itself in the government encouraging or even pressuring platforms to take down harmful information. So can you help me? Because I'm really worried about that because you've got the First Amendment operating in an environment of threatening circumstances from the government's perspective, and you're saying that the government can't interact with the source of those problems.
Wow. Rick, this is a concept that is bizarre to me, that a Supreme Court justice would find the First Amendment is hamstringing them into what they're wanting to do. Hey, Justice, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to stop you.
Yep.
It was first for a reason. Did they not teach you that in law school? Are you kidding me?
It's to limit the government. What are you
You're
talking
supposed
about?
to be hamstrung.
God,
that's what it's all for.
Come
and it was
on.
most important. It's in the First Amendment. I cannot believe we had a judge at that level say that.
I know.
And you
Well, she's
believe it.
honest.
And believe it. That's what's
Right.
scary.
Which
in
which
her
amendment
mind,
is it?
in her mind, if the government decides that something is threatening, we're going to shut it down because our responsibility to protect people is more important than your right to say we're wrong.
Bubba, she even used the word pressure. The government ought to be allowed to apply a little pressure. No, that's why we have the Constitution, so the government can't apply pressure on us anytime they want to.
When the Supreme Court justices believe that about the First Amendment, you better get ready to cut the lights off because she's over.
Yeah.
She is over.
Well, you know what you say is we're not going to give you that power because you'll abuse it.
Absolutely. That's ridiculous.
And
I'm not the only one offended by that.
What amendment is it, Bubba? Which number?
First.
Oh, the first one.
Right
Number
out of the gate.
uno.
Right out of the gate.
Gotcha.
Right out. Got it out there right out of the gate.
That's the first thing we're going to do.
Yeah.
That's bizarro to me.
Yep.
That's
Look,
scary.
You don't have to be a legal scholar. All you have to do is have 8th grade civics to realize that is crazy.
Now, keep in mind, we have citizens that this doesn't bother
Now,
at
she
all.
swore to uphold the Constitution. Don't forget.
The very Constitution, she says, is in her
It's
way.
hamstringing me. It's what we need to do here.
But Bubba, we have Americans. This comment won't bother them. They just want to be sure that Trump doesn't say bloodbath. Okay.
When he's talking about the automotive industry.
When he's talking about the whole economy. He did go on and say that won't be the only place.
That's right.
So he's talking about the collapse of the economy if we don't change the road we're on.
Scary.
Speaking of bloodbath, if you want it real quick, Scarborough.
Watch out, Scarborough.
Thank you.
Jimmy Neutron. Just call him Jimmy Neutron.
Joe.
Yeah.
He went nuts about the term bloodbath, saying he said he cussed on the air
twice.
Trump knew.
Is he going to cuss in this?
Not in this.
Okay.
Trump knew what he was doing when he used the word bloodbath. That was intentional. It's for violence. Nobody uses the word bloodbath like that. Here's Scarborough. I can't say
Scarborough
saying
Jimmy Neutron
saying bloodbath.
He was talking about a bloodbath. Sometimes a bloodbath means a bloodbath. On the eve of this bloodbath, it was going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath. Would be an absolute bloodbath.
Bloodbath. This bloodbath in South Carolina.
There's going to be a bloodbath. There will be a bloodbath at the convention.
An absolute bloodbath.
Okay, see, he uses the term all the time.
It's a
he and his wife.
phrase.
Or is she a wife or a live-in?
Oh, his wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
She-
That's the one that got to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But
so
anyway.
you heard both of them in that clip that Adler just provided using the term exactly the way Trump used it for other things.
In their own words.
In their own words. And he says anytime somebody says bloodbath, it just means bloodbath. Well, including when you and your wife used it?
Right.
Because we just got clips of y'all using it the
Joe,
same
you're
exact
better
way.
than that. You're better than that.
Come on.
You can make Mama happy. You don't have to go psycho.
You're
out
right.
there.
Come on, Jimmy Neutron. You're all right.
You ain't going way too far.
Yeah. Won't you go over to the drawer in y'all's bedroom and see which drawer she's keeping them in and ask if you can borrow them every now and then?
Get one.
You know, yeah.
Just get one.
Yeah, just get one. You don't have to get them both.
Sure.
Right. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, and listen, Bubba and I aren't speaking from a hypothetical. We were on his show, like him palling around with us fellow conservatives about one of our books that we had out or something, remember? And he has radically changed since this woman came into his life. I mean, radically. He's unrecognizable. I mean, at one time we used to talk about him graduating from the University of Alabama, but we won't do that anymore.
No, forgot about that.
It's probably his fault that Saban's leaving.
Oh, hey.
I heard that.
The DeBoer's got enough money, though. We're good.
Yeah, that story out today.
Yeah, we'll hit that one in a minute. So when we come back, do you want to do the Elon Don Lemon stuff?
Yeah, let's hit that because it's intriguing also.
I saw a number of these clips that they released, and Don Lemon.
It's frustrating.
He is so frustrating.
It is unbelievable.
Well, it's just become.
And he asks these open-ended questions too. That there's
Was
really
he being
no
hamstrung by the First Amendment? You mean that trip wire that throws
Guys,
everybody off?
What that Supreme Court justice says is one of the most alarming things that have been said publicly
in a long time.
In a long time.
Yeah,
and
very disturbing.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Barely hear them down the hall, you know, but so I thought somebody was there. So I got up and I go to the hall. I go, hey, everybody here? Everybody? And, you know, it's quiet. So I don't know. It was kind of strange. I don't know if somebody was out in the hall and I heard their phone ring and them talk or whatever, but it was kind of strange.
All right,
It kind of wigged me out a little bit.
All right, so I've just called. Oh, this is funny. I just called the main line, and they still work.
Well, yeah, you can hear
but
something.
you just can't hear them ring.
No,
is that it?
No, if you go into your office right now, and Greg, I think you and I both have done it.
Oh yeah,
the phones are dead. I mean, you know how the screen shows you how many calls you got, how many messages you got. The screens are all black in every office. I went to every office and looked one day, except Bubba's because I'm not allowed in there.
Right.
And everybody's phone looked exactly like mine. Okay. Well, y'all know me because it's a comedy bit every week. Because if you want to hear strange messages, go listen to the message on your office phone. Because most people either email you or they know your cell phone.
I have begged Rick for this.
Anybody who calls an office phone and leaves a message is usually a dynamic group. Yeah. And some of the messages so once a week, I will go in there and call the guys in, whoever's here at the office, and say, I'm about to listen to my messages. Well, that's not happening anymore. And my phone has not rung in my office in weeks.
Yeah.
And there was a time it rang, a handful of times every single day. And so I haven't heard my phone ring in forever, so I'm shocked because the phones look like they're dead. I'm not saying that you don't call in here. People think they're leaving us messages. We just can't access them.
Yeah.
Right.
But my phone has not rung, and I hadn't heard an office phone ring here. And see, Greg and I
haven't used mine since the last time we played with Intercom.
So let me ask you this: There's a phone,
and you can't talk on it. I'm sorry, Helms, because I was going to do an interview with somebody because when I am asked to do an interview, now I'm doing them on Zoom, but before this got worked out, I would always call them on my office phone because it sounds better.
Yeah.
Well, I can't get it to work. I mean, it doesn't give me a dial tone or anything.
Well, let me ask you this: what about the phones that are in the server room and in the kitchen? Have we checked those?
I haven't.
There's two phones. There's
yeah.
one server room,
We can do that pretty easy.
One in the kitchen.
Yeah.
I bet I've heard those. I've still heard those ring in the last month or so.
Now there's a little phone in the production room too. It's different. It's just like a little, almost one of them little cheap white ones. It's not like the other phones. But now, if Bubba, obviously, if your phone was ringing in your office, you would have known that. But you can hear the call screening room if the volumes of it still works, and people call that line 24 hours.
But I'm going back to Bubba. I heard somebody talking.
Yeah, maybe I heard that phone ring. But then I heard somebody pick it up and talk on it, and it sounded like Speedy.
Do what?
That phone, the call screen phone was muted.
Yeah. Okay.
Call screen phone was muted, so that's out.
So you thought you heard my voice,
and then you heard people talking, Bubba. That's a whole nother dynamic.
It sounded like Speedy. I thought it was. I thought he had come back by or something.
Did you
That's
nod
what I
off?
thought.
Did you nod off in your chair and you dreamed it and you woke up? And you realized?
Did you get scared?
No, I just
He
thought,
got scared.
I thought Speedy's here, and then when I hollered up and down the hall and you wasn't here, I thought, well, that's weird.
Yeah, because I had a dream last night that I was hanging out with Nick Jonas, and I know that wasn't true, but
Coach, was it that year 3000?
That really did happen. But anyway, for some reason I was on tour with the Jonas Brothers. I don't know why, and they I was all in with them. They really liked me. But anyway, let me go back to this. So Greg and I one day heard a mysterious phone ringing up here, and it wasn't any of the office phones. It sounded like somebody's cell phone. And everybody had their cell phones with them. No one's ever called to say, I left my cell phone up at y'all's studio. And it rang and it rang. We went in every office. We went in every room. We could never identify what was ringing. We never got to it. Now you think a phone rang and you heard voices talking. We're haunted. This broadcast plaza has got some kind of phone home.
It may have been the smoking hall outside. I don't know.
Oh, you heard them on through the other side, yeah. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you, mypillow.com/Bubba. Been with us a while, and we are so thankful. It's sponsors like them that keep this show on the air, and listeners and viewers like you. So right now, mypillow.com/Bubba has over 200 different products, and here's what we're all looking for right now. When you go out there right now, you're like, can I go somewhere where I can find high-quality products at a reasonable price? Yes, by going to mypillow.com/Bubba. There you go. And there's over 200 items there, included but and not limited to Giza Dream bed sheets. Queens are just $59.98. Kings are $69.98. Men's and women's moccasin style or slip-on style my slippers are $59.98. Wow, that's a good price on that. 6-piece My Towel sets, $29.98. Men's textured T-shirts, $16.99. Women's pajama gift sets, $29.99. Look, the list is so long. There's no way I can go through all of it. So why don't you go right now to mypillow.com/Bubba, mypillow.com/Bubba, and shop for yourself and find those high-quality American-made products at a great price, as they have been doing for years, and you're spending money with a company that for most of you out there has the same values that you adhere to and loves this country the same way that you do. So it's all a win-win right there. You're not funding a company that stands for things you don't agree with either. All right, so let's talk about Don Lemon and the ongoing Don Lemon versus Elon Musk. Don Lemon and Elon Musk go at it again. We've got some more clips. So here they are. And you mentioned to this, sometimes people do things that you go, all right, it's official. I don't know what world you're living in.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of that now.
And here's where Don Lemon takes issue with the notion that Fox News would be more on the right and CNN would be more on the left.
Shocking.
Thought
I just didn't understand it.
Thought that was elementary, but here we go.
You reached out over the summer and you said it would be great to have Maddow, Don Lemon, others on the left put on this platform. You receive full support. The digital town square is for all. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean that we want to make sure that there are a wide variety of viewpoints. That it's, we always have, for example, Tucker Carlson, who most people will view as being on the right, that's quite a prominent name on the right. We want to have prominent names on the left as well to provide different points of view, as well as centrists. Just basically a wide range of viewpoints on the platform, so users can hear different opinions. They can hear, what's your point of view, what's Tucker's point of view, and and people can make their own decision about what they believe.
You didn't mean that I'm on the left? Did you think that?
I thought you were on the left, but I don't know. Well, let's just say I don't know what the left is or the right is, frankly, these days, because things can be quite polarized. But my impression was that you're more likely to be described as on the left than the right. My sense is you're sort of center left. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, did you ever watch me on CNN, or did you watch?
I saw I saw segments.
Yeah.
But CNN is generally considered left.
Yeah. Why do you say
that? Why do I say CNN is generally considered left? I think if you look at any sort of media survey of what is on the left or right, I think they would say, like, for example, Fox is on the right and CNN is on the left.
Yeah. So that's what is it?
Am I missing something here?
Okay.
So that's what you think.
Yeah. Really shocking news to Don, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How about that?
Is that what you think?
So Don didn't know he was not on the right. Was that what it
Unbelievable.
Does Don Lemon think he's on the right?
No.
Here's that clip. Speedy and I were discussing about censorship.
Okay.
If you guys want it.
Sure.
Don just claimed that hate speech is up on X since Elon took over. Elon then counters and says, it's actually down. There may have been more posts because it's more open and more free, but the viewership is actually down for those quote-unquote hate speech posts. Don is going to show him some racist posts and ask him why it's still on X. And
these are just a handful of extremely. You look at those anti-Semitic and racist tropes and tweets, and as of this morning, they're still on X. And from your own content policy, these posts should have been deleted. So why haven't they been deleted? Why are they still there? Did you?
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
They're not illegal, but they're hateful, and they can lead to violence. As I just read to you, the shooters, in all of these mass shootings, attributed social media to radicalizing.
So Don, you love censorship, is what you're saying?
No, I don't love censorship.
Then why are you asking?
I believe in moderation, but I don't believe in
censorship. Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
Boom.
Yeah, you can't have it both ways. You can't say that now if we want to say things that are mean and hateful to people we oppose or our point of view, you must allow it. But if anybody says something we find offensive, you must remove it.
You think you would use Keith Oberman's post on X?
Yeah.
Within the last 24 hours?
Yeah. So when he says he still hopes that Trump could be assassinated.
Yeah.
All right, so next we have Elon Musk and Don Lemon talking about wokeness and race obsession. And again, Elon, Don doesn't fare well in this either. So here we go.
Let's talk about trans rights and the woke mind virus, because you've talked about that a lot. You're right about that a lot on the thing. You have been deeply outspoken about the issue of trans rights. You posted trans rights. You posted that pronouns and bio mean the woke mind virus ate your brain. Do you know what the term woke actually means?
I know what it used to mean.
It's come to mean a lot of things.
But what originally it was meant to mean, it's just being aware of inequities in society and being aware of facts and history.
Yeah, I think it's come to be. I think being aware of inequities in society is fine, of course, but trying to blame everything trying to make everything a race issue is, I think, divisive and corrosive to society.
Even as it relates to trans issues, which is what I'm...
Yeah, race or, gender or whatever.
You think that society blames everything on racism now?
It blames a lot of things on it, and, yeah.
You think that's unfair?
Yeah.
Why?
I think we should not make this a constant subject. I think we need to move on. I think we just treat people like people.
You don't agree that this country was founded on racism and founded on slavery and in many ways inequities? That still continue on to this day?
I think every country at that time, and I think even today, was extremely racist. Every country. Obviously, slavery was present in about half of this country, but was not present in the North. There was racism for sure, but I think we want to look to the future rather than the past, and instead of engaging in constant rehashing of the past. Because in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No,
but...
everyone was a slave.
Okay, but
we are all descended from slaves.
Yeah.
Well, all of us.
Yeah.
It's just a question of when. Was it more recent or less recent? That's it.
Right.
But what future do we want? Is this something we want to make a part of our constant dialogue forever, or do we want to say, like, let's just move on and treat everyone, according to just who they are as an individual?
I agree.
So, yeah, Elon's saying if we wanted, the problem with this is not the issue itself, is we're not telling the whole story and then pointing out here's some things that still exist, and it always will, but slavery and the story of slavery is a scar on the world, not just on this country. And as many people have said, the first person I heard say this was Dennis Prager, but I think there's been others who have said it. You really shouldn't look at world history on where people had slaves because you would see the whole world. It's probably better to look at the countries that addressed it and removed it, which would include, Great Britain. It would include the United States of America. You probably want to look to those that ended slavery, because if you're looking at those that participated in slavery, you're going to look around and you're also going to look at some pretty uncomfortable moments when people of all ethnicities enslaved other people.
Yep.
And that was the point he was trying to make. If we want to tell the American story, fine. Well, let's not pretend like it just happened here, or that it was everywhere and that we didn't address it. Mm-hmm. And then we can get to the things we still need to address, but why don't we move on from the things that we've already addressed?
Yeah, it's limiting people's future.
Yeah.
And that's the point he's getting to. It's fine to remember the past.
Yeah.
But we got to look to the future.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
I tell you who we are. We're the Dream Team, baby. A brand new hour has started. Thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. Watch it live on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. And then it's archived soon after to our podcast and our YouTube channel, and we'll put links on our social media platforms. And you can access that today or on your own time. We will start back this hour, and I do have an update for you, Bubba. Speedy and I scoured the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, and we came back with the conclusion that all office phones, kitchen phone, and all this, any phone that was part of those original office phones are dead as a door now. You can't get a dial tone. You can't do anything with them. Super Tom, the engineer, was up here, but he's been stressed so much by COVID-19 and rewiring the board and getting you guys from your homes. I just couldn't say anything to him about it. It's like I just couldn't put office phone burden on him. But Speedy, as you can see now on our Brady Bunch format, is in the production room. Now, show them the office phone, though, that looks like all of ours over to your right. It's dead as a doornail. That one right there. That's how all of our phones look. There's no dial tone. There's no anything. But look over here. There's this bizarre little white phone that none of us know what that is.
Yeah, I know what it is.
It has a dial tone on it, and you can call from it.
Yeah, we have a phone hybrid in the production room, so you can call somebody or somebody can call in to do production, and it's a what we call a POTS line, I guess, POTS, or at least at that point it's changed back to a POTS line, and that's just the handset, so you can talk to them like what we have in the studio over there behind you, Rick, on the left. Basically, the production room version of that.
All right, so POTS, because all of our phone calls to the studio work fine, and that white phone works fine, but all the other phones are dead. So is it possible you heard that white phone ringing?
I don't know. But what's even stranger, who answered it? Because I heard somebody pick up and start talking, but it was so low you couldn't tell what they were saying.
Bubba, I'm still alarmed that you didn't know whether the phone that was on your desk was ringing or not. You think it might have come from somewhere?
I was busy. I was focused on opening the mail and trying to avoid, COVID-19 contamination.
Well, I was worried about having you up here because I got word that Bruce Pearl has a dry cough.
That's fine.
And I was like,
well, I'm trying to get it so we don't have to cross-contaminate while we're still in our
Speedy, get out of Greg's
social
office.
Distancing mode.
Speedy just went in your office, Greg. Did you see that?
Did he?
Yeah, he's messing around. Look, now he's in Helmsley's office. Now he's in Helmsley's office.
Helm's office.
He's in Helms now. He was in Greg's just a minute ago.
Oh,
but all of our phones are dead. I mean, look, you can't get a dial tone. You can't do anything. So if you've been calling our office phone, unless you know the number to the POTS line, I guess what Bubba's called it, you can't get anybody here.
Let me ask you this, because I text Super Tom and I said,
why don't put this on him?
Well, I know. I said it's not a priority.
Right.
I know he's got plenty to do right now. But I said, are you aware our office phones don't work? And he said, no, first I've heard of it.
See, I didn't want to tell him.
That tells you how much we use them.
Bubba, look.
How long has it been out?
Oh,
it's been months.
This past couple of years.
Yeah,
I think I'm saying weeks to make myself feel better, but it's possible.
No, it's been months,
guys.
Oh,
Rick, it's been months.
It's been at least a year.
No, haven't they been a year? No, I've listened to messages on my phone since around Christmas.
It happened right after I got hired there.
No, they've been down.
We play. We go through spells where we play with the intercom, and I was on a spell about 6 months ago.
Yeah, I would say that our office lines have not.
That spell.
Listen,
where you get on there and you make announcements to the
Bubba, that was 2018,
and then I have to go look it up, and then I go and make some again, and I get to laugh, and I can't even do it.
Well, I wonder if they just have to be reset.
Yeah, if y'all want to know about Bubba when he knows learned how to do the intercom here, watch The Office when Michael Scott figured out how to do the intercom at the office. It's the same exact thing.
Exactly.
It's like we lived it.
Well, I forget because I never use it, so I have to relearn it. It's like it's all new again.
Yeah, we don't use our office phones hardly ever unless we need a land. Like what I used to use my office phone was this: going back and listening to messages that were extremely interesting, and then if those people didn't email me with it, then if it's something we need to address, we do. But mainly, I used it for if we're being interviewed or I was going to talk to my mom from the office. I just liked having a landline. I like having a little better quality. And so 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today as we work through another one. Well, we've had a lot of topics. We'll get some of your phone calls maybe coming up if you're staying with us next hour. So yesterday, we all been following this ongoing process, which over the years I acknowledge. We have to acknowledge, where maybe we need to work a little bit, and I know that sometimes I go all in on guests that we meet on the show or through appearances or whatever, and I foolishly think that we have a closer relationship than we do, and I've owned that. And
burned a few of them up.
Burned a few up. I like the ice machine. It's very similar.
Yep. Even had a smell to it.
Yeah. So I met David Pollock at a men's conference in the Nashville area. I unfortunately spilled his coffee and splattered it on a nice couch at Robbie Gallaty's church, better known as Thanos, the giant man, a descendant of the Nephilim. And it was a terrifying moment for both of us. And so I kind of felt like that David Pollock and I had connected. I know he can be a controversial topic in Sweet Home Alabama because of his Saban moment, which he came on our podcast, Bubba. We interviewed him, and he said, look, Saban and I are fine, and I'm sorry if that upset anybody. And, of course, then he was removed from ESPN. I didn't realize how long he'd been at ESPN. Like I told the guys, that video game, the last time that EA Sports had college football game out in 2014, he was one of the commentators on there doing the halftime and pregame on there.
Been there a while.
So so anyway, I was kind of told by you guys to kind of ease back. And so
Cool the jets.
Yeah, so Pollock is trying to figure out what he's going to do with his life now. And, he said, hey, can you connect me with some people in men's ministry? I'm connected to, I'd like to start doing more of that. And I've made a few connections and got that going. And
he's my friend.
And he has said, I had, like, on February the 16th, I got a call from him in the evening, and I didn't see it. And so the next morning I saw he called me. I said, did you call me last night? Do you need anything? Now, this is his line. Was calling you back, big homie. Did you butt dial me yesterday afternoon? And I said, well, I guess I did. He called me big homie.
Big homie. Oh, that is next level.
Now
friend.
let's move to March 6th.
Come on.
March 6th, okay? I asked him about possibly speaking at one of our men's conferences next year with
Big
Man
house.
Church. And he says, doing great, homie G. How's my homie? That's on March 6th.
Wow.
A lot of homies.
So I've been called homie G. And I still won't fall victim to the trap that all of y'all are setting for me to call him Davey. Just can't do it. And so he has a podcast.
What about homie G?
Called
Polly.
called Family Goals. And I understand it's doing well. Adler said he looked at it and it's doing well. And he talked about this when he was in Nashville. This is trying to help this attack on the family unit and that we see, and trying to give advice, from a biblical worldview on parenting and all this. And so he said, hey, the stuff y'all are doing with the Man Church, I'd like to interview about that and kind of get these resources available to these men. So maybe that will help the family and it was awesome. Yeah, that'd be great. So yesterday, I was on with homie G, and got interviewed about this stuff. And, I didn't want to, I tried to be kind of, nonchalant, not trying to make any connection or anything like that. And so I thought I almost made it through the podcast, and he asked me about the latest resource, Sin Always Matters. And then he says, yeah, does it kind of splatter like coffee?
Oh,
throwback.
Was Pastor Jay on this?
And I said,
him uncomfortable.
I said, we were almost done. I said, I was almost at the end of the podcast.
Oh my!
And he goes, let me tell you what he did to me, Pastor. And then I had to relive it.
At your expense.
At my expense, right there on the podcast. I mean, I'm talking, there wasn't 10 minutes left. I don't know if you were able to hear it. You were in there working too, but I was almost done.
It was under 10 minutes.
Right.
And I can't believe homie G did that to him.
Right.
I thought y'all were homies.
I did too. And I
homie
thought,
G and Pastor J.
right under the bus I went. One thing I did not expect, they were asking about my testimony, and I shared about leaving football to join a rock band. I did not know that would flip a switch with homie G, that he said, oh, I got to go back and what rock band? And he wanted a list of all the bands, and I took him through the various bands, which I know, Bubba, is one of your favorite trivia questions.
Oh, absolutely.
And
homie G.
And I didn't expect for it to get bogged down on that.
You sent him a copy of Fat Chance.
Well, when I brought that up, he goes, no, wait a minute, that's available right now? And I said, it is. I can't believe we're pushing Mr. Lucky music here on this podcast. That was not my intention.
Funny.
He goes, well, what am I going to get? I said, if you like 80s rock, you'll be fine. and they went nuts over that.
Right.
So, and I could tell the pastor didn't really want us to go down that road because he doesn't know what we're now promoting. But anyway, there's only one song really on that album that I probably wouldn't sing today, but the rest of them are pretty
maybe
tame.
two. Yeah.
Maybe two, but definitely one. So it went okay, and Bubba, I want you to know I threw you a bone.
Yeah, did you tell him, hey, thanks, I didn't want to be on this podcast?
I did. I said, and he said,
forget it.
And before I got up, he said, Rick, pass this on to homie C.
Mm-hmm.
He said, we are actually thinking about how important ham radio is to a family in a time of emergency.
Yeah.
And he said, and we may get into space exploration as something that the family can do together. He said, so tell Bubba to stand by.
Stand by.
Yeah. So,
standing by.
And then he said, Robbie Gallaty told me he was into ham, and I said, yes, he is.
Yeah, you don't make Robbie mad.
Right. I don't think Robbie's doing it anymore.
Well, didn't you say he's a kick guy?
Hobby Robbie.
Yeah, but he'll come back around.
Yeah. How about he own that on his own thing? So Adler, did you hear much of it? I know you were working. Yeah. I don't think I was over eager, or I didn't ask him, hey, let's have lunch sometime. Do you like to fish? I didn't do any of that. I just did the interview and kind of just wrapped it up.
Yeah. I thought it was great. And then Pastor Jay, he has a JSU connection.
He did.
Didn't realize that.
Yeah, he sure did. Really? Yeah, he asked what year I graduated, and I said, well, when it comes to Bubba and our graduation year's a little shaky, and that got a big laugh.
You didn't get into the diploma.
And he said that, Greg, he was there during the era when Dad was that was
Really?
when they were on the run. He said he was there from 87 to 91.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Pastor Jay.
I just know him as Pastor Jay. I don't know.
Give me his picture again, Adam.
Yeah, he was at Jacksonville State, and he said I was there when your dad and the teams were dominating.
Oh yeah.
And he remembered that.
Did he say he played tennis?
He said yes, he played tennis.
Bubba.
I meant to pass that on.
Come
to you.
on,
And I said, well,
Bubba.
there's your angle right there.
Steve.
Yeah.
For Coach Steve.
Yeah. He said that. And he said I know you and Pollock don't think that's a real sport. To which I said, well, it can't be a sport. And they said, why? I said, because Bubba can still play it.
Yeah.
Bubba had it in about 3 years.
I think he's a senior pastor at Grayston Church.
Yeah. So anyway,
I know.
Family Goals. I don't know when that episode airs, but it's a great podcast, and so look for it wherever you get podcasts, and I'll be on there at some point. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But it has been at least 2 months since they've worked out. I don't know that they've worked in 2020. So how many months are we into 2020? It's 4. So probably 4 months.
Midway through 4.
Yep.
Oh, they haven't worked in 2020.
No, they haven't worked at all in 2020. And Bubba, but Tom was up here. He was in Comrex world. He was over here. He was moving pots around. He realized that the tech racks in here were not set up the way he thought they were, and he just looked stressed. And I just didn't want to say, hey, by the way, our office phones don't work.
He was trying to figure out how to wire about 6 different mix minuses, and it's a nightmare.
I know. And that's why I did
get everything hung in a loop.
Yeah, it'd be like, you sitting there and you're trying to put a Formula One car together, ready to go, and I walk over and bring up a go-kart. I'd like, our go-kart's not working.
Or your lawnmower won't crank.
Right. I mean, they, the mechanic don't want to hear that. So that's right. I just didn't want to. Now, Speedy, what are you doing now? Can he hear me? What is he doing?
I don't think he should be able to because he's got his computer.
You know what's going to be?
Can Speedy hear us right now?
Right.
He's
Tom's asking him to do
he's
something.
recycling the power.
Here's what we're going to find out to show you how priority these office phones are. We're going to find out that for 4 months it was just a simple reboot. You know what I mean? And nobody even cared. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I haven't cared that much about it. Have any of y'all cared? I obviously not.
No.
Yeah. The first time it hits me when I go, I'd like to have a landline. Oh man, my landline doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I've done that maybe 3 times in 4 months. Yes.
Look, he's on the phone. He's FaceTiming Tom.
Yeah. So y'all bothered. Bubba, why'd you bother Tom with this?
I just ask him. It's no big
I'll tell you
deal.
why you're bothering with. You thought you heard a phone. You heard a phone ringing and a voice in here. That's why.
Well, no, I text Tom usually a couple times a week, just about different things, turkey hunting or guns or something like that.
When he saw
that Bubba didn't know whether the phone was ringing in his office or not. It makes me doubt the whole story. I think he was asleep. I think he dreamed the whole thing.
I think he has COVID.
Well,
I've always thought this.
I was trying to open mail and run the ad machine and all that. It gets a little complicated.
I think Bill Bubba Bussey has been a I think Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, I think Bill Bubba Bussey is a non-symptomatic COVID-19 carrier.
Uh-oh.
And you know what? I have. I know Speedy has outlined the story today where they're talking about overweight is the number one thing that makes it, more complicated. I know it's in the stack. I know it is. I don't even have to look.
Well, we've talked about this before. Your cautiousness, because you can be a very cautious human being.
I am. I am a little.
Except in one area, and we've talked about this. And what we're going to find out, the stent had no effect. Will COVID-19 have an effect? Will it be the day that you put the motorcycle down and say, take the bulldozer and move the ramps? I'm not jumping anymore. Okay.
Just at least quit riding a wheelie.
Right.
Just get down with two hands on the handlebars, ride it normal with a helmet. No speeding, no jumping.
Or will COVID-19 be pull up another bus? I think I can make it.
Rick, Betty told us yesterday. He's coming out 40 pounds lighter after.
Yeah, well, I didn't know you'd made that commitment. 40's a big number. 40's a big number.
No, it was an example, but it was funny because I did think especially the kids. That's a whole nother deal. They can make a big difference in a short amount of time. And I said, look, when y'all go back, your friends can be amazed, or they can, no big deal. Well, I said, I'd rather come back and blow them away,
Well, what about, why didn't you
make a splash?
Why didn't you talk about us?
Are we going to be amazed?
Yeah, we going to be amazed?
No, look, there's some things that we can work on, and there's some that's probably out of reach.
So have you given up on it?
No, I've actually lost weight over the break.
How about what, 7 to 10?
It's about 7 right now.
Yeah.
About 7.
Only 33 more pounds to go.
Yeah. I got to really turn it up the next 5-6 days.
We'll come back. Do you have your stimulus check? Helmsy says yes. And we'll
lunch is on him.
We'll find out from the rest of you too. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Better believe it, baby. Here we go. Big Boy Studio. The on-air light is illuminated. Another hour. We thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We do appreciate it. We're honored, and it is our privilege to be here.
Yes, it is. Bubba, you know what I say? A Trumpy update, voting Trump. So, one of the things that is perplexing the left is they have announced that all black people belong to them. And they are not thrilled that black people are actually deciding for themselves who they want to vote for based on the state of their lives.
How dare you?
So the left doesn't like this. And, of course, it won't be long till these people will be deemed not really black. That came from the sitting president right now. Remember that? You don't vote for me, you're not black.
You ain't black.
You ain't black, you don't vote for me. So anyway,
happened.
It did
How about
happen.
Trump?
That's a real thing that happened. That's not something we're making up.
No.
So we have right now we have a media reporter that is going to be talking to a married couple. They happen to be black, and they once voted for Obama. What happens next is not going to make leftists very happy. Here we go.
In 2008 and 2012, you voted for
Barack Obama.
Barack Obama. 2016,
I voted for Donald Trump.
Hillary Clinton. 2020,
Donald Trump.
Biden. And who will you vote for in 2024?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
And bingo.
You may vote for the former president.
I may.
Why do you say that?
My views on certain things have changed. I am very much so riding the fence.
What are you struggling with?
Being in a pattern of doing the same thing that I've been doing, because it's kind of like second nature. Like when you go in a poll, you hit Democrat. Something has to happen. I mean, it's just so expensive to survive. And we're planning on having kids. I don't want to live in a stressful environment trying to rub two pennies together to try to make it either.
Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
Yeah, I don't think the current administration blaming grocers and food companies that they're actually duping us and making the prices high. Yeah. You hear the dad was Obama, Trump, and going to be Trump again. Mama was Obama, Hillary Clinton, Biden, pulling Trump now. Why? I don't like the way how hard it is right now, and we want to have children. And I don't like the price of things. I don't like what's going on. What a concept. And you hear what she's saying is, if and we've said this before, let's say that you had an HVAC and you were just solid on them and you didn't feel like that you were a good person if you didn't keep hiring them.
Right.
And you notice that your heating and air never works right.
Right.
And you notice that every time they came, the price costs even more. And another HVAC company said, we could actually fix that and it would be less expensive. Even if it's your brother-in-law or your cousin, at some point you're like, I kind of just need my HVAC system working and it be affordable.
Right.
And what she's saying is, I keep doing the same old thing and I keep getting the same bad results. And why am I still doing this?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. The husband, how cool is he? He's got his turtleneck on, his jacket,
like he likes it.
and he's just smooth with every Trump.
Yep.
Trump.
Yeah.
He said, "I voted Trump."
I'll tell you what he said. Bad news. You see what the woman is struggling with. She realizes that her husband is no longer black. She still wants to stay black.
Yeah.
And she's like, if I vote for Trump, the Democratic Party will claim I'm not black anymore.
Yep, that's it.
She said, according to the Democrats, since my husband started voting Trump, I'm actually in a multiracial relationship. Yeah. My husband has been deemed white now.
Unreal.
How absurd is any political party saying they have a claim on any of us?
Yeah.
Absurd. And that somehow we betrayed ourselves if we don't vote for them. How arrogant, how condescending, how pathetic, how evil. And I think that message, why that message? I'm going to be real for a minute.
Be real, Rick.
Be real.
Real
Rick.
talk.
Let's be real about the Clintons.
Don't be plastic.
Let's be real about
real.
the Clintons. If you're a Democrat, I oppose a lot of things about the Clintons, but it was harder to see. You could vote for the Clintons and look around and go, I think everything's still kind of okay.
Yeah.
We had some great opposition to that, but I could see that. You go with Obama. You go, okay, our standing around the world changed, but economy-wise, it's whatever. But what she's realizing is it's getting harder and harder to vote Democrat based on the job they're currently doing.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see drastic differences economically and really.
But still, look how close the election is.
Oh,
Right?
yeah,
If you look at the
well,
polls.
now the man can't even make a sentence.
Well, that's because we as human beings, let's just call it, we as human beings since the fall, we are easily manipulated. We all, which was supposed to be to worship God, we have a king syndrome. You know, we want to be under the authority of a king. I think you said this the other day. And, you know, it's almost like, well, we'd be more comfortable if somebody would just rule over us.
Yeah.
And I don't have to make decisions for myself, and I don't have to actually do anything. And that's in our fallen nature when it was supposed to be a good thing, that we look to God to be the ultimate authority. And then after the fall, that was corrupted. So this desire to have someone lord over us now start going to places it should have never gone. And I think the reason why the vote is still so close is the brainwashing is so effective that some people have been convinced that if they don't keep voting for the Democrats, somehow they're not good people.
Yeah.
And that would make them mean, that would make them uncaring. Now, there's no facts to support that the Republicans are mean and uncaring. But that's what the brainwashing has been. You've been convinced. Now, you ignore, the fact that, like, Keith Olbermann wants to assassinate the president. Somehow that doesn't feel mean to you. And he is a Democrat and votes Democrat. But you're so brainwashed, it's become such a us versus them that to go over to them would be the ultimate betrayal. And that's why people still keep voting.
Bubba, give everybody the definition of insanity again.
Well, that is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results.
Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
And I didn't come up with that.
No, I'll say this for our parents and grandparents.
I thought you
Larry Langford did.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. That's
Among
funny.
other things.
That's funny. But if you look at our parents and our grandparents as Southerners, at least they had the boldness and the clear thinking ability to say, I'm not leaving this party. This party has left me. And they didn't see themselves as being selling out by saying, I'm not going to vote for this. I can't support this anymore. Yeah. And you see that's what that wife is struggling with.
Yeah.
She knows she needs to vote for Trump for the good of her family, but she knows she'll face flack. Now, husband, he got over that apparently three elections ago. Yeah. I don't think he cares. Trump. He voted for Obama, and then after that, he went all Trump. So anyway, there's more of that out there, and I think that all of us should pay attention and listen for things like the First Amendment gets in the way of the government being able to put pressure on people.
That is bizarre.
If you don't vote for this party, you've betrayed your ethnicity and garbage like that. We can think for ourselves, and now more than ever we need to. And so we'll come back. 866 We Be Big is our number. When we return, Bubba, one of the world's most popular franchises has a new face.
We've got a new face.
We'll talk about that when we come back.
And he has a license to kill.
What, Joe Scarborough? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. We're so glad you're here. Speedy and I are here at the Broadcast Plaza. Stretch Armstrong is here, and all across the state of Alabama, various members of Team Rick and Bubba in their home studios. Greg Helmsy. We're about to hear from Adler from the hospital, and welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, Bubsy, how you doing, buddy?
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you. And it looks like we may have the Dadler on the line.
Yep, he's gone from Adler to Dadler, and we play the Paul Anka classic, the very moving story from a dad's point of view to his lovely wife.
My baby.
What a lovely way.
What's up, gang? What have y'all been up to last 40 hours?
Yeah, we've been trying to figure out how to get college football back on. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. I've had a pretty big time too, gentlemen. So at 3 o'clock or so on Monday, we got to the hospital and started the process. And then overnight, after about 30 hours of labor,
Wow.
the doctors made the decision that a C-section would be a great way to go ahead and get this baby on planet Earth.
Welcome to the C-section, folks. Speedy and I are here for you.
Okay.
Yes, my mom had 4 C-sections, so people do it all the time. So
yes,
yes. So that's what would happen, guys. That was a rough. My wife is amazing. I just can't say enough about her. That was a rough 30 hours. That's almost a work week.
Yeah,
that's almost a work week of labor.
How about this? In Europe, it is a work week.
Yeah.
There you go. So so the decision was made, and so at 8:29 p.m. the surgery was happened. The surgery happened, and onto this world, a 7.4 ounce little baby was born, and I'm gonna get her. I'm gonna get her right
We said girl.
Yeah.
Well,
Look at that. Y'all got it right.
Yeah, I thought it may go the other way, but when I said when you think about him, though, you do think girl. And there it is. Look at this precious baby.
My goodness gracious alive. Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
So this is Ruby Jane Adler.
Ruby Jane.
Yes. Look at her.
Ruby Jane Adler.
Ruby Jane.
How about
Ruby
that?
Jane.
Yes, sir.
What a
And
beautiful.
it's not a double name. It's not a double name or anything like that. It's just first name Ruby, middle name Jane, last name Adler.
But I mean, can I
Please
call her
look.
Ruby
Look at
Jane?
him.
I want to. Can I
Do
call her
what,
Ruby
Rick?
Jane? Come here, little Ruby Jane. Can I do that?
Say that again.
Can I call her Ruby Jane though?
Oh, you can call her whatever you want.
Oh, look at that precious
Look at
baby.
that.
Okay, little RJ. Adler, get her closer to the camera.
Hey, do you mind if I
Okay.
switch to full screen here? You don't
Yeah,
mind?
bring
go
her
ahead,
in.
switch.
Let's have a
Okay.
look. Boy, I'll tell you what, Adler, that baby is beautiful.
I'm having
Wow.
And
Look
I
at
will
that.
say this: that is one of the good things about C-section babies is they don't have cone heads.
Yeah.
And
That's
they,
true.
they come on out with the head just perfectly round.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right, Adler, talk now, if you don't mind.
So she's got little Ruby Jane Adler here. She's got blue eyes and dirty blonde hair, and she's got her mama's nose. And we'll see what else she's got. She's just amazing little bundle of joy. She's a wiggle worm. She never stopped moving.
That's good.
And we couldn't love her anymore, guys. It's been an amazing experience. And my wife said, you know what, this was worse than I thought it was going to be.
Of course.
She was like, and I even tried to prep it so that I would be like, oh, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. It was actually worse than I thought it was going to be.
Right.
So,
Yeah. 30 hours. Yeah, that's it.
She's doing fine, right?
She is. She's doing great. We're about to have her walk around for the first time in, a long time. So they're able to get people up and moving pretty quick after this thing. So it's an exciting time.
Adler,
So awesome. Adler, how did y'all come up with the name? Is that in the family or what was the?
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to
Here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us again today. So, Bubba, as we come back, you were telling me earlier today one of the world's most famous franchises has a new face. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just eat something?
I got a big bite right before we came back. I thought you had a commercial.
You want me to go ahead and do the commercial this hour now?
No, hang on.
I could drop it in here if I wanted to.
Okay, go ahead.
Spill the greens. Let me tell you something. It just happened yesterday. I was talking. I went to the cardiologist. He said, "I'm gonna tell you, I've seen your latest blood work.
Oh.
I like how this stress test went. I gotta tell you, I like where you are right now. Wish you get an Apple Watch. Didn't care for that part, but anyway." And he said, "So let's talk about what we're doing."
And you're not bragging. That's just what happened.
I didn't say anything bringing attention to
Just,
whatever. And I brought up Field of Greens to him. He says, "Now let's talk about the Field of Greens." And I talked to him about it. He goes, "You know what? I like that. I hear you guys talking about it on the show. I think this is a great idea." And obviously, quote, I said to him, "Well, you've made some adjustments too to help me." And he goes, No. He said, "I honestly think in your case, very little credit should go to me and me prescribing anything for you." He goes, those things certainly have had an impact, but the things that you've done on your health are giving us the largest return. And I said, so that would include this trying to straighten out the nutrition. He said 100%. He said, so, and they said, when you're thinking right now, like when you look at Mike, who sent us this, he had the same experience. He said, I just got my doctor's annual lab results. All my numbers are outstanding. I started over a year ago drinking Field of Greens every day, feel better than ever. My cholesterol has dropped from 200 to 138. My wife was skeptical, but not anymore. She's already asked for the promo code to order her own. And he said, I just want to thank you guys for introducing me to this product. It's been a game changer. And it has been for me. It has been for a lot of folks out there. And Field of Green says if it's not, then they'll refund the money. Okay? So why don't you go right now, get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com. And a lot of you have follow-up questions like what flavor that Sherry uses or I use. You can ask me those if you want to. Just email me. But get rush shipping for free and 15% off at fieldofgreens.com on your first order when you use the promo code Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, the world's most famous franchises.
Yes, MI6 will have a new face, Rick, when they resume filming of the next James Bond movie. According to published reports, 33-year-old British actor Aaron Taylor-Johnson has been offered the role.
Not familiar.
Iconic role
Don't know who
of
this
James Bond.
Anybody familiar with this person?
Yeah, you
Anybody
will.
know him?
He was in Kick Butt, the movie.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
You remember that?
I don't.
Actually, not Butt.
Yeah.
Name of the movie was
He was
not.
also in the
did not.
Avengers movie Age of Ultron.
Okay, I probably know him from that.
Here he is right here.
Yeah, I don't know what movie
This
you're
guy.
talking about. No, kind of know him, but not really.
He will
I only
only
know him from that
be
movie.
he will only be the 8th person to ever play
That's what I was
the
gonna say. I mean, there's
iconic
been
role
8.
of James Bond.
Yeah, so
You know, I hope they get some more movies out. I love that franchise. I've watched. I've been a fan of James Bond movies since I was a kid.
That's him when he was younger,
I do not know this person.
and that's his wife.
Isn't she an actress too?
She's a director.
The director?
They met on a set of a film when he was 18 and she was 40.
I was
Easy.
looking at that.
She's a little older.
She was
Easy.
42 and he was 18, and they are now
Come on.
married.
You serious?
I'm serious. It's kind of a Macron's type situation, if you know what I'm saying.
He is James Bond.
Emmanuel Macron type situation.
And with that kind of gap in their age, both of them probably have a lot in common. Okay.
I thought that picture of him and his mom.
I did too.
Greg. I absolutely did, and I wasn't even trying to be funny.
I wasn't either.
I'm sure they've heard it all.
You know what you
Y'all,
say?
it's weird.
You know what you say is, your mom takes care of herself. Oh, excuse me.
1842.
What am I talking about?
So
I'm 18 and I'm dating a 42-year-old. And when did I marry this woman?
Yeah, they got married in 2012, 9, 10, 11, 12. So he was like 22 and she was like 45, 46.
Oh, wow.
She had 2 daughters from a previous marriage, and they have had 2 daughters since.
Well, now that right there, you got to give her credit for that.
She rocked it in her 40s.
Well, so to speak. So, so I don't know this person. Do you feel good about this move? I mean, to me, here's what I liked it better when they would do Bond until the person just physically could not do it anymore.
Right.
Now they seem to bounce just a little quick, and I've got too many people. Like the brand changes too much. I like for them to do it until they can't do it anymore. Then you go to the new person.
A couple other people under consideration was Tom Hardy, which you've seen him in several movies.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And how do you say Elba's first name?
Idris or
Presley?
Idris Elba, who was like 51 years old. And, maybe a little too old to start a new Bond character because you want to get 4 or 5 movies out of him.
Right.
This is Tom Hardy. And I was a Idris Elba fan. I was hoping we'd see
that.
We'd see that. It would have been a black Bond.
You know who
he would be the first
He's in a
black
bunch of
James
movies.
Bond.
He's just cool.
Yeah, his movies
cool.
are good.
He just drips cool.
Is he still vote Democrat, which means he's still black, or is he now officially white?
We don't know.
Oh, yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah,
he's good
he's
at
great.
everything.
Oh, yeah, I love him and everything he's in.
They say his age may have been a problem.
Yeah, he's that guy.
Several of the Bonds have quit in their 50s. That's when they've said they're too old to be doing some of that.
Yeah, I'm like you. I want to get a lot of movies out of them before they change.
Well, I think too, and if you talk to Bond people, they all have a favorite that they grew up with. Like I was Roger Moore,
of course, Roger.
But
Moore
I also liked who was the guy?
Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, Pierce Brosnan. Yeah, played Remington Steele.
He's pretty good.
Am I the only one that Pierce Brosnan? Am I the only one that Pierce Brosnan and Barbara Streisand's husband is the same person?
Oh, James Brolin.
They do look a lot alike. They favor.
Yeah.
But like with my mom, she enjoyed
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery more. Yeah, and then I was a Roger Moore, and my son loves the guy that just finished, Daniel Craig.
Okay, yeah, it's your age.
It's kind of what you get used to growing up.
Yeah, we come up Roger Moore here.
I'm sorry, I had to reject everybody that wasn't Roger Moore. I just had to. I just could never buy in.
I never enjoyed the Daniel Craig Bond movies as much. To me, I mean, they were good. I went and saw some of them more than once. But the Roger Moore ones, to me, had a little bit of slapstick humor in it.
That's what I was going to say.
I always appreciated that. I
felt like Roger Moore played the role the way it ought to be played. It's all exaggeration, and he added a tongue-in-cheek, we're not taking ourselves overly serious.
Yeah, right.
And I thought that was funny. There's not enough comedy in the new ones.
They're darker.
It's kind of a Dark Knight, Gotham City feel.
Yeah.
How you going to beat Moonraker?
Why does everything go that way?
Ian Fleming, by the way, who wrote the books to begin with.
Yeah.
I didn't realize his history until there was that movie about the time machine where they went back and ran into him in World War II. Do you Timeless? I think it didn't make it long.
I know the show.
I thought it was really good.
I know the show you're talking about, but I didn't see that episode.
And he actually he was a spy, so to speak.
Okay.
In the war, but he sit around and dreamed up even more fantastic scenarios than what he would. I mean, it was almost like he would go and do something, and then he would go, well, now, if this was going to be really cool, he would have done this, and really, carry it to a whole new level.
It'd be like us doing a book series, which is hard to imagine, on this radio show host, but they had inside of it, they had like superpowers or something.
Yeah. But in that movie, they ran into him, and he was already jotting notes down, and he wanted to write a book, but he didn't know really what it was about. One of the guys says, I have a feeling you're going to be very successful.
Yeah, we feel good about it.
We'll be back.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say real quick, because of the age of Aaron Taylor Johnson's wife, they're actually going to bring back Ursula Andress from the 1962 Dr. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that necessary?
It was not.
Phone calls next, 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What was the choice there?
Well, we bounced around a couple different old school names like that. We wanted something kind of old school. We wanted to almost name her like an old lady's name. I wanted to name her like Gertrude, but Aaron didn't go for that.
That's funny.
But and then Aaron's mom's name is Jane, so we had a little homage there. Plus Jane, it's so classic. Oh, come on. It's hard to beat Jane.
Yeah, and the best song that Jefferson Starship ever did.
Yes, that's a good song.
Yes.
And you call her RJ, too. So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at
that.
Well, that's a little bit of rap.
Y'all can hear that. I forgot.
Oh, yeah.
The sound she's making, it's like little coos and whistles, y'all. It's amazing.
So, Adler, let's talk about, when we're going through the 30 hours and then your experience in the C-section from a dad point. Oh, we lost him.
Yeah, I'm back. Okay, sorry.
So talk about what we tried to prep you, but there really was no way to prep, was there?
Oh my gosh, it was actually. I think you guys prepped me for the C-section to be way more horrific than it was.
Yeah.
It was so quick.
Yeah.
They had that curtain up, and I was looking around that curtain as much as I could.
Be careful.
Honestly, and I saw them, y'all. I was expecting. You know how when you're doing like work, you're like, let the tools do the work. Like when you're using a saw, you're like, let the saw use the work. Yo, these people, there were people they were using physical strength in some ways that I was very shocked.
Oh, yes.
But,
yeah.
It was quick and good, and everybody came out great, including Miss Little Ruby Jane.
Ruby Jane. Adler, the 30 hours of labor. The 30 hours of labor. Did Aaron ever tell you that she loathed the very ground in which you stood?
Okay. So, you guys know about like an epidural, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. So, I called it an epidis, and that was the words. The words "I will kill you" came out of her mouth, but that was it.
Yeah.
That was it, you guys.
Yeah.
That was it. So, she actually did say. Aaron said at one point, I'm sorry for ever saying you weren't good or something like that. I'm like, no, Angel, no. You are amazing. I cannot believe how awesome you are. There was a little bit of, animosity, or not animosity. There was a little bit of hesitation to go with the C-section because we spent so long trying to go for a straight up birth. And I'm like, baby, no. You have won this race. You are amazing. I love you so much. I could not be more proud of you. That was a tough moment too, because we've been working so hard towards this one direction and then to go another direction.
Understood.
But it was just so amazing. We've been crying tears of joy and thanking the Lord for a healthy little beautiful baby for about 12 hours now. 8:29 p.m. I became a dad, y'all. It's pretty wild.
There it is.
Hey, Adler, can she sing yet?
She's been crying a bunch, so you know what? I think she's gonna be a good singer, I think.
Got good lungs.
Wow, and look at that, my first gray hair right there in my
there it is. There'll be more of those to come.
Look, the good thing about having a little girl is at least she'll come see you in the in the nursing home.
Right. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. And you know how people are always like saying like, "Can you say Dada? Can you say Dada?" I've been saying, "Can you say Bubba? Can you say Bubba?" But Aaron gave me a look, so I stopped it.
Yeah. Well, but kids usually can get Bubba pretty quick.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get that.
They can.
That's like falling off a horse. That's an easy.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Well, the only thing I can think of when I see your face and how you're so happy and just. And the baby is just all I can think about is those poor dogs. Do they know that they're?
Goodness.
That they're now like way on down the line.
Oh, they'll be in the backyard and never allowed in the house again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That fence with the gate area that I set up, that's to keep them locked in there. That's not for them. That's for them.
Yeah.
But guys, it's been amazing.
Them big feet.
Just want to say thanks to you guys for giving me this time. I want to say thanks to Armstrong for covering for me, and man, I hope that we can get back to normal life, because I've got a bunch of relatives that are we're just FaceTiming and sending pictures and stuff. That's been tough for everybody. Guys, it was just me in the hospital.
I know.
And
I was going to ask you about the pandemic deal. It really just got down to just you, right?
Yeah, it was just me the whole time. But you know what? That's a nice time for Aaron and I to get closer, get stronger together. It's been amazing. It's been absolutely amazing.
Well, she's beautiful. I mean, really. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes newborns, everybody says they're beautiful, but we all know they're not yet.
Right.
That's a beautiful baby.
It is.
I mean, it really is. Look at her.
Yeah. Well, thank y'all so much. Oh, what a baby.
There she is. She doesn't look like Winston Churchill like so many do.
After the
Release the Kraken. The phones are open. The real Greg Burgess is taking phone calls, standing with his hip cocked because his lower back's hurting him. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can chat with us. Don't get bogged down with Greg. Just get on hold because we go in trolling. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer says, no, thank you. And we move to the next caller. Does it sound cruel? It shouldn't. Barriers are a blessing. It forces us to get our thoughts together. And we're bringing the meat of our conversation to the people because we've learned to call ourselves. It's something that it's a lost art in our society when we can say, if I were listening to the show and I heard my own phone call and I even heard my own topic, would I be, as a listener or a viewer, would I be informed? Would I be entertained? Or do I have to just kind of be honest and say, I would probably be annoyed by myself. And if the latter is the case, then let's call ourselves. But the buzzer's here in case you can't do that. Meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, all of them get an instant buzzer. This type of phone segment is designed to keep a lot of topics moving and to get a lot of things in front of the people. So let's get started with Tyler in Sweet Home, Alabama. Tyler, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show, and go.
What's going on, Biggins?
Buddy.
Hey, I just want to tell y'all thank you for everything y'all done over the years on the radio. Y'all touched more people than Nickelodeon actors, okay? And I appreciate y'all.
What did he say?
I don't know.
What did he say?
Do
I want to know what he said? What did he say?
Did he say Nickelodeon?
Nickelodeon actors?
Okay. There's that Quiet on the Set Netflix documentary about the horrific things that went on behind the scenes at Nickelodeon in the 90s regarding
didn't know the
Schneider.
joke. Didn't have the reference point to get the joke. Thought it was something like that. I'm glad you said actors or actresses because that's not what I thought he said.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
wow.
I thought we had much more trouble.
Yeah, what's his name? Schneider was an evil guy.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. He wrote a lot of hits for Nickelodeon too in their kind of heyday there also.
All right. Let's continue. Let's go to Logan in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Logan, go.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Buddy.
Hey, so you guys heard Elon earlier this morning. He said that we need conservative voices to come to Twitter. What we need to do is have Rick and Bubba for an hour segment, maybe once a week. Y'all need to be on the Twitter platform. And what you could do is this week, Adler has been showing flashbacks to the show when it was on COVID. Y'all doing like the Brady Bunch format. It could be just like that from your home, on your computer. So just a thought.
So yet another segment during the week. We do 5 hours a day. We do a 45-minute podcast, and now we're going to do another X platform only check-in. You know, sometimes the Rick and Bubba tank, if you empty it, and every podcast every week is on X. I mean, we put it out there on our, and so you can watch it.
So it's on X.
Yeah. So we do have content that's out there. We continue.
I think he might have been talking about going forward.
Well, you're talking about all 5 of us. I thought he was talking about start adding it now. Because you want to try to do that on Tuesdays?
Don't really know my schedule. I'm open right now.
Cody, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Cody.
So, Rick, earlier, I don't know if you dived into it anymore, or you might have just caught the spot where you mentioned it. Did you say the doctor was wanting you to get an Apple Watch?
Correct.
Are you not a fan of wearing watches?
I am not.
How about a ring?
A ring? I do wear a ring because I'm married, but if I wasn't married, I wouldn't wear a ring either.
Aura Ring is a very good alternative.
What's it called?
Oral ring, I think you said.
Oh, it does the same thing, like as far as the AFib thing? I should have.
Not sure.
Doggone
Here
it.
it is. OURA ring. It's a smart ring.
Okay.
Aura ring.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, man.
And it looks like Samsung has just unveiled a smart ring as well.
Oh, wow.
So does that do the same thing? Is that just?
I guess so. Yeah.
It can monitor your pulse and all that.
Oh,
with your
okay. I
fingers.
think I'd rather go with this.
I'd rather sleep in a ring than a watch.
Will it do AFib though?
It looks like it because that's what he's saying.
Samsung smart ring. The new Galaxy ring is from Samsung.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a big jewelry guy. Like I just don't like the way. I mean, even when I play little ball, did I ever mention that?
No, Rick, you have
that I play little ball. I didn't like wearing arm pads. None of that. I just don't like that stuff.
Yeah. I wear a watch, and I wear it so much I forget it's even on.
Right.
So if you can get past that uncomfortable
until this chemical superpower I have kills the Apple Watch.
Yeah, and then we got a problem.
You know, Bubba brought that up. We don't even know it'll work on me.
No, we don't.
Who knows?
Let's go to Frank in Mississippi. Frank, go ahead. 30 seconds. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, y'all talking about the apple cider vinegar a few days ago. A friend of mine's father's in the mid-80s, does great, and he thinks it's all because of doing apple cider. So his son talked to him. A friend of mine said, "How much do you do, Dad?" He said, 2 shots a day. So Mike goes home, gets him a big old 2-shot glass, from his cabinet, fills it up, and he said, "Man, I'm tough. I'm 50-something years old. I can handle this." And he said it nearly killed him.
Oh, yeah.
Gagging. So he goes back to
That's too much in one hit.
Yeah, dilute it with some
Yeah.
water. Don't do it.
And look, we all know that apple cider. We know this apple cider vinegar, and we don't care. We've said it for years. I don't care if placebo works. It works.
Yeah.
But look, our minds. And if you don't believe that, and I even mentioned this to the doctor yesterday, and he agreed with me about how the mind is. How many times have you felt perfectly fine, and somebody go, "You feel okay?"
Yeah.
And you're like, and you're like, "What are you talking about?" And they say,
Well, it's like Greg today.
You just look
You look pale, and before you know it, you're like, I don't feel right.
Well, my back was sore yesterday. It's better today, but the more Greg's talked about it, the more mine's hurt.
Right. All of us have become aware of our lower back.
We're
today.
all stretching.
So but it may work. I'm not saying that it doesn't do anything, and we use it at our house from time to time. Sherry's a big advocate for whatever that apple cider vinegar stuff is.
But why do those suggestions not work in a positive way? Why can't somebody come in and go, I feel great today, and you go, oh, I feel great too.
Yeah,
Or,
well, I will admit, like if I have a cold and Sherry goes, just take you a drink of the apple cider vinegar in your body, this cold will pass quicker. I will say that I've done it before and went, hey, I do feel better, and I bet it had nothing to do with it. You know what? Daniel in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Daniel, go ahead.
What's up, man? Monkey grass and green eggs.
Thank you for the call. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, so my TikTok feed is a bunch of fighter jets, which are really cool, obviously.
Sure.
It was a video. Y'all get a kick out of this one. It was a video of an F-22 Raptor, and the commentary is the most feared plane in the world, and the top comment says, actually, the most feared plane in the world is the Boeing passenger plane.
No, that's terrible. Boeing's really the butt of a lot of jokes right now.
Yeah.
Babylon B is having a field day. They're just having a field day.
Yeah. We have one in our prep today.
Look at that baby.
Decatur, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Wesley, welcome to the show. Speaking of Babylon B, go ahead.
I sent Adler a video of Joe Biden. Somebody did an AI thing of Joe Biden reading the Bible on Babylon B. I just thought y'all might want to look at that.
Oh no, that sounds like it's got tons of potential, but also of great discomfort. So thank you. Oh wow, Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 inner windshield cracks while landing at Portland International Airport.
It's tough landing.
Need a win.
I've got Joe Biden singing "Johnny Cash is Hurt." I can't find his email, but I'll keep looking.
All right. Well, just go to Babylon B. They probably have it on the video right now. Let's go to Big Tate. Tate checking in. Tate, go ahead. 30 seconds.
What about it, man? Y'all all right?
We're fired up.
Good.
I hope you are, Tate.
Oh, yeah, I'm always fired up. I ain't a prophet or the son of a prophet. But anyway, when this Tyson and Jake Paul fight happens, it's not going to happen. I bet 100 to 1. That Jake Paul winds up making some type of excuse that he can't fight Tyson.
So you think it'll never happen?
I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's too scared. He'll find out, because Tyson will work.
I think
Tyson is 57.
I think he has such an ego, he wants to fight him. I think he thinks he can beat him.
And he can at 57. Now, beating Tyson at 57 and beating him at 27, that's two completely...
I need to see Jake Paul training like I see Tyson training.
Well, he probably is.
I know. I just want to see it.
Yeah. I will say the equalizer is 57. Yeah. That's the equalizer.
Yeah.
But still, he looks awful. He better not get hit.
Do you want to hear Biden read one Bible verse?
Yes, please. Please. Bubba.
For God so loved you know the thing.
Okay.
That he gave his only... well, anyway.
That's wrong.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
It was everything I feared.
Okay, we got to stop.
That right
Thanks,
there.
Adler.
Thanks, caller.
Yeah, and made Adler pull it up.
I'm uncomfortable.
That's uncomfortable. All right, we'll come back. I see Alabama's head football coach salary has been released.
Oh, yeah.
Road Tide.
He's going to do all right.
We'll talk about that when we come back. Any stories that we missed today as we wrap up the hour when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
After the C-section, they had to kind of clean up Aaron a little bit. So they handed me the baby, and they're like, "All right, you're good to go," and close the door. And it was just me holding a baby by myself in the room, and I'm seeing myself in the reflection. I can't believe it. I'm like, "Thank you, God. This is unreal. This is amazing." I can't.
If you think that was an unnerving moment for you, you should have been Ruby Jane Adler.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
She got moved out of her apartment.
Wait a minute. So this is my dad. Okay. No, look,
That's
you're,
right,
you're
that's
going to do great. You'll be a great dad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
We are so thankful. We're so happy, and she's just amazing and beautiful, and she's latching on, just like her
good.
daddy. So that's
Look, Uncle Greg loved that one. You did that just for Uncle Greg, didn't you?
Hey, baby. Can
Oh,
you say
look
hi
at
to
it.
Rick and Bubba?
Look at that
Rick
precious
and Bubba, Rick 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 and Bubba, baby.
Congratulations to all the
Congrats,
Adlers. Congratulations, buddy. She's beautiful. We'll be right back.
awesome.
Baby Adler is here. Ruby Jane Adler, 7 pounds, 4 ounces, and healthy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We just talked to Adler. Said the baby, as of right now, looks like she's even nursing well. She looks beautiful, and so they had 30 hours of labor, and then finally just said, look, we got to go another way, and did a C-section, and the baby arrived last night. It sounds like about 8:30. 8:30 or so Central Time. So it was seeing Adler with a baby, guys. I mean,
wow.
That's so strange, isn't it?
Right, and
He's come a long way from when he showed up with them ear gauges in and his cool hair.
Guys, I don't know how it happened. I forget what happened. It might have been when we were doing the Spiral Dog video, and young Broderick and I, the Tasmo, were talking about the YouTube channel. So I like an Adler video or something, and then it showed, how they do, here's related videos, it had Adler doing that song about himself, about all the things people think about him. And I look up, and he is a boy. I'm talking about he has no facial hair, he has whatever. He looks like he's 13 years old in here singing to us. And I mean, and it was, it's in the Helmsley Greg era, because you guys, y'all were in the room making comments, and I'm like, man, he's really. We've watched Adler. We have watched him become a man.
Yeah.
And now the biggie.
Now, big test.
Somebody's daddy.
Somebody's daddy.
Yeah. So and he'll do great. And but he was
when he was telling us what her name was, in my mind, I guess just because I'm used to it, I thought he was going to say Ruby Sue. Did y'all?
Well, that when I it's one of those things. It popped into my head immediately. Was Christmas
What's
Vacation?
Wrong with us?
You remember Ruby Jane, don't you? But it's Ruby Sue. But I mean, that's the reason why. I hope I'll
from
get
the Vacation series. Chevy Chase.
Christmas Vacation and the Vacation series.
I've texted him because there's one thing I didn't ask. If it was a boy, what name did they have picked out?
It's a good question.
So hopefully he'll respond with that information.
Yeah.
Because not knowing, I guess you got to go in with everything picked out.
That's what we did. We had a boy name picked out with Madeline. We knew with our first two, but our third was a surprise, and we had a boy name ready to go.
Okay.
Well,
what was that going to be?
William Abbott.
Okay.
William's a family name, and Abbott was actually after Coach Abbott.
Yeah. Okay.
I think William was after me and Greg. Really.
Yeah. I said it was I said family.
Yeah.
Y'all are family.
And we got so many Williams in our family. They go all the way back to Jamestown, we think. But anyway, and then Bubba, how our minds are. I start thinking ahead, and so it doesn't always work out this way. But when the Adlers get ready now, right now, his wife's going to tell him she'll never have another baby. Ever. Not
well, you don't want to talk about it right now.
Yeah,
right?
not even think about that after 30 hours of labor. She'll say this.
But that'll all change in 30 days.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why, we talk about it. There wouldn't be any second children if people didn't forget.
Right.
And so, but we're going to have to now, because he'll have pressure now to produce a son, or as we like to say, an heir. And so he'll have to come to you and me and say, "What must I do?" And
I kind of thought with all of his working out that the possibility was high this time, but
well. And here we go. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We thank you for being with us today. All right, we got some stories we still haven't hit today. Bubba, we now know what, and you were asking earlier, and I think this is what the guys told us. So the new head football coach at the University of the University of Alabama, Kalen DeBoer.
Yes.
And so his name is DeBoer.
DeBoer.
Yeah, and so he's got his deal done. The ink is done. And, Bubba, we got a big number here.
He will make an average of $10.875 million per year, ranking him in the top 5 nationally among highest-paid college coaches.
Tide.
His 8-year contract was approved Monday by the University of Alabama System Board of Trustees. He'll make $10 million in his first year of his deal. That will run through December 31 of 2031. His compensation will increase $250,000 per year and grow to $11.75 million by the final year of his deal. 90% of it is guaranteed.
That was my next
if
question.
If he were to be fired without cause, and there's no mitigation. His buyout, if he were to leave Alabama before his contract is up, is $5 million in 2024, $4 million in 25, $3 million in 26, and nothing from 27 to 31.
Well, that buyout a little low.
He didn't have Jimbo Fisher.
That buyout is a little low.
His average salary will rank 4th among all college football coaches, including Clemson's Dabo Swinney, who's still at the top with an average salary of $11.5 million. Georgia's Kirby Smart and USC's Lincoln Riley are also over the $11 million annually. DeBoer is 4th with $10.875, followed by Texas' Steve Sarkisian at $10.64, and Florida State's Mike Norvell at $10.52. So you basically, for your regular season, getting about $1 million a week.
How about that?
That ain't bad.
Rotate.
That ain't bad, boys.
That'll make you pack your bags and move across country.
Did you see the assistants?
Yeah, their salary's very good.
They're going to be all right.
All of them looks like over $1 million. Also, the basketball coach, Nate Oates, got a big raise, and the AD, Byrne, got a new deal too. So Alabama freshening up all the contracts.
And there we go. So it's out now.
Yes.
That didn't really surprise me, does it, you?
No.
Yeah.
No.
It's
that's the money in college sports now, and those are kind of the marks where they fall.
They said that his agent said he wanted to be paid more than the highest paid player.
Yeah, right.
That's all his,
that's
only
all he
request.
He's gonna take
rotate. I'm ready for the rotate.
Uh-oh.
Kevin DeBoer. It's Kalen DeBoer.
Kevin.
He'll get it wrong.
Karen? Is it Karen DeVore?
Hey.
It's if he loses to Auburn, his name's gonna be Karen. Rotate. So we'll look at that. So
good for him.
Good for him. You know what? We wish him the best. Is March Madness underway?
It'll get started today. Yeah.
Yeah. So
some
we
of the early games.
We start today. I don't see anything out here that Virginia's playing. Will you give that a lot?
Yeah, I will give it more. This is a fun time to watch because you see a lot of teams you normally don't see. They have a lot of crazy finishes. You'll see a lot of highlights more than just sit and watch a game. But that's being off a little bit next week. I'll probably catch one or two.
Yeah, that's me. I just kind of wait on. I look and see is there anything that looks interesting in the highlights, and then I'll go, oh, okay, good. Y'all just nutshell it for me. I don't know what it is. I can't sit through a whole sporting event anymore.
Yeah,
really?
I just can't do it. I just can't sit down and watch a game from beginning to end. It's getting to where it doesn't matter what it is. And it's like I kind of want to just I don't want to be fully committed to it, partially committed. I'm really down to it must be a very important college football game that I think would be a nice social experience to watch. That really, it has to be that.
Yeah, you have no blood in the game anymore.
No, well, yeah, and plus I thought I was a sports fan, and I do like sports, but I realized based on, like, I have friends and acquaintances that are straight up sports fans, and like they know, like, who they just signed in spring training for their baseball team, and I'm like, wow. So that's people, they're all in. And if it's fun for them, more power to them. You know, as long as it's in the proper place. It just So probably I'm like you, Bubba. I'll probably watch highlights of important games, and then if it gets down to the Final Four, if there's an interesting matchup or something, I might. But I don't know that I cannot recall the last time I watched a basketball game from beginning to end.
You'll get, those first round number 1 seed versus a 16 seed or whatever, close upsets. And you've had teams that, have been upset by lower seeded teams for several years in a row. And, you'll have all those storylines come out. They'll really get good about the Sweet 16.
I've told you this. This is how weird I am. I will not watch March Madness in college basketball in real time. But if there was a documentary about March Madness, I would watch it from beginning to end. And if it had 8 episodes, I'd watch every episode.
Isn't that crazy?
Did you see?
Isn't that weird?
Did you see the story?
It's like me in Formula One
about the guy in California that tried to pet the coyote.
Oh yeah, how about that genius?
What a Nimrod!
What do you think happened?
He got bit and it's rabid.
Did you see him?
He got bit.
He got mad about it. Now he's over at first baby talking it, and then it bites him. And he starts cussing it.
Yeah, that's why I didn't even send it to Adler unless we just B-roll it. Here it is. We can't play
Watch
the
this
audio.
idiot. Look at this idiot.
Got his hand out.
Now he and this is a coyote. Oh my gosh!
Oh, it got him good.
It did get him good.
Well, what's he thinking?
What did he think was going to happen?
He's an idiot.
Hello, Ray B. Shot.
This goes back to what Bubba has been saying all along. The fact this person walks the planet and probably breeds more stupid little ones. The stupid people right now are at an all-time high.
They really are.
I mean, they're just at an all-time high.
Nature has not weeded them out like it used to,
Right.
because we've been protecting them.
The fact that coyote came to the guy like that, I'm telling you, maybe rabid.
That ain't a good
Well, they said that the people that's around ski camp or something, they've been feeding him, and he thinks he's going to get fed.
Yeah, but
so he
took a
went up
finger.
to that hand and there wasn't food in it, so he just thought
Made
he'd
him
think
mad.
about it.
Well, yeah, that's his way of saying don't do that again if you're not going to bring
Well, he
some
may
food.
have thought there was food.
Maybe he thought the fingers were food.
Give me them fingers.
You've heard of chicken fingers.
They did say they'd been
Sausage
feeding him hot
fingers.
dogs.
Watch him. He's
Gone.
I'm telling you, he thought
He's
it was
made his
food.
mind up 2 or 3 steps out. He
He
gonna
looks
bite
healthy.
it.
People's been feeding him. He thought he was finna get him something.
A lot of snow.
Yeah. You know what they said? He said to the other coyotes, tastes kind of like chicken.
Yeah, like a little gamey.
You know, I've heard though we taste more like pork.
I really don't want
That's what you've heard.
I unfortunately I have heard that.
Ask the Haitians.
Well, that's a fact.
Ask them.
Unfortunately,
It's not going
sad
good.
to say.
Ask the
Yeah.
rugby team that got stranded up in the Alps.
You always go back to
I
that.
knew
don't
you
we?
were going there.
So what's going on in Haiti?
Rick,
Oh,
don't
it-
say
the
that.
country is a fallen state.
Well,
Didn't one
I
of
knew
the
that,
warlords
but-
named
Oh,
Barbecue?
hey, Rick.
Yeah, one of the warlord that's in charge of the place, his name is Barbecue.
Yeah,
and
Rick,
I think that may be because he's burned people in their homes, not so much as he's cooked and eaten people, but it's happening.
Yeah, Rick, they're
Are y'all throwing that part in?
No.
They're throwing that in.
No, it's straight up a
fact.
horrific situation.
terrible.
Well, I know that, but are y'all throwing this part in?
No,
The
it's
Clinton Foundation really helped Haiti. I
Oh, yeah,
thought.
they did a great
Yeah,
job. It's crazy. Florida is about to be. I mean, Haitians are they're fleeing the country. It's crumbled.
I'm sorry, I should have checked in with Alt Adler today.
Yeah, Governor. Yeah.
Thanks, Biden.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wow, you're so big.